It is the third day of SAL playoffs. We have some exciting games ahead of ourselves. Two important best of threes will determine a lot regarding SI points, prize money, but also seeding going into EWC. My name is Anne. I'll be your host for today. And joining me, we have Alfaba here. And Lee, let's be honest, it feels like it's only been a few hours since we closed off yesterday, and now we're back already. Exactly. That's the most important thing, right? Let's have a look at the whole bracket to kind of discuss everything that happened yesterday, because we qualified our last two teams yesterday to EWC. That was the most important thing, right? That was what we were here for yesterday. Big matches, 2 times a 2-0 as well. Looking at the matches in the bottom left over your screen there. But talking in general, I mean, Leo, you really wanted to see some big upsets inside of this bracket. I feel like we definitely got treated to a few big upsets.
Hear me now? I think you should be able to hear me. I think I had the source problem somehow. I don't know why my mic was not working. I was just saying, yeah, in terms of upsets, I thought the first map, Loud versus FaZe Clan, was quite interesting. I think Loud pushing them to a 15th round was definitely something that was unexpected to some degree. I thought that Loud really had them shaking. In the interview with JP, FaZe felt a lot nervous about this game back against the wall when the guys are 2 times world champions. That would have been a big one. And then on the other side, Lost taking down NIP. 14 that has qualified to EWC 2025, the Munich Major in 2025, SI in 2026, Salt Lake City in 2026. Realistically, alongside FaZe, they were the most consistent Brazilian team of the final, 12 months? And so for them to be upset by loss, I think was a big one. And for loss to confirm once again that they make 2 S-tier events in a row when no one really thought they were favorites to make the top 4. I think it's a huge one, and the biggest losers of this will be Fluxo W7M and NIP for sure.
Yeah, right, of course, especially since Fluxo W7M didn't make it into playoffs just by 1 single point, right? That was what led them losing out on playoffs eventually. And then, of course, we see Lowe's coming in a second, just barely scraping by, beating a team that eventually finished 3rd in playoffs. Yesterday was a very exciting day, but I'm sure we have a really good day ahead of ourselves today, as well as we do have the upper bracket final. Team Liquid Alienware taking it up against Furia. And we actually haven't seen these two teams play a best of 3 against each other since these new iterations of the rosters, right? So that's a very exciting thing to look forward to. And then, of course, later on in the day, FaZe going up against Lowe's, and that match especially is going to be really important because the implications of that matchup will be whoever wins gets to play group stage of EWC. If you lose, you have to go through all the way in play-ins as well, and there's going to be 8 teams in play-ins at EWC, and only 2 of those will be making it out.
Yeah, man, that's the big story here. And I believe we made a graphic on the email broadcast when we kind of summarized everything that it means for these guys. And the reality is, play-ins is a very important thing. Only 8 teams are sent to play-ins, and only 2 of them are making it into the group stage. So a lot of teams that are going to be sent there will eventually not make it. If you think about it, Shopify Rebellion have been sent there, for example, Fnatic from EML. You'll have CNL teams as well. So some really big names in the world will be sent in play-ins, and only a few will be able to make group stage. So it's not a death sentence, but it's clearly making your EWC adventure probably shorter, if not a lot riskier. And so that game between FaZe and Lost will be very important. And I'm sure a lot of teams that will be sent to lanes, Fnatic for example, Shopify Rebellion, they'll be watching this match and they will want to pray that FaZe are not sent in the play-ins, because that would be insane. And most likely they would take one of the only 2 spots to make it to the group stage. In terms of cash prize, by the way, the difference is kind of huge, because if you're making play-ins, you're guaranteed $10,000 of cash prize. If you make group stage, it's $25,000 guaranteed, because you're top 16 at least.
Yeah, that's the most exciting thing for this matchup, of course. You know, even finishing in 4th in comparison to finishing in 1st, right? Should FaZe pull off something incredible and go from this lower bracket semifinal all the way to the grand final, they potentially go from 200 SI points, which is what they have right now, to 420, right? That's what you get for winning the league. That's, of course, a big thing as well that we'll talk about tomorrow. And especially for a team like Liquid, that's going to be really important too, right? Because Liquid missed out on making it to Salt Lake City. They missed out on a big chunk of SI points there. So at least solidifying themselves inside of a group where even in the EML we're seeing teams make it now where they didn't make it to Salt Lake City, right? I can predict that with what we've seen so far in this first international event, we're going to have a really big brawl with teams, especially around that 14th, 15th, 16th place, of just being able to cinch in their spot for SI.
Yeah, and I mean, right now I'm just looking at SAL, and I think that they're in a really weird spot, because if you think about it, the teams that made kickoff and made the most SI points so far, they've struggled at Salt Lake City. They got first rounded, almost all of them. Furia, Loss, NIP, all of these teams. Now NIP, they fall short in the playoffs. Fluxo, WCNM, they're completely out of it. Liquid, they had not made Salt Lake City, like you just said. So SAL right now has only one team in the top 10 teams in the SI global standings, and that's FaZe. Only one. So like we have 4 EML teams, just to give a reference there. We have 3 NAL teams there. SAL only has 1. And so the battle for SI points is especially important for this region because they're far behind. Obviously, the only SI points you can gain is in the playoffs here because you won't gain any SI points at EWC. But for a team like Liquid, like you said, it's so important to perform there. And you know what? We never know. Maybe they will win EWC and then punch their ticket to SI directly. There is also that chance on the board.
Yeah, that's the big thing that the teams are looking forward to when they eventually will play at EWC. But moving into our upper bracket final here as the first game of the day, we're going to see Team Liquid Alienware take it up against Furia. My most exciting thing for this matchup is that we see a big part of that old Furia roster move into Liquid. They left Hertz behind. We already saw a best of 1, when they played in Lair in the group stage. But now we get to see an actual best of 3 between these two teams. And I feel like they will have a point to prove as well there.
Oh, 100%. I mean, there is so much history between the two. And even before the first BO1 that we witnessed together during the stage, we all thought that there would be so much emotion in it. And in interview, Diaz talked a little bit about the emotion for everyone. On the side of Furia, they really wanted revenge, right? Because Hertz kind of got abandoned by the rest of the group. It was the end of a cycle. And what's funny is we've just looked at it. Of course, that game was super close. It's the last 20 seconds on Lair. It was a 3v3. A really nice isolated takes onto the Bunks bomb site to close it off. And even then, it was so close in that game. Could have went either way. Furia was especially happy about it. I was happy to see Hertz perform as well. Obviously, he's the one that wants to prove things the most, I guess, because when you win everything with the same team for years and years and years, and then in the end, the rest of the team leaves without you, I think it felt very special for him to have to rebuild the entire roster. I just love what they've done together. I feel like having to rework and rebuild an entire team and being so consistent, they made Salt Lake City, Liquid didn't. They beat them in the stage. So far, in terms of revenge tour, I would say that Furia has got the upper hand.
Yeah, and they have a chance of doing it here again, right? And knock Liquid down to the lower bracket here and claim their own spot in the grand final. That is what the upper bracket final is all about. Now, looking at Team Liquid as the first team going into this matchup, I think we saw the big surprise, right? They took down FaZe. It was great to see them make it to EWC by taking down FaZe as a roster as well. And then, I mean, that first map, 15 rounds, they win that one. Map 2 a little bit easier. But I think what really stood out to me was big individual moments from players like JV92. He got a 1v2 on the final map as well to lock in EWC slot. Their attacks look really good. So much pressure from multiple different areas. And on their defenses as well, especially on Clubhouse, we got to see so many strong positions. Goya was open, Mira was open, and they were wasting so much time for FaZe.
Yeah, I think that we're really starting to see this team come to fruition, come to maturity, I think is the right word, right? They took a chance with the roster. They took a chance with Maya. They took a chance in reorganizing the roles. The only player that didn't change roles is KZ, and he's performing out of his mind so far. He was always the staple player with that core Furia roster before they went to Liquid. He was the one that was the most consistent. That hasn't changed whatsoever. But what's amazing is that they've gained Maya, who's also super consistent, a little bit less unpredictable, but also less risky than Hertz in the playstyle. And then JV, you've just mentioned him. If we look at this super important moment where Liquid beat FaZe, he was the hero of that game. And I think there is some beauty to it because initially JV was the best rated player for the Furia roster in 2025, all the way up until the SI. And then they changed the entire dynamic of the team. They changed his role, and JV became the worst rated player on the roster at kickoff. And everyone was asking questions. Is he at the right role? Is he still the right player? People were maybe criticizing the fact that JV got picked up for Team Brazil at ENC as well. And despite all of this, he adapted to his role, he found his groove, and he was the main hero exactly here in that 1v2, finding the first pick towards the Sophie's player, and then winning the critical gunfight here with his DMR, and qualifying Team Liquid here to the upper bracket final. And honestly, I just love it for this player. I've always been a big fan of his energy. He's always so funny when we're seeing during events. But it's so good to see him finally perform this new role for him. And I think that's such a great example of how this Team Liquid has finally matured.
Yeah, it's good to see that. And I feel like Liquid have had a smoother path to this upper bracket final here than maybe Furia, right? Because if we think back about Furia's first game against NIP to get here, we're looking at a game where neither team can win an attack. NIP go up 6-0. Sorry, Furia go up 6-0. NIP then come back. And then in overtime, Furia actually managed to win that one attack in round, which helped them win out map 1. We're then looking at an easier... actually, no, not. We're looking at them losing map 2, which they had a win streak on for quite a long time. They secure map 3, which we're seeing some very dominant rounds on. Hertz having a great match as well. DS being an excellent player, the guy you're seeing on your screen right now. And I feel like this is kind of what we expect to see from this roster on an individual level as well.
Yeah, I think it's also stemming from the playstyle of the roster. If I had to name the most aggressive team in the world today, in one of the big regions, I would definitely call them. It's Herds at the heart of the team, giving that identity of aggression. It's VODs as the IGL, who can finally play with players that have fire in them, that want to play super aggressive. And as we look at the two main players on your screen, Maya and Herds, I think there is a rivalry between the two, and it's quite clear. One player got swapped for the other. Herds had to rebuild everything so that they could pick up Maya and stay with him inside Team Liquid. And you know what? I think that this rivalry, maybe in the end, benefits both of them. I think that Hertz, in this new roster, is playing alongside players that fit his playstyle, that are ready to take risk and support him. Player like Bok, for example. Player like Diaz, who will be the backbone and will save rounds if they are at a man disadvantage. I feel like he's got the perfect lineup, and obviously Volps has a very similar vision of the game. Maya, much more passive, I guess, in his way of playing than Hertz, and yet an incredible fragger. And it fits more towards KZ, towards Felipok's playstyle, maybe a little bit more strategy. So to summarize, two players that basically got swapped here, and two players that, in my opinion, perform better with their current rosters.
Yeah, to me, it feels like Liquid maybe saw Maya as a more consistent player and decided to pick him up instead of Hertz with the new iteration of that Liquid roster, and kind of thus far leaving Hertz behind with having to rebuild this whole new Furia for himself there. But it makes me really excited that we get to see a best of 3 between these two, because I want to dive into the map veto. As we talked about, the time when we saw these two play during group stage, it was on Lair. It makes me wonder if that's going to be part of the occasion today as well. So far, there is an opportunity, but the first map selected in this matchup is Cafe.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see a rematch. Let's see if they can actually win an attack this time, because if I'm not mistaken, that was the map where it went 6-0, 6-0 in defenses, and they eventually only won one in overtime. So what's funny is the size here. So Furia picked Cafe, and right now it says that somehow Liquid chose attack, which is very surprising if I trust this map veto.
It's true.
Yeah, so, I mean, you just had an example showing you Furia cannot attack for whatever reason on the map, and you choose to give them the defense side. That's a ballsy move. I really hope if Liquid wins that we get an Igor interview, because I'd love to pick his brains about it. Moving to Clubhouse, obviously, it's the map on which Liquid beat FaZe. It's a map that they love with the current roster, that I think really complements their process-based, team cohesion, strategic playstyle. So I'm not surprised to see it. And then all the way on Bank, I think there is no better way to end it. Just because of the history of what the previous Furia roster, how good they were on Bank, and how this current Furia roster plays on it, it's gonna be, if it goes all the way to a third map, an absolute barn burner.
It kind of feels like that we might have a 45 round map here as well, especially given the way that first map went when we last saw Furia play it here. But now that we have the information, we're going to bring in our casters for this matchup. We're joined by Exatroika and Lynx for this first matchup here today. Now, are you two in for a long one? I mean, we saw how that matchup went when Furia went and played Cafe, and nobody could win a single attack.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because, like, I see the logic of the side selection perfectly. Because if Team Liquid Alienware win literally one attack, they're going to be like, oh no, we've got this, guys. Like, literally doesn't matter. Regulation victory guaranteed. But in all seriousness, no. If we get like a 6-0, 6-0 defensive half, and like that, because like long games are obviously a bit of an endurance for everybody involved. But a 6-0 defensive half where we don't get the first attack win to round 13, not exactly how I want to start the day, but that's just me. Maybe Ollie differs.
I don't know. I don't really care too much about the sides, but like, I'm gonna really go out there with quite a bold statement. I'm not hot on this Furia roster. Like, I will be the first to say it. I do not rate them, and I think that could come back to bite me. And if it does, I'll hold my hand up. But looking at the numbers specifically between these two teams, Fury the worst team on entry, -27. Liquid, not the best team, but they're tied to +26 on that entry. For a team that's so aggressive, for a team that is meant to have so many talisman players, Fury don't have a single player inside of the top 12 players of the league. So I don't really know who to look to sort of be that talisman if they're all trying to be that star. And I think we often get very 50-50 performances from them. So I don't know, like, I'm not as hot as you lot are, I don't think, on this fixture.
Well, it seems like both these teams have a point to prove. Maybe Fury even more, I guess, if we're listening to what Ollie is saying about them and their inconsistencies. But a spot in the grand final is up, and we get to see these two teams go against each other in a best-of-3 for the first time. And it starts on Cafe.
Thank you very much. And let's see if Furia are coming in hot today, because starting out on the defense, they're currently, if you just include the past, well, I suppose like 1 or 2 best-of-3s they played, 7 out of 7 on defensive rounds played and defensive rounds won. We'll see if that trend continues in their bout against Team Liquid, to see who will make or be the first team to enter the SAL Grand Final. Bans have gone through. And we always play the game. Will it be hard breach denial bans? But Ollie, this is, of all the maps in the pool, probably the one where we see the least hard breach denial bans. Cafe is just not that kind of map.
Absolutely. Cafe hard breach is it's essential in some ways, but it is by no means worth a ban to get rid of that electrification, and especially with some of the more recent changes. An old favorite on Cafe, I imagine that this is going to start to see a heck of a lot more banning, is the Wamai. Cast your mind back to the last time you saw a Wamai ban. Yes, we are in the big 2-6, and yes, we are now banning Wamai. If anyone's unaware, if anyone hasn't read the latest patch notes, came out, I believe this week. Wamai now has a C4 and a deployable shield, and their magnets recharge quicker. I saw a very interesting tweet from, I believe it was Hungry, shout out, talking about the difference between the magnet charge time, so by the time that you've thrown it, its activation period, versus a grenade landing at your feet. And there is actually instance and occasion where you can throw the magnet and it'll catch the grenade. So that's actually, massive in the grand scheme of things. And I'm sure as soon as that starts to trickle down and become more popular, we will see it in pro play. I'm almost certain of it. But it makes sense to get rid of that powerhouse of utility that the Wamai has recently become. And Aruni is always a good option as well. The shields being targeted here. Fury are going to be without both a Blitz and a Blackbeard for the first 6 rounds.
And Shield's definitely something that Team Liquid and over the past couple years have introduced into their play style, but of course, the issue you always have with this roster is leaving up tools like Intel Operators, for example. It's always going to be a risk, though, of course, as the desk kind of mentioned. Intel Ops, if you think about these teams, definitely more of a Furia-type gameplay than Team Liquid Alienware in 2026. Nade with the first pick. Bogzay receiving a brief highlight in the pre-match segment, but Nade unfortunately catching a line on the castle, I believe, rotating back to the site. Cuts him down on the rotation. And Loiber trying to bring that back. Fellapox repels in, as instead Volps to land the trade. Herds playing a standard Vector, still alive in the 3v3. Always a menace on this operator. Put him in a power position, and this man is not being dislodged. 3 kills to start. And Herds playing a classic spot on a classic operator. It's basically ended the round for Team Liquid Alienware. Of course, JV92, who's had his fair share of clutches over the years, a 1v2 against FaZe to close that on 7-4 on Clubhouse. He's picked up the diffuser. One player upstairs. He's heard one player in dining and certainly knows about some presence bottom white. Heard swinging around the corner. Dies to the pre-fire. He's got 2 1v1s, but crossing across the door. DS ready and waiting with the TCSG. Furia wanted them to come in hot. Well, they are feeling quite warmed up after round 1.
That's it. We need the talisman player, don't we? We need one of these players to activate it in round 1. At least it was Herds. Big 3k Nitrocell to boot as well. Really locking down that staircase. I can't remember who it was that he killed who was on the upside down rappel, but you can't sort of blame the observer for that one. You're gonna focus on the guy on the upside down rappel because 9 times out of 10 they're gonna get the kill, and all we see is Herds just frying him on the reverse. Brilliant kill there from him amongst the others. Obviously, the C4 being a big one that really assisted in that top floor hold. If the I believe it would have been KZ playing on the Zephyr. He, if he'd have got himself in on that top floor, he could have started to work across, and the JB also in position. So the C4 really coming in quite massive as well in that round. Big opening start then from Furia. They've been able to hold down one of those mid-floor sites. They will be switching on to the other mid-floor site now, Reading Room and Fireplace this time, as opposed to Fireplace and Mining. Looks like they're going to avoid the top floor, as they should, and just give us a little bit of a mixture going on in this mid, and eventually, I'm sure, go down to the kitchen.
Probably the typical site rotation. After a couple cafe matches in the NAL, and Cocktail got played, I believe, a grand total of 1 time between those 2 series. Not usually the preferred third site. Volps, gotta be careful. Spawn peeking like that with the Clash is always going to be a bit of a risk. The utility you're bringing, the ability to rotate around these power positions, especially if the projectile denial is banned. If you want to hold a bit deeper onto the second floor, you got to bring a castle or an Azami, but obviously it being second floor, you don't want to dedicate a lot of utility to that. The Clash is really your only remaining option to get some early pressure in this position. Volps, after the spawn kill, doesn't net anything. We'll back up and we'll take out that shield. Of course, can plant it, hold on, take fights on the rappel if he wants. We'll see if he decides to do that. As Furia, in this first minute, have entered the normal rappel positions, gained some good information. Maya now enabled on the entry into smoke, pushing through red, but instead, JB92 cut down by Herds in the revenge match. Herds having the better of his former teammates, and Boxzera just decided to make that point readily apparent.
Oh, KZ, big 2 kills there. He's just flicking between them, just walking through the site for fun right now. Got himself into the top of Cocktail, clears out all of the top 4 presents. Got Herds and Diaz now. Herds just hanging out here inside a train. There's 1:30. There's half the round left here. Full top floor control. Nothing in terms of denial. Okay, we have got an impact on Diaz, but realistically, especially with how these 2 defenders are split, it's only a matter of time.
Especially with the utility Team Liquid Alienware have remaining, they can use these smoke canisters, enable Maya again on that glass. KZ using his final nade, so only now left with the primary utility on Davos, which, you know, isn't really all that powerful or important. Can isolate Herds, isolate Diaz. KZ and Herds likely going to be a rivalry in this series, just as Herds and Maya might be as well. KZ, who's often brought rounds back from the brink for Team Liquid Alienware, are certainly doing so here with that big 3K up top, now just looking to convert the advantage. It's Herds spotted by that Deathmark tracker, but Diaz got to be careful as the Demo's sitting on white. Herds trying to cover that position to enable Diaz to deny the entry, but shot through the wall. KZ on for an ace, and might very well find it. Diaz looking to rotate up front. They pass very briefly. That distraction enables Team Liquid Alienware to move this into the post, and there we go! All 5 for KZ. Winning it on the top floor and the middle, covering the plan, getting the entries, doing it all in round 2.
It really feels like it could be one of those games where it's anything you can do, I can do better. Herds gets 3 kills in round number 1. KZ responds with an ace in round 2. It wasn't just the fact that he got all 5 kills, it was the speed at which he was chaining those kills together. It felt like they were just one after the other after the other. KZ really having the run of his teeth there. Especially for that mid-floor, especially when we see Fury do so well on that mid-floor in round 1. Being able to hold on to it for a long period of time. Really not having that same level of success inside of round 2. I do believe we have just lost a player, so we will get them back in. Any guesses on who it could be with these player cams? I think it might be old Laura, just down there. unless he's having a sleep, of course. Could also be sleeping.
He's got a sneeze brewing, and he's just trying to hold it at bay. By the way, best edition of the what are these players drinking out of? Volps with the Furia branded
come off it.
Mixer?
On brand. No, I love it. He wins. Because it's one-handed for a start, so that's a 10 out of 10.
Yeah. You don't have to pass a skill check to drink water.
or a strength check.
That is a skill check. Silly.
How's strength skill? Come on.
Well, no, it's like... I mean, I guess it's technically like, I think it... Well, actually... Emmy's going to be real mad at this conversation. Is it an ability check? Because... Hold on. What is a strength check called? It is an ability check, because it's your ability score. So it's not a skill. Because skills are like performance, deception, persuasion, that sort of thing. So it's an ability check.
Well, we have the ability to get back in the game.
Okay, well, you know, I feel like that was worth a little bit more than just pure silence for 4 to 5 seconds. Like, I put in the Google search, I looked it up.
4 to 5. Sorry, I was actually syncing up a new feed, so I have a crispy vision of what's going on here.
You know what? That's fair. We will get back into the game, though. Thankfully, it wasn't all that long. I feel like whenever you see a player DC, I do generally feel like those are the quicker rehosts. You know, obviously the full ones where we got to invite everybody back, those are a bit longer, but just got Loira slotted back in. Now we'll get back into round 3. Tied up 1-1 pretty quickly. As, by the way, it's not actually kitchen. It is bar and cocktail as the third site we've gone to. Loira, freshly back in the lobby, hoping he can spot somebody creeping below this barricade. Seems like he might very well find one, but no. Seemed like somebody was...
Honestly, I was so expecting the attackers to just pre-fire the door there. It's such a common, like, it's a common little spot to do. Oh! Look at the state of this. It's close quarters. Everyone's only inches away from one another. KZ and Herds coming to blows there in the opening few seconds. Herds actually gets the better of him, despite having that UMP and that slower fire rate. Bok thinking about a C4 from outside. This is throwing me back to NAL. Earlier on this week, where we had 5 C4s on nearly every cafe defense from Wildcard. It's not quite that extreme here. Fury are bringing 3, though, so you're expecting a little bit of value to be found out of at least one of them.
Just waiting for it. Seeing which player blinks first. Loira also thinking about going for one. Prepping it outside the white window, though I don't believe anybody's there at the moment. Nate obviously in the general area, but further up on Cocktail right now. A patient game from Furia. Obviously, this is the site. Can't really walk straight through it like KZ did last time. That's what Nate was waiting for. Boxera finally moving, thinking he was saved. Nate on the long angle finds 2 from the exact same position. Minute 18 remaining, and Nate giving Team Liquid Alienware a 5-3.
I mean, you talk about patience from Fury. It's patience from both sides there, isn't it? Nade's holding an angle for what feels like a minute and probably is close to. Maya's now got himself into underneath the new hatch and can start to work across and assist for Epox now, who's taking up that position that Nade was occupying. Nade flicking himself over, getting a little bit deeper on that white window, and is going to come to blows with Herds here. But a bit of a fight back in the mid-round from Furia as they clean up all 5. They got 3 and then it just started to flow. Players known at that point, happy to swing onto the window and happy to take their chance.
It had to have been some kind of mistiming there. I mean, we just got one guy dropping straight down the skylight with nobody around him. You have, of course, then the later 1v1 on Cocktail Rappel. Herds also winning his one with the player over there. Seemed like maybe there's supposed to be a successful push in through, I think, like Christmas or Cigar or something, and Volbs also got a double kill from that position. That's probably, I think, the load-bearing engagements of the round, because if they're able to get those kills, they're in a likely better position to trade out the player dropping the skylight, especially if he's then distracted with the player rappelling in on Cocktail. So Volbs able to get that double kill, or whoever it was at least, able to get that double kill, turning a 3v5 into, well, I think an important set of kills that were quite difficult, but then once they fall, just 3 isolated 1v1s that Furia able to win very effectively, now retaking their lead away from Team Liquid Alienware. Big round out. You mentioned that last time Furia played this, it was 6-0 on the defensive half and 1-7 on the attacks total. But if that trend continues here, not in that, like, it's another 6-0 half, but if Furia are by far and away better on defense than they are on attack, getting every round they can get here will be of vital importance, and pressures on Team Liquid Alienware to try to pick up some rounds where they weren't able to before.
Round 4. And as the mirror is still available, the mirror will be played. It managed to evade those start of round 4 bans. It was Nazami instead that got taken care of. I would have thought the mirror would have been targeted in some way. Loira, thinking about a bit of aggression early. very often find him just at a window, just at a doorway in these early portions of the round. Cafe, of course, a lot of options for cheekily sneaking outside as you're expecting these players to get on the rappel. And Fury are wanting to challenge that right at the window. Not only Lawyer are looking for trouble, but Volps as well. Inside a cigar at the moment. This is where we saw the patience really start to pay for Team Liquid Alienware. Obviously, the round didn't go in their favor, but having that patience and having that knowing that Fury are going to try and make some of these more aggressive plays. You've sometimes just got to let them come into you or try and flush them around with pieces of utility, of which there's quite a bit here for T-Law to go with. Of course, got those track stingers, nades, and that Deimos tracker. It's going to be nade to kick things off. Takes down the star of the show from round one. A player that's had a big impact so far, but a great trade there as Furia come out on top after 2 more bodies fall.
You can tell whatever kind of play T-Law hoped to manifest, Fury were ready for it. Volts was watching that angle on White literally since the beginning of the round. JV92 also caught rotating up Brown. Volt was probably not even intending to get that kill, creating a rotate hole, ends up creating a 4v2. Now a 4v1 for Furia. This Nade, ever the rappel player. Good at it too. Only player with kills in round 3. Has the time and positioning to pick Fellapox back up, but Fury have the manpower to just overwhelm his position. Both nades expended just to pick Fellapox back up. That means they know both players outside of this white window. Will take the time to rappel up. But as Furia try to change things, try to go for a bit of a looser play against Furia, they're completely ready for the adaptation. Now you're in that tricky spot as a team where you've tried a couple different styles of play, and maybe we can talk about refining one or both of them, but you're at least trying to think of different options, and Furia have proven that they don't really care.
And I think that's part and parcel of attacking on this map, right? It can be a very difficult map to attack onto. Team Liquid Alienware already having one attacking round. I'm not going to say that's what the round will be decided from, but it's going to be a really big factor. Still got a plentiful amount of this first phase left as well. There's still 25 seconds in this round. Although with the positions that are being held, it is going to look a little bit tricky, especially losing that kill there. Volp's going to pick up the last 2. Felipox trying to drop down and at least get something back as a trade, give himself half a chance. Not able to do so. Taken down there by Volps as he's able to swing and flick both with the Vector. Tactical timeout for Team Liquid Alienware. Going to try and bring a little bit of stability to this first half. They are going to be looking for, 2, potentially 3 attacking rounds here, as they know that Furia are a team that struggle on this map.
And that sense of urgency, I think, reflected by, of course, the tactical timeout being taken, but also that Team Liquid Alienware, when they get to that defensive side, they'll have the advantages of a lot of the different things on Cafe that we've seen them struggle against so far. Furia have made great use of the Architect operators throughout the first 3 rounds of this half. Castle Azami, Clash, Mira quite a few times as well. Then, of course, switching things up. We saw a little bit of a different focus, but still the Mira in play in round 4. Those are difficult tools to deal with on any map, but in particular on Cafe. And, you can maybe hope to rely on those a little bit more, especially if Furia struggle on the attack. So when you think about the substance of those defenses, these attacks become ever more important, especially as only site Team Liquid Alienware have been able to win was, well, I was about to say Reading Room, and I was going to say there's a possibility Furia could go back there, but no. Instead of going to Reading Room, which to be fair, they lost previously, they'll try out Kitchen. And for 2 best of 3s in a row for you and I, Ollie, you will get to cast every single site on Cafe.
Yeah, it's not always that it happens, is it? Obviously, we did get that cocktail round back in round 3. Back down to the Kitchen now. Much more sort of predictable that Kitchen is going to be played, isn't it? It's more the cocktail pick that's the bit of a red herring thrown into there. Furia. Got Volps on the top floor. Doesn't look like he's looking to hold there too seriously. I imagine what he was doing up there really on the warden. It's not like he's got much utility that he can place out. Maybe just prepping a window or something for a little bit later on. Large focus of the pressure is, of course, going to come in this mid-floor. Ooh, hatch open as well. Wow. Dining is going to be a good target here. It's going to be slightly easier for Team Liquid Alienware to make a little bit of progress through that side. Herd's thinking about a bit of an early C4 off the rip. Do believe the player will be too far away. Unless they go right up to the wall, in which case you may have a field day, but it looks as though T-Law sort of cottoned on to the fact that this hatch is open on the backside, is at least for now, all the focus has been through that freezer portion. It's not too unusual. You do expect a freezer push. It is a very popular approach here, particularly with the bottom of those white stairs. And if you can get someone in onto Brown, KZ, oh, it should be a freebie here. He knows that he's there, just manages to let him cross.
Still finds him, though. Hurts potentially, I think, going for the re-swing on the window. KZ ready for it, or maybe drop down to the small bake to get that kill. Either way. Stopping Hurts from rotating back. C4 might have been used, but that's one gun now absent for what is normally a 5-man hold on this bottom floor. You want to hold positions like Kochek, hold positions like bottom Brown, so losing a rung of that is going to pose some problems for Furia, especially now that Nade finds another kill. Team Liquid Alienware just outside of the building, piecing apart this defense, dissecting everything quite nicely. Volp's also down. I don't even know how, but with this 2v5 and one of them spotted on the Soliton scanner, I mean, this guy's not getting out of Kochek. Never mind. Diaz threads the needle between the window frame and the wall. On the next kill, though, he falls short. JV92 and Felipox put Box Zera in a bad position, who's forced to rotate back with the entire attacking team surrounding the bomb site. Spotted on the drone as well. There is no need to attempt to plant. Team Liquid Alienware have the manpower and the positions to pinch out this mute and narrow Furia's lead by 1.
I mean, T-Law have just picked it apart, haven't they? Furia have gone for a very loose hold of that kitchen site. Oftentimes when you see kitchen played, you'll get Echo. You might even get Maestro. You'll get Goyo. You'll get a lot of those really heavy-hitting anchor operators. There was none of it. It was very loose. It was very free. We've got Mozzie. We've got Thorn. We've got a couple of traps. We've got some C4s. We're looking to try and make plays, win gunfights. And it wasn't until, what, the third kill had come, and it was 2 versus 4, that we finally got a gunfight won.
Located by attackers.
To see the Thorn take out Meyer as he was pushing through main door, but it was just a formality at that stage. T-Law had a great idea as to where everybody was, and they could just continue to work that split pressure down onto everyone. Everyone attacking from opposing sides and really making it difficult, life very difficult on that bottom floor. We didn't even see any vert get opened there, Lynx. Like, it was such a light round from a utility perspective on both sides, really.
I'm sorry, is that voice line really loud for you too?
No, my audio isn't that good at the minute. I don't know why.
For some reason, that voice line was way louder than everything else. It scared me. That's so funny. Anyway, one thing to point out as well, by the way, Team Liquid Alienware 4-1, the opening duels right now. 2 of those, of course, well, actually, I think 3 of those coming in rounds at Fury have 1, so a lot of success being left on the table, and we're still possibility of a tied half. So Fury started things off quite well, and now just looking for the conversion. As for their final attack on Reading Room and Fireplace, likely we'll see some vertical. As Felipox bringing the ram. Got plenty of opportunities to open up angles in the site. There you go.
Another round, another opening pick. KZ. Him and Nade have been dominating this stat line so far for T-Law. We were expecting them to be good on the opening pick. They came into the day plus 26, tied. Top spot. Fury on the flip side, I've already mentioned it. Negative 26.
Oh.
Looks like it's getting a little bit worse here. As Nade, fancying an early pick himself, has found a great kill there over onto Herds. Trying to play the top of those white stairs. JV92 just calling for a little bit of electrification to be dealt with there. KZ can likely get himself into position to do that and start to see that top floor opened a little bit further. But these angles on the rappel, they're just so punishing right now.
They basically won the entirety of round 5 this way from outside the building, waiting for Fury to rotate or take gunfights. It worked perfectly in round 5. And round 6, as they actually enter the building, Maya finds another. KZ with a very direct line onto a player farther down into Cocktail. Maya cutting off the flank. If you're hoping to get antsy and disrupt this T-Law play, it's not working so far. KZ was already 1 foot in the grave. The C4 just confirms that fact, but they got 55 seconds with all of these vertical angles open. They've got some good remaining Grim utility. They've got some flashbangs as well. Even the nades. Maya's not even used any of his secondary utility. It's going to be a tricky one for Furia to clutch. Not like that 3v5 with separate 1v1s. Playing so passive, waiting for Furia to overswing. Maya punishing them for it, and Diaz down for the count as well. Team Liquid Alienware recognizing Furia's strength on the defense, decide to remove it entirely. They tie the half, 3-3.
Team Liquid on the attacks is actually pretty good. I mean, Ollie mentioned it as well, right? They are incredibly good on the entries. We're seeing that every single time. They got almost every single round the entries. Their conversion, on the other hand, Leo, that was where it got really rough for the side of Liquid.
Yeah, arguably it should have been an even better side. Arguably, I can agree with the pick of attack. It should have been at least a 5-1 split. The main thing is, if you take a look at a couple of rounds on the side of Furia, round 1 and round 3 in particular, it's rounds where Liquid is in a heavy man advantage. All they need to do here, look, 5-4, they're in the right positions. They rappel in. Problem is, they all do so one by one. One rappels in heaven, he gets killed. Another players try to rappel in a little bit later. You're going to see him right now. Rappelling into planks, again, alone. He gets C4'd. Another player tries to get the trade. He dies again, alone. And that's the same story around 3. And even worse, it's a 5v3. And once again, when they go towards the rappel in, what do we see Furia do? Get aggressive against the players on the windows, all at the right time, all together. And look at this. They went from a 5v3 to a 5v0, or basically a 3v0, in a span of, what, 20 seconds? And so I'd love to see the adaptation on side of Furia. First and foremost, the ace from KZ with the Deimos, playing aggressive, hunting down the aggression on the side of Liquid. On the side of Furia, sorry. Why not? I like it. It's pretty cool, but it's also relying on one person going crazy. What I love to see, though, is towards the end, after he gets his crazy ace, there is a tag timeout, and Liquid figure out all we need to do is just wait for those picks. And if you look at this, look at how many kills they get just from outside. First was on Winding Window, the second one was outside Garage, the third one was outside Main Door, and so Furia, they understood that their win condition was playing towards Team Liquid, getting aggressive towards the end of the round. Team Liquid, all they had to do is wait for their picks, and that was how they managed to bring this back. But I would argue, Anne, that Liquid was the better team, and they should have been happy with a 5-1 split, although 3-3 is still decent on Cafe.
I was going to say, yeah, on Cafe, I think you should still be very happy with 3 attacking rounds, especially given what we saw from Furia earlier as well, right? Given that attack for Furia and NIP both seemed really difficult. Going into the operator ban phase now for the second half, a pulse ban is definitely not something we see often.
That looks like a target ban. That looks like a target ban for the dining bomb sites, where he's going to be playing towards the basement. That's going to be also for the top floor bomb site, where he's going to be playing towards train. So I believe that's just VODs watching and then making sure they remove it. I like the utility bans on the side of Team Liquid. They don't want to have to deal with the fast-paced executes with the Ying and Glass on the side of Furia. It removes an aspect of unpredictability, but it also opens up Dokaibi, Solid Snake, Deimos, who I'm sure Furia are going to abuse.
That should be good for Furia, because we talked about it the last time we saw them play this map. They didn't win a single attack until it went all the way to overtime. So how much can Furia improve here to lock in their own epic?
Well, some improvements might be quite exigent for Furia, Ollie, because if we're talking about Team Liquid Alienware leaving on the table potentially a 5-1 half, and the worst outcome is they just tie it on Cafe attack, that is an immensely good sign for what could happen in this series. Of course, attacks don't bear on defenses. They're two independent halves, but just based on what we know, Team Liquid Alienware, if this is the worst outcome, are in a very good position on their opponent's pick.
Yeah, and I think Leo made a great point there. I think it definitely should have been a better difference at the half for Team Liquid. They should have been looking at a 4-4-2, a 5-1. However, after the tactical timeout, that's where we saw them really shape up. And it'll happen fairly often for a lot of different teams all around the world, is that they'll just have a slower start, won't they? It's a best of 3 at the end of the day. As soon as you're not in the best of 1 territory and there's not that maximum pressure on every single round right from the off, you do get teams, having a bit of a slower start and having to get a little bit of a reality check somewhere. I feel like Liquid have had that now at this point, and they can start to continue to move through. Obviously, if they start to make silly errors here on the defense, then we can call that, call that out as well. But at least for me, since the tack, it's looked a lot better from this side. Now they've just got to try and hold on these defenses, and in a very stark contrast to what we saw from Furia when they themselves defended downstairs. there is a heck of a lot to chew through here. Tuberal, Echo, Goyo, you name it. Team Liquid Alienware have got it here. They are looking to try and anchor down pretty hard. Although KZ, he's happy for a little bit of a walkout, wants to stretch his legs. Don't need the Soliton scanner for that one, Loira.
I want to point out, Loira was sitting facing the corner, Soliton scanner not even out. Leo mentioned there might be some VOD watching. I mean, if that's the level of counters we're seeing, that he's like, I know this guy's going to run out double door. I know he's going to do it. Tries to hop in the double window, though, and JV92 playing a position. You don't need the VOD review to know that somebody's playing there. He gets the initial engagement, but Box Zero on the trade. That's an individual 1v1. Furia maybe need to be a little bit more careful, but he wins that fight. Gets the trade. Retains the man advantage for Furia. Volps 1 HP. That is a defender right around the corner. Yes, he catches it just in time. Elpox firing some SMG 11 shots on the way out. But Furia with a minute remaining, bakery control established. They are looking very good going into this execute.
A lot depends on where these Vulcan packs are now, and of course, how many Yokais are still up and active. You can see one inside a small break. Maya trying to make his way back down there is going to get cut off by Herds. As it looks like Bok's going to try and find another, but the Yokai drone's starting to come in now.
But again, given this advantage, we don't have a C4. You're just relying on the Yokais. It's one thing if this was 20, 15, 10 seconds remaining, but 40 seconds remaining? The impact of that primary utility from Nade is not going to be high. Volp should be able to get him, put this diffuser down. He gets one kill. The Fury not as strong in the way and as they were before, but a Firebolt remaining as well will force a key player off, but Fellapox with another. Though right as I say that, Nade spotted all the way through two separate walls, right through an object. Furia get the double kill to finish things off. A little bit of a hiccup on the entrance there, but with the lead compounded earlier by waiting for T-Law to swing, it's going to be hard to mess that round up.
It really hung in the balance there, didn't it? There was a moment where it was very possible for T-Law to get that one over the line, and it was basically because Volps was 1 HP on the Monty. If your Monty's 1 HP, they're fairly useless because they're going to get something thrown at them when they start to get that plant down. There is going to be a pixel of flesh available to shoot, and all you've got to do is land one bullet, a little bit of damage from a nade, a little bit of damage from a C4 smoke, you name it. Now, unfortunately for T-Law, they didn't really have much of that utility to lean into. The Yokai drone, of course, isn't going to do damage. It's just going to give you that disorientating effect. So a very close round, regardless of the man count, just in how chipped down Furia had been on the way to that final execute. But they were able to get it over the line. They utilized the Capital utility extremely well, not only to screen, but also to buy them a little bit of area, do a little bit of zone control back onto the defenders and give themselves a chance at getting in. And they still had that split pressure coming in from that main door into kitchen as well. We are going to see a side change now, not a reattempt downstairs, but Furia already looking a little bit better than they did the other day here on the attacks.
Instead of their first victory coming in round 13, it comes in their first round on the attack. Whole 6-round difference. Pick up their first attack. Nobody's going to complain about that, and certainly not Furia. Kitchen is the first attempt for T-Law, did not work. We will now rotate up to the second floor, reading room and fireplace as our next site defended. Of course, you can squint your eyes, and this will look awfully a lot like a fireplace mining defense as well. We're going to see a lot of similarities between these two sides and between these two sites as well. Kind of the name of the game. New defending Cafe, 3 players up top that Furia will have to worry about, but with that shield in play, seems like we got a good idea for what they want to do.
Great information here for Volps. There's one playing inside a cocktail, and there's the one playing on planks. Turn his attention toward the white stairs, give himself a chance if anyone does decide to jump out. No laser gate on the white stairs either, so needs to be cautious for a C4. Will be a player just at the bottom right now. He's going to be allowed to cross. Leaves it to be a little bit more unpredictable. Herds instead trying to make a little bit of progress as he's already in long bar.
He's made his way up. We saw KZ work this spot quite well. It was a shotgun in hand, this time on the rappel. Volps with the first pick. Herds quickly moving in. Can't quite find a kill, though. I think down's the Aruni on the way down. KZ with the layering gets the C4, and oh my god, I just realized he's the last one standing. Well, make that the second to last one standing, as Nade, who fell down the laundry hatch, is then immediately taken down from the vertical angle. KZ, what a flick on the Loira! More luck than anything, but KZ, we can attribute that one to skill because it's all small Pyrrhic victories in round 8. Furia cascade across the top floor and don't stop moving.
Furia starting to look quite good now, aren't they? Maybe I will be eating my words come the end of this series. I mean, Team Liquid Alienware, They've no timeout left now, Lynx. Like, that was a classic round to call a timeout after, just to try and break a little bit of the momentum, because you've not been able to do anything really there. You haven't been able to hold on to that top floor, and you've not been able to win any gunfights there either. You can't be relying on those site players, especially when there's 4, 5 defenders left standing. It does just become too much of an ask. So Furia's start here has been fantastic. It's been electric. They still have the tactical timeout as well. They were very likely saving it for the attacking rounds for if things got a little bit difficult, if things got a little bit dicey. It's looking like at the moment they might not even need it. T-Law are the ones that are really on the back foot now. Those 2 rounds that Furia have won right off the side change are going to give them immense confidence here. Team Liquid Alienware still scrapping around, trying to find a site that they can at least pick a round win up on now. They're going for the alternate mid floor here. Still going to be trying to hold on to this top floor. I was going to talk about this a little bit earlier, and I think it's maybe relevant now given the operator selection. It was actually a Cade that got banned by Furia. So you've still got things like a Mirror, you've still got things like an Aruna. You can bring those DMRs and really rule the roost on that top floor. And it's not a strategy that T-Law are looking to play at the minute. Sure, we've got 2Brow. JV is going to be playing that DMR, but it's not like you've got the ability to do it in conjunction with those mirror windows the same way that we saw Furia try and do it.
Yeah, instead just going for more of that layered setup with these C4s that we've seen a lot of teams like to go for, and that I think, you know, if you think about it, on Cafe in particular, one of the main places we see people try to lure people in, go for the C4s from below, but KZ using one quite early outside of the hatch. They don't have the 5 C4s wildcard broad. They don't have a gigantic surplus. That one missing might hurt a little bit, as C4ing through the floor sounds easy, and then you try to do it, and if the other 2 go wide, that's the strat done and dusted. KZ, DOS Box 0 on the rappel. JB92 might try to pick up another if this player outside of Snow Door isn't really thinking straight. He'll back up. The gameplay from Team Liquid Alienware is not to contest too fervently. Oh, never mind. Right as I say that, we got a double swing on this door, and Lawyer, whether he knows it or not, probably gets away with his life.
Yeah, he's relying on the edge up to do a lot of the heavy lifting there, but if one of them runs out and burns it and the other one follows them out, you never know what may happen. T-Law trying to contend much more at the fringe now, in a similar vein to what we saw Furia doing. Not giving access to the building, not allowing players to just get onto Rappel for free, giving them something to worry about. See Loira back to that reading door, conscious that someone might just try and make a little bit of a play out of it, and wanting to link up at the moment with Vulps, who's just got himself to the bottom of these white stairs. Herds watching down below. Vulps has got so much to watch right now. It looks like we're going to try and get this wall open into dining, give a few lines of sight. It's going to be very difficult for the 2 players remaining in that room to actually get out and make any impact, especially if that corridor's being watched as well.
You can see the plan, though. 2 players down below inside a kitchen. Going to try to deny these plants from below. Furia read into it. Now they're going for the clear, but with 1 player prone around the corner. JV92 baits both of them in. Herds and Vulps both fall, and now Maya gets another. Diaz Lucas, who's watched the team collapse in front of him, just picks up the first. This is the backline player who, when the rounds go awry, Furia bet all their chips on a massive clutch, and now he knows that both players are sitting around this diffuser. He's got flashbangs. 2 gunfights he can make more advantageous, but I don't know. He can vault in the window. Does he check the corner? A double swing. Surely doesn't win this. If they both swing like that, he just might. But not today. Team Liquid Alienware almost dropped an immensely important round, but just with sheer manpower, get it over the line.
They are so fortunate that the play was to drop and play from below. The threat of a C4 when the plant's going down, I think Fury will probably re-watch that and maybe kick themselves a little bit that they went chasing so hard, because there are areas that you can try and get the plant down, depending on how the floor's been opened. If you can't throw the C4 up through the floor, if you can only throw it onto the floor, if you can hop onto the desk, if you can hop into the train car, there are ways of getting that plant down, but ultimately it was just a little bit of a step too far. Furia opting to go for the clear. And Maya, of all people, to stand up there and be counted. It was fortunate that he did as well, because it was a very dicey final 2 kills, wasn't it? You think, yeah, we'll just play an on-contact trade on the window. Oh, never mind. Diaz has got a 1 versus 1. Diaz just got 1 for free, did he? There was a very real possibility Diaz picks that last kill up as well, and it would have been one hell of a clutch to put Furia onto a map point here. As it stands, T-Law hold on. reduced that lead by 1 and are looking to try and level things up now. They are avoiding that top floor like the plague and will continue to try and make this basement work.
10 seconds remaining.
And definitely going to be walking around a bit more fearful after almost losing a round in kitchen last time, but need to do so. Tie this half 5-5. He's already tied once. Required a tactical timeout, a couple good adjustments. If you're able to take a bit stronger of an earlier lead before that comeback happened. Now with the advantages they've gained. 3-3 the first half is great. 3-3 the second half is just overtime and a close one when Team Liquid Alienware are trying to keep this one as dominant as possible. Especially if Furia's more streaky, chaotic play style, momentum is going to be oh so important. So continuously denying it, keeping them on the back foot, be of vital importance. Team Liquid Alienware again playing their normal bunker setup, full 5 on the bottom floor, what we normally see on this site. We'll see what Furia can do to deal with it.
This time it's Furia that have got the patience on the attack, isn't it? Looking to try and make T-Law squirm a little bit and see if they can make a mistake. We've had a minute now and basically everybody's still outside. T-Law, though, they have the tools to dig in under the phone call and Capital Fireball. Nade's going to go for a very risky answer there, but it pays off. Nothing off the back of this utility that's just been sent in. Fury needs to be cautious at that because whilst they're bringing a good deal of util, it's not an unending supply. Nade, aggressively off the back of his own Yokai, will look to challenge onto that window again. Second Capital Fireball burnt now, and Maya with an opening pick onto Loira.
Might find another if he wants to take that 1v1, but definitely ill-advised. You've got the 5v4. Holding all these positions is quite important on a kitchen defense. Again, these Dokkaebi calls not even getting damage. None of the players opting to tank it. Beast go in the corner, quickly shot by Maya. This Team Liquid Alienware might take this one flawlessly if you're to keep being shut down in 1v1s like this. This bakery push has not worked out whatsoever. Another call goes out. Nate will be a bit preoccupied on that, but a C4 to cover and close with the SMG-11 as well, but Volps turns on him. Quickly picks up 2 with the secondary, trying to get the long angle. Downs Maya as well, the only one showing up. Same can be said for KZ. TCSG getting the job done. Well, the C4 doing good work for T-Law as well. Diaz Lucas now in another difficult position. This is basically the spot he's been playing in since he entered pro play 4 years ago. The team rushes on ahead, and here he's left. Excellent at his job, but his job is to bail them out of a bad situation. And with KZ 14-7 on the opposite side, I've got bad news for Diaz Lucas. Even if you spot him with the bees, there's a good chance that you're about to be lucky number 15. They all go deep. They spread wide across kitchen. Diffuser in hand. We'll try to bait them out. No C4, no Gershmont to force him off. He hears them swing, gets some information as well, but tagged up a little bit as he falls off. Now pushing deeper as Team Liquid Alienware not making a single wrong move. KZ, an ace earlier, a 4K now, ties the half for Team Liquid Alienware.
Great piece of utility that was lingering inside a kitchen there. Bulletproof camera, and all 3 of the dead Team Liquid Alienware players watching that camera. They knew exactly what was going on there. Furia, as predicted, they have saved this tactical timeout for when the going gets tough on these attacks. T-Law have been able to stabilize themselves here. They used theirs in the attacking phase and have managed to try and drag 2 rounds back so far. I'm going to say it, Lynx. A very strange decision from Furia to just remove all the pace out of the game. I think they'll look back at that and think that that was a bit of an error because the speed had been working quite well for them. You think about round 7, round 8, they were lightning quick. They weren't wasting any time. Very quickly at taking control, very quickly at, walking in off the back of utility. We saw so much utility used there and nothing off the back of it. 2 Dokkaebi phone calls and nothing. Capital fire arrows and nothing. It wasn't as if they were trying to displace these players. It looked like they were just trying to harass them a little bit because the Fury in round 7 and 8, they'd have sent that fireball in and immediately been swinging, immediately been peeking. They would have really been trying to do something about that. I was also really surprised to see they didn't bring any sort of Hibana or any extended breach for dealing with the player behind Bakery because Nade was able to do so much work from there. He burnt so much time.
It almost seemed like they were trying to take a page out of T-Law's book, like, oh well, they did that to us, and we swung and we got caught by it. We'll do that here, and I just don't think Team Liquid Alienware are that team anymore. Like,
no,
I think
the board. Honestly, they've gone from being that team to being really passive, really patient, and knowing when to turn it on and off. Yeah, they've matured. It's great.
And to that point, I think a couple years ago when they were under Fury, when they were under W7M, you know, maybe that style of play that Fury did that round, maybe that probably works. Team Liquid Alienware probably swing. They probably get aggressive, but I swear to God, the only swing I saw that round was Maya swinging out a small bake once at a minute 30 seconds, got a kill, and he was like, oh, all right, I'm good now. I don't need to go for another bite. These, like you said, and we say they play bored. That's not an admonishment. That's a compliment. That means a team that they know exactly what the steps are. They don't need to overcomplicate it. And they're like, nope. I get paid to do a job. I get paid to win, and that's what I'm gonna do. I don't care if it means sitting in one place for 3 minutes. And well, now that's what Laura might be doing, trying to maybe catch somebody rotating down below. As to be fair, you talk about people who not necessarily swinging, but doing a lot of movement. Team Liquid Alienware did rotate down below to try to play that vert before, and different site, but. So it could be an issue, and Laura clearly trying to get ready for that.
Maybe it's something about playing under the Team Liquid Alienware banner, because I think back to previous, Liquid teams, and there was an argument to say that they were a little bit passive, a little bit patient sometimes. Could just be something to do with that. Laura. Oh, nearly a first two! Oh, just paints a picture around Maya's head. He was going left, right, and above. Couldn't land the finishing blow. Maya gets it off as a trade. Nade will fall. But at least for T-Law, it's a 1-for-1.
Nice 1-for-1 at that. Now moving into the mid-round, we see Fury looking to try to get a couple more kills. DS, sniped on that long angle by Maya. Clean little 3v3 right now as Furia rotating down below, trying to hold on the best that they can, but Furia do have time to reset, and especially with only one player remaining on that top floor, I think Furia should get this vertical control in hand.
Well, there was one player remaining on the top floor, but that one player is Felipox. And although he doesn't get a huge amount of kills, you can usually rely on him for a couple of really important frags. And that's what he's found there. Herd's now left with no option. He's using Selmas to try and create this vert. C4 will go awry from Felipox, but it was worth a chance at this point. Herds, he's had some moments in this game so far. Couple of really big rounds. Is this going to be one of them? Felipox already a little bit low. 44 seconds on the clock and a drone inside of Pillar. White Stairs as well, caught out on the drone. Brilliant opening engagement's going to take down Felipox.
Yeah, able to find one on the hip fire. Normally don't see those engagements work out for the player dropping. Doesn't have a whole lot of time. One flashbang remaining. Bit of secondary utility. What information does he have? Pre-fire almost nails the head on Maya. Got some 1v1s right as he crosses a nice little flick on a JV92. But half HP. Surely Maya's got this. He swapped places for a reason. T-Law chose him over Herds. Surely this 1v1 has to go only one way. Surely he's got to fall. But not when Herds is hitting shots like that. All tied up to map point for Furia. Herds gets the job done.
Well, we said that he's had a couple of big rounds so far, and that round will go down. Round number 11 as another big Herds round. Managed to break down the engagements beautifully. Caught Felipox. I think Felipox was just trying to rotate over into wheel room, get a little bit of an angle on maybe the bottom of those red stairs, be just an alternate force, because for the rest of them, they were very bunched up all inside of reading. At that point, it makes it quite easy for somebody like Herds to try and hit that off. You can see he's got the AK-12, a great weapon. He knows the spots. He knows the pre-fires. He was pre-firing people's heads. They were like behind little bookcases and behind pillars and stuff in the room. It was crazy stuff. He knew the positions that were going to be being occupied. T-Law just left themselves with too much time on the clock and nowhere really to hide. There was nowhere that they could generate a really good on-contact swing. That was the space that Felipox was trying to buy. It was just fortunate timing from Herds that he was able to catch him on that rotation. 2 big kills from Felipox in round 11, but overshadowed by the 3 kills clutch that Herds was good for.
Now, I mean, I'm not blaming Diaz for this, but if he had clutched that 1v4, that'd be the map. 7-4 for Furia off the back of that 1v3. Unfortunately, not today, and I don't think anybody's ever going to expect a player to clutch a 1v4 like that. But still, this has been a dangerously close half for both teams. I think the most dominant round we've had what, 3 bodies remaining for Furia in round 8. Since then, it's been either 2 or 1 remaining. Obviously, both of the ones where the failed DS 1v4 and the successful Herds 1v3. It has been a tense game of Rainbow Six on Cafe so far. Now for potentially the final site of the map, Fury are looking to win their pick. They got to deal with this fireplace and mining defense where we still have not only 2 C4s, but the Solus as well. They wanted to play the verticality here. Instead, Fury are just going to play the entry game. Volp's hopping in, finds nade, back turned. First C4 works, not for plant now, but instead apply that layer. Herd's punished for his 1v3, and that's the verticality dealt with.
It's a massive pick there. You've lost nade. Okay, you've lost the Razor Blooms. You've lost that looser player. But realistically, you are relying quite heavily on those boogie drones to get a lot of this heavy lifting done in terms of opening up the vert. Top floor control has now been gained, but as you can see, there's not much to do with it. I'm sure that Lawyer has probably used his lifeline to open up as much as he can. Aside from Lion's DMR, maybe you've got the bailiff on Grim. You're just going to be struggling to get that impact, to get those big, wide open holes so that you can start to limit and pressure these players down on site. On the flip side, we've got C4, KZ. He's got Valkyrie camera inside a cigar currently being watched. I imagine a C4 will be attempted on this vert at some point.
I mean, you'd have to think so, and you have to imagine Fury are ready for that as well, especially since Loira catching KZ, walk up, Maya quickly opening up a new line of sight. Loira got to deal with 2, but hits the flick on 1. It's a good trade. But Loira with heroics on top of Brown Stairs puts T-Law in a bit of a weird position, unexpected as well. Fellapox feeling pressure to make a play. He's going for the flank. He catches Volps with his launcher in hand, thinking he could go for the execute, land that utility. Now with Maya who can drop down from below, Fellapox who can rain death from above. Fury have to watch a couple different angles, but neither of the ones they expect. Maya's still holding on the middle floor. Gets pinched out, utility at his feet. It'll have to be another 1vx. Furia have gotten all of them so far with no C4. Fellapox has got to trade through one bomb site, one connector to make his way through with a Blackbeard in his way as well. This one's likely not going to go his way, but if he's hitting flicks like that, there might just be a chance, especially with the Blackbeard ADSing! No vision, no line of sight necessary. He sees the bullets, lines up his target, counter defuse, sends us to OT.
I cannot believe that Philippox has clutched that. What a play! He has been on a lap of the map to get that done. All the way up White Stairs, down White Corridor, great opening pick. Furia had no idea that there was a flank on there. He's left Maya in a tough spot, granted, but he has redeemed himself and then some. A 1 versus 2 against a Blackbeard? That just should not happen.
And you could see in the Blackbeard's mind as well, just sitting right there with the reinforcement on the wall. He's like, oh, I'm good. Like, I'm good at ADS. What's he going to do? Shoot me through the reinforcement? There's just a little bit of softball next to it. Just a little bit of softball. Finds the direct line onto that Blackbeard's head. Oh, what a bummer. Now, overtime between these two teams. 3-3 halves apiece. But Furia get the benefit of the defense to start. We haven't seen necessarily their strength like we saw on the previous Cafe with that 6-0 defensive half. Furia were able to close it out in OT before, win their one defense, win their one attack. Of course, in that series, sent it to a second map. Looking to do the same thing here on their pick. It has been hard fought. And Fury have made magic happen just like T-Law have. If not a little bit more often. See what they can do. As with the benefit of the defense, will take us to Fireplace and Mining to start.
A great series already, this, isn't it?
I'm having a good time.
I mean, we might just be here for the duration. It might be 8-7s all the way. You never know. OT in map 1 does bode well for a good competitive series between T-Law and Furia. T-Law going to be on the attack for the overtime. I mean, 3-3 sides doesn't really swing one way or the other, does it? It's not like you look at it and go, oh, it must be all wrapped up. Similar to Furia's previous OT on Cafe. Only a short time ago. They were able to flip the script there, though. This time on the other side of things, T-Law looking to do just exactly that. Come out on top on a side, which, whilst they did get a 3-3 split, could have been a lot better. I don't think they'll be feeling too hard done by. Now going for one of their more trademark slower paced rounds here, though, but whereas we've seen Furia previously really trying to challenge on these windows and challenge on these extremities, Doesn't look like they're doing it this time, Lynx. They're really backed up. They're not, you know, not pressuring the windows. Just kind of happy to cede a little bit more of that control and maybe have the man counts for later on.
That's what T-Law doesn't want to see. I mean, if Fury are, thinking back all the way to, 6 rounds ago, and being like, they started playing more passive and we were swinging them. They kind of caught us with that. Let's just play more passive. Ooh. I mean, that's great for Furia, but rough for T-Law, especially with the utility they're bringing, the Castle and the Mira. Furia just, I think, really understanding the win conditions of this strat while also understanding how Team Liquid Alien were able to come back and tie that first half. That was so long ago now. Maya just creeping his way off along the new hatch. Haven't even opened up the castle, separating Christmas and Cigar. Really struggling for openings on that second floor. C4 shot by Volps. As everyone has fallen back. I mean, I feel like I'm watching T-Law right now, Ollie. This is not how Furia play.
I know, it's like watching T-Law on both sides, isn't it? We've got T-Law on the attack, and we've also got T-Law on the defense. Big pick, though, from Maya. He was just trying to find Lawyer. He had a bit of a yellow ping there. Knew that there was someone in the vicinity, and KZ is shoving a crowbar in and ramming this wide open. Got himself positioned inside of Reading now. Good for taking Volps down, but traded out by Bok. Bok just tucked in. I don't think he realized he was just behind the corner inside of Reading. The time, going to be an issue in this one.
That's going to be a big issue, especially if Boxera's catching him off guard like that, a 1v1. But JV92 hits another flick, sees him prone as well. DS Lucas, another 1vx. T-Law, I say that though, they've dropped so many of these. They've given Furia so many openings. 3v5s, 1v3s. DS Lucas searching for redemption against 2 more players from Team Liquid Alienware. And with only 6 seconds remaining, he's got information to watch his cross, but DS, he's known for his patience, and what's he gonna do? He's just gonna wait out the clock! Volps laughing in their face as DS wins and puts us on map point without a single shot fired in red time.
I don't know what to watch this sometimes. T-Law have just handed that round on a plate. They did such a good job. All right, it was slow. That's fine. But it didn't cost them anything. It just cost them a few drones. Little bit of utility here and there. Didn't cost them a body. They got top floor pretty much for free. They were able to transition that into 2 kills. That was a 5 versus 3. They didn't realize that Bok was chilling out inside of Reading. Okay, fair play. That happens. He gets taken out. Brilliant. And now we're just going to let one player dug in on Fireplace, and we're just going to challenge the one angle that he can hold that's advantageous to him. It just seems like such a missed opportunity there. T-Law, it's like they forgot they had utility. It's like they forgot that they had things that they could use to flush that player out, buy themselves a bit of time, screen, give themselves some area. They are certainly not making this series easy. A clutchy series from both sides. But if it goes the way of Furia, they're the clutches that we'll remember. It'll be Diaz. It'll be Herds. It'll be big round moments. Downstairs to kitchen now. T-Law on the defense, looking to try and shut up shop again. Echo, Goyo. Two-Brow, Smoke, lot of zone control. Not expecting them to rotate too much. Now, remember what I said previously. Last time we saw Fury attack this site, they took all the pace out of the round. They weren't following that utility back up. They were just throwing it in there and then not really doing anything, just watching angles, passively hoping something's going to happen. This lineup does not suit that play style. However, Fury have changed things up. We've got Aurora, we've got a Blitz. It speaks to a little bit more speed. I just hope that they're able to utilize that. I hope they can get their utility in and start to push quite quickly, because if that's the lineup that they're going for, they need to play to those strengths.
Gathering information is going to be an important part to manifest that strength on this attack. You hit the go button and it's going to be quick. You need to know every single position. You need to have everything already mapped out. Herd's making the job easier. Talk about zone denial. Your smoke going down early is the exact opposite of what you want to see. Volp's finding another from outside. And it seems Furia, who are going to maybe go 20, 30 seconds later, now that they have this 4v3, now that Echo's down for the count as well, they might just decide to end it all here. moving their way into Bakery, burning some of this util. Grzmot goes down, but Boxera just ducks behind. Doesn't need to worry about it. Hops back up, takes down JV92 as Lawyer from the backside gets another. And KZ, can you clutch with the best of them? Not in round 14. Top frag, last alive, cannot get the job done. Fury leave it all on the line, but get their pick as a result.
Fury do a really good job there. I think the overtime rounds, fantastic. They managed to save that tactical timeout for a little bit later on into that phase, and it really paid dividends for them. We finally saw a little bit of pace, and we saw them walking in off the back of that utility in that final round on Kitchen. Very, very well deserved, and Liquid are going to be kicking themselves about that one. Fortunately, it's a best of 3. We're going to be going to a break, and we'll be right back with Map 2.
Pauzão do Igor, não. Pera aí. Nunca tomou 7x0. Nunca tomou. Outra coisa, perder da FaZe. Já começa o português errado. Que é perder para a FaZe.
É, tem isso também.
Pra perder da FaZe. Perder da FaZe a gente nunca perdeu. Pra perder o que da FaZe? Já perdeu. Pra perder o quê?
Cair na primeira fase, nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Não.
Nunca caiu na primeira
Só
fase.
fura. 0-3 agora no meio.
Banir fronteira? Que é banir fronteira?
Banir fronteira.
Ah, banir contra ali, que o jogo não valia nada ali, que queria jogar.
Queria jogar, época, né? Verdade. Falar gás antes da cal. Eu não falo gás.
Eu falo?
Tu fala gás?
Não sei.
Não sei também, não falo não.
Ah, vamos colocar que a gente não fez isso.
Não fala não.
Gravar doc de bastidores? Sim.
Gravar doc de bastidores. O que é isso?
Como assim que é bastidor? Você sabe o que é bastidor?
Documentário, tipo, o cara vai lá com a câmera do time e grava.
É, o bastidor, tipo, nada relacionado ao campeonato. Você
a gente nunca usou
no dia a dia do campeonato ali.
A gente nunca usou a palavra bastidor.
Como não usou? Você não sabe o que é bastidor? Você nunca viu um vídeo de bastidor. Tipo, ali o vestiário, tá no vestiário, tá ali antes do
Levar
jogo.
hate no Twitter. Ah, isso aqui é claro, essa aí
você
é louco.
Você aprendeu bastante esse último mês, né?
Pô, experiência própria.
Pauzão do Igão.
Pauzão
do Igor, não.
Pera aí. É o quê?
Não, isso aqui não.
Tu já?
Não.
Pauzão?
Não.
Do Igão?
Não.
Rapaz.
Não. Já teve pause do Igor CTG. Agora esse aqui, não.
Pauzão?
Isso aí, não. Tu já?
Tu nunca?
Não. Tu já?
Eu nunca.
Então não. Então a gente só teve 1,
Mas talvez o quê?
2,
Pauzão do Igão?
3, 4. Mano, ótimo. 3 balas, eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Eu vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma precisão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Errou! Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou! Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste.
Errou!
Ó, mas isso aí... Ó, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, pera aí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta e só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas, eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como.
Isso aqui é pesadão, mano. Salve, rapaziada. Essa é a pescaria maldita aqui. Vamos ver o que ela reserva pra gente aí. Cite 3 jogadores da SAL que são monooperador e justifique sua resposta. Está o Dias, que ele só joga de Ace. Vou citar o Pox, que só joga de Shield.
Agora ele virou mono blindado. E vou citar também... Mono operador, hoje em dia é foda mono operador, né? Os caras é tudo flex, mano. Vou citar eu aí, mano. Só jogo de Harmona, só bonecão bom. E é isso aí mesmo. Qual o jogador da SAL mais feio de todos? Por quê? Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano. Mano, um cara feio. Feio demais, mano. Nossa, tem vários caras feios, mano. Mano, eu acho que vou citar o Flastrai aí, mano. Acho que ele foi mal, o Flastrai, mas dá pra dar uma arrumada aí na lataria, mano. Não sei por que eu pensei no Flastrai, bizarro. Qual é o jogador da SAL mais burro de todos? Por quê? Caralho, burro é pesado também. Tipo, feio também é pesado, né? Eu acho que jogando assim, mano, eu acho que o Stroker, mano. Máximo respeito aí, Guardiola. Você é meu parceiro. Mas jogando, às vezes você é meio burro.
Well, what a crazy way to end that game. What on earth have we just seen? Furia lock in their own map pick, but nearly all of these last few rounds were clutch after clutch after clutch after clutch. Incredible. You see round 11, you see Hertz get the 1v3, you're like, okay, that's a massive for the momentum, right? Round 11, you get a match point. It is incredible. Felipox then comes back with like incredible wallbang that we're seeing there in overtime DS clutches as well. Like, this game is delivering quality. It's what we want to see from an upper bracket final.
I mean, all I gotta say is let's watch the highlights because this game was insane.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, I just think it's look. It starts at the first round. You know, you have this crazy triple kill on the Mira in the white stairs. Then you look at the second round and it's an ace with the Deimos, and then. You know, it just felt like it was a game full of multi-kills, full of hero moves, and towards the end, it got closer and closer. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around how did Liquid lose this realistically? I mean, initially it should have been a 5-1 attack, we've made that clear. But then how many rounds are they losing to clutches? How many more times do we see situations where in a 3v1, you're gonna see a first player pick, a second player pick, and a third one come in with 5 seconds delay? I mean, it's players that have so much experience, that have been at the top level for so long, and yet it's so weird to see them somehow lose these rounds where they just completely lack the discipline that a world champion should have. So I'm still baffled by this, and I don't want to take things away from Hurt or from Diaz. It was incredibly well played from them in those clutch situations. But then again, I mean, you just don't feed these guys opportunities to do that. Like, if you pick, do it together. Even that one was a 1v1, by the way, won by Maya. And honestly, I think it's, if I remember well, I think it's 2 clutches on the side of Liquid, 2 clutches on the side of Furia. It's, I mean, 4 rounds, 4 entire rounds decided just by clutches. That's an insane game. 4 clutches in one map is just, I'm here for it. We're anticipated the banger. I think we have it, Anne.
I truly think we do, right? Because this means Furia wins their own map, right? That's kind of how you expect best of 3s to go. Both teams win their own map pick, it then gets decided on the decider. But the way that it's being done here as well, right, for Furia, if you look at it, you know, you think, okay, maybe Liquid has the upper hand, you know, Furia have to go attack. This is not their strong suit. We're looking at that crazy clutch as well. Send them into overtime once again. Like, my guess was audible when I was watching this. It was actually insane. But here's the big point, right? We're seeing consistently one person step up on the side of Team Liquid Alienware. It's Casey once again in the prime of his career, from what it seems. But it does also seem that, obviously, besides the clutch that we're seeing from Felipox, it might just be him on that side. Whereas on the side of Furia, look at this on the scoreboard. There's multiple players on double digits, right? It feels like it's a little bit more balanced, and they aren't necessarily relying on one person to get the job done.
Yeah, team effort on the side of Furia, everyone can frag out. And to be fair, on the side of Team Liquid, it should be the same thing. However, consistently throughout the stage, throughout kickoff with this new roster, it's consistently KZ and Maya. JV, as I mentioned before, right, had a great game the days before, but he was historically the player that struggled the most. Felipox is always excused with his role, but the rest of the teams, they need to step up. But I don't think really the blame is to be put on any player in particular on the side of Team Liquid. I really believe that they dominated the strategy game. And I think that in overall, most of the rounds, they were the team that was leading in zone control, in manpower. The main thing is, clear out that discipline. Make sure you don't give opportunities to the side of Furia. Because realistically, they're playing against some of the most talented gunplay players in the world. And so if you feed them any kind of opportunity to take a 1v1, more often than not, that 1v1 will go their way. And so I really do think that what makes Team Liquid strong is their chemistry, their cohesion. They should play into that in the next few games, especially in the late round. Stop feeding these 1v1s, start to play as a team.
That's my main concern, right? Because you had some really nice words for Team Liquid Alien, where, you know, strategic advantage and everything in these rounds. But in the end, they still end up with this map lost. Whereas we arguably said, you know, even the first half, that should have been way more in favor of Team Liquid when it came to rounds. And they could have even maybe closed it off here. We're going to go to their own map pick now. And as you mentioned, of course, JV being a really big person yesterday, or when we saw them last in Clubhouse with that big important clutch to send them to EWC. But I'm a little bit worried. Like, what are we expecting from Clubhouse coming out now? When we're looking at it, we're gonna have to see Liquid on the attack. How are we feeling about all of this?
I think overall the map is more boxed in and kind of forces you to play more as a team, which will in turn favor Team Liquid. It's a map on which the clutch potential is a little bit harder because you have more, I guess, easier opportunities to double up or triple up on one player. Cafe, you have to play these crossfires a lot. You have to rappel inside windows. You have to, when you attack, go through certain doorways in multiple different entry points at the same time, which is what gives you, I guess, in defense, the opportunity to clutch a lot. And that's why we saw so many clutches. Clubhouse overall relies a lot more on team play. And so if there's one aspect to the map that favors them, it should be that.
Oh man, I was kind of hoping for another full-on, you know, overtime game with clutch after clutch after clutch, but a best of three tests multiple things, right? It tests your communication, your depth, your map pool, all kinds of things. So this will definitely be requiring different things from both these teams going into this map, especially with a spot in the grand final on the line.
Fury will take that spot if they're able to close this series 2-0 and take Team Liquid Alienware's pick. Their map came at, I think, much more effort than they might have expected, not because it wasn't going to be a close game, but requiring two separate clutches, even DS being in another 1v4 earlier on in that Cafe game. Fury needing to fight as hard as they could to get their map 8-6, and Team Liquid Alienware leaving a lot of rounds on the table, but now uncomfortable territory. Ali, not only do they need to come back, of course, now that the focus is on them, down 0-1, but on their pick with that win against FaZe in very recent history, should be the map where TL are able to make this 1-1 and push us to bank.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? You would really hope that if there is a map in the pool that Team Liquid Alienware can win, it is going to be this Cafe, because that's what they've got in this best of three. As we've mentioned, it's obviously EWC qualification. That's already guaranteed for the 4 teams that we have left here inside of SAL, as it is for all across the regions, really, with the teams that make it to this stage of the playoffs. The top 4 make it to EWC. The important bit comes with those SI points, and it's not something that you can just put off for later. Opportunities to earn those points are few and far between. With no points available at EWC, it gives more weighting into things like Salt Lake City Major, which of course is already said and done. For Team Liquid Alienware, that's an event that they missed out on. So it makes this fixture even more important. There's a huge amount of points available for winning your respective region. And that's what we are fighting for here. T-Law needing to come out of the gate, and they need to come out swinging. It was a war on Cafe. We're expecting it to be a war here, but of a very different sort. I would expect far fewer clutches on this map in particular. And given that's how Furia won 5 of their rounds on Cafe, could lead yourself to believe that it further gives Team Liquid Alienware the advantage here. All things fairly quiet for the first minute. Bok going to be tucked in on the side of this catwalk, and he's just going to find himself an opener. Felipox uses the smoke to try and assist the cross. He's going to try and get an angle there on the glass. But he needs to try and deal with Bog here. I mean, he's only playing the dock. Like, surely you can just send a nade up. Finally, they do that. He will be able to juice himself back up again. That's going to be more difficult to survive. Will again be able to get himself up, but That was all she wrote. Still damage done. Nade is down for the count.
Team Liquid Alienware, I don't think expecting somebody on rafters, as we don't see any Kibas, we don't see any magnets, maybe just like, oh, it's clear. What do you mean there's a dock on rafters? Like, are you messing with me right now? Not really the kind of play we often see, and I think T-Law caught off guard by that as well, but they're able to deal with it. They lose the Grim, which, isn't great, but, CCTV execute. It's been the CCTV execute for years now. Plenty of teams know how to do this in a 4v4. Plenty of teams know how to do it without these Bs, and especially with the Glass as well. Though, the second smoke grenade now gone. A lot of the advantage you gained from the Glass won't be present anymore. With the change, KZ with quite a few concussions could even stun that player who's currently sitting prone, pancaked on top red right now. Gotta be careful. KZ avails himself of that angle, could very well fall, sends it out, spots one, catches the C4 midair. Yeah, he knows where he is now. That's an easy pickup on Deloira. Concussions as well to enable an entry further on top red. Fury are ready for it. They've got players angled over towards the red rotate as Herds gets one T-Law player moving into the site, but who maintain this advantage, constantly able to trade it down. Team Liquid Alienware just need to close out the 2v1. While they might have struggled with that kind of thing on Cafe, they will not struggle with it in round 1 of Club. This is their pick, and their first advantage is converted.
Yeah, Leo's right. Club, it really forces the team play in a much bigger way. You've got KZ working from below. You've got a presence coming across from that garage side. Felipox really being the tip of the spear with that Glass. And, of course, the nades really backing up and making it easier to deal with that dock. I guess inside of round 1 there, aside from nade dying to the Rafters player that they didn't really know about, you could maybe argue that's one of the only mistakes, really, that T-Law made in that entire round. And it wasn't round-defining. He was still able to get across the line, still able to trade back the kill and continue to move through. For a CCTV cache defense and from a CCTV cache attack point of view, it was a little bit weird. I'm going to be honest. I know that the Wamai is banned and I know the Izami's banned, but you've still got ways that you can try and hold on to Garage. You can't, I don't think, give that away kind of as freely as they did. I know that they played a dock on there. I know there was an attempt from Boxera to try and hold that ground, but it did just feel like it was, not too much to chew through to really take control and start to move across. And even then, Team Liquid Alienware being very efficient in what they were bringing. It wasn't as if they were bringing, a big Thatcher Thermite Ace combo to try and get walls open. They were utilizing that secondary utility really nicely. They're able to pick apart the site. KZ in particular getting quite a lot of space downstairs, really rolling back the years. Zafir playing in lounge. It's not somewhere that we've seen Zafir play for a good deal of time, but with the recent changes, we're going to be seeing it more and more. Round number 2 then. Early phone call sent out onto Boxera. That lets everyone know that there is a clash afoot. There is going to be a hold here inside that CCTV side, but all the focus, at least for the opening portion, is going to be positioned toward this jacuzzi breach.
And they'll need to apply a good bit of focus to it. I mean, with Electroclaws, mirror windows, this is going to be a bit of a tricky one to work through. No Thatcher being brought either, just the secondary EMPs from nades. So, got the Electroclaw, that much to be sure, but okay, well, Maya hits a crazy kill off the bat, gets the player playing on the weight rack, and again, with a zombie band, you can't create a fortress on that weight machine like you otherwise could and normally see on gym bedroom defenses. That's a big find, exploiting that now softened position because of the band phase from Team Liquid Alienware, and making good progress on this jacuzzi breach as well. Moving through the mirror windows, disabling the Electroclaws. These RU projectors are going every which way on the outside. I think just trying to maybe bait the swing on the CC window. I think that was the play. Make Laura think it's safe, bait out the Zoto canister, but unfortunately Maya baited in turn. Volbs with a pistol in hand. Gets the first kill for Furia, but still an advantage for T-Law, who are quickly moving into the site. Casey just spots one creeping up on the rotate. JV92 knifes Boxera in the face. T-Law with some big brain plays that round, making Swiss cheese of Gym Bedroom.
It's probably the best isolated take of that top floor I've ever seen. We don't really see too many, so maybe it's not the crazy accolade that it sounds like, but utilizing the sense there just to entirely nullify that CCTV cache presence. Yep, you can play there if you like. You can bring your clash, no worries. We ain't even going to look at it. The only focus was to get that jacuzzi wall open. We didn't even see the plat wall opened. It was just zoned off by Sense's ROU projector. A brilliant use of the gadget. Obviously, the longer that Sense is in the game, the more ingenious ways we see it be used. We've seen that before, but in conjunction with such isolation, such focus on that gym window, such focus on that bedroom window, and then piling through that breach, we didn't even have a player on the Logi hatch. Like, that's how isolated it was. You could just draw an L shape around the map of to where those attackers were occupying. It was Jacuzzi Breach, and it was the windows, and that was it. Very simple, very straightforward, but extremely difficult to pull off. Felipox, he's got to make sure that those ROUs are always providing the screen, always providing the cover, and of course, be willing to peek the other side of it just in case someone's going to try and fire a couple of pre-fires out, because these players know the angles, they know where people are going to be, they know where to aim if they want to try and shoot someone on gym window. You can give that a pretty good guess, even through the ROU projector. You don't have to see it to know where it is, so really good play there from Team Liquid Alienware. Obviously, it was a little bit tricky to get that breach open, but it's nothing that they couldn't sort out. They brought the striker, they brought the secondary MPs, they had their Barna, they had everything that they needed. And again, getting the most out of all this utility. We saw it in round 1. We're seeing it again in round 2. Furia, after only 2 rounds, by the way, stunned into a tactical timeout on defensive Clubhouse. Like, this is about as standard as it gets, or at least it should be.
I mean, you kind of have to after round 2. I mean, that was just that was something we rarely see in Siege, which was just a strategic baptism. Like, Team Liquid Alienware weren't even like super impressive on getting the fights. They were just 5 to 6 steps ahead on that gym bedroom execute. And I think Furia did understandably needing to kind of wrap their head around what occurred. Volps on the Scopos all the way up top as we have our first defense of basement on Clubhouse. All kinds of weird topsy-turvy site rotations today from Furia. Put down to 50 HP pretty early, though. Able to recover, thankfully. His way on the opposite shell. Herd's now also roaming the top floor. Gaining some information on utility activated outside of Clubhouse at the moment. Whether he knows it or not, there's attackers already making their way through that mid-floor, so Herd's going to be in a bit of a difficult spot, especially as Volps retreats down into the site. There's attackers separating Herds from the site.
Kind of smart from Volps, not wanting to try and play there too late into the round, maybe not wanting to give the game away. He is going to leave Herds a little bit light, but he can, of course, switch into the shell if he needs to. If Herds gets caught out on the drone, there's a chance that Volps can get up there to assist. Loira does need to be cautious here, as he is going to be inside a bar at the minute. As that very difficult transition across kitchen corridor. That angle should and will be being watched right now. He is able to cross. Somehow shots go awry, and still with a couple of players loose to the wind, especially with the time available. This is getting better and better right now for Furia. Herds, you can choose just to drop. You need to give the game away under the lion scan, can bide his time and just try and play down that oil pit angle. We expect kitchen hatch to get open. Oh, he's dug in. They're going to think that he's got through, rebarricaded the wall, but instead he's going to be a little bit more active. Nades give the game away. Felipox knows exactly where he is. Caught on the fadeaway. It's KZ, excuse me. Taken down there as the opening pick, and Herds, you can get back to site quite nicely now. Still Volps' shell active as well.
Now, Volps could go for that flank. Herds could retake up Oil Pit. Team Liquid Alienware still with a minute remaining. Can watch these angles, but if they commit to an execute out of standing like this, wait, never mind. Maya JV92 creeping in. JV from Dirt has just opened things up completely. Maya providing some support from Blue. Nade clearly wary of any kind of flank from Volps. And so it's just JV92 in the site, but with Diffuser. This is of the utmost importance. They've cleared out Arsenal. He's sealed off one avenue for lateral flank. And Nade, his patience, well worth the wait. Catches Volps on the kitchen hatch, and JV92 pops up and catches Boxera, not looking. T-Law with 3 in a row, the closest one so far. But JV92, that's the kind of plays you've come to expect from him after he's gotten comfortable on these new roles.
The positioning from Nade there is just fantastic, isn't it? Of all the places that he could have been, he's just hopped up on the counter inside a kitchen, and he knows that they're going to attempt to retake, knows that they're going to attempt to some sort of a flank, retake that hatch, and try and play down from it. It's the right play. It's what you ought to do in that position, but not committing to the site is massive there from Nade. Having the confidence in JV to play the site and to play it well, bait the plant, see if he can try and flood and draw any defenders into his position. It's one of those games, Links, where I really wish that I understood what was going on inside of the old chat. because I bet that the banter is flowing between these two. We can see it just, you know, flaring up during the pick phase, and you know, if someone gets a bit of a worldie, we'll see the trademark, you know, bunch of K's being typed, but the rest of it, I can only imagine what is being said between these two teams. Of course, so much history between both of these rosters. I think I get that one. Is that not like hello, guys?
I was gonna say that one. That one's pretty easy.
Thorn?
I know what Thorn is.
Yeah. Okay, we can. Nah, okay, not got a clue with this one.
Calm means with.
Yeah, it's when it's just like the little 2-letter ones. I don't get it.
Well,
we need Marie. That's what we need.
Or we need, you know, like Duolingo or something.
We just need to be smarter.
I tried to teach myself Portuguese for a bit, but I fell off. Just, you know, had other stuff going on. By the way, you wanted to see a little bit more of a actual Raptors hold. Well, Fury have decided to answer your prayers. We don't just have a dock and literally nothing else. Instead, we have ADSs and a Scopos. Now we have ADSs and no Scopos. Now we have a Scopos with the ADSs again. See what Team Liquid Alien would decide to do. Clash could also support and help close off any avenue or ingress from red stairs as well by playing that angle. Herd supporting from lounge as well. Fury needed a bit of a buffer and a bit of a break to think it through, but we actually have a full-blown supported garage hold on CCTV.
And it looks like this time, T-Law have gone, oh, you actually put some util there? Yeah, forget that. We ain't going anywhere near it. We managed to get a shield through the ban phase. Philippoc's going to be playing on that Blackbeard. Still, very easily we'll be able to get this side open. The angle on the shell. Come on. Surely you can find it, JV. A nade will suffice, I'm sure. Oh, I just can't get the angle. Great placement, by the way.
I swear I've seen some... He must have really placed it, because I swear I've seen somebody get an angle on the head in that shower before. Maybe I'm wrong, though.
He's probably just dug it really far back, hasn't he?
Yeah. This is...
JV's crying out for a nade at the minute to get rid of that.
Also, that was like 20 seconds he was staring at it. That was not an insubstantial amount of time. There's a decent bit being wasted by the presence of this Scopos. A nade as well. Definitely kind of a sleeper buff for Fury in that round. I mean, that was 30 seconds or so. JV trying to get it, now calling the Blackbeard over. Herd's also not spotted by any of this intel gathering. Aiding the mute jammer, really glad he picked this operator. Sprints outside, even going further outside the building. He's got nade at least, and quickly found by KZ down below. JV92 also on for it. It's another Diaz, well now 2vx. As for once, Diaz Lucas, a bit of a rare situation. He actually has some support from his team in the clutch. The shield will be ever so important. Choking off the rotate through Khan. Diaz Lucas takes the 1v1 on red, and now they've got quite a bunker set up inside a CC. It's got to be all four from Diaz now, who downs one of the support. And we've already seen this Blackbeard fall. Philippocks knows how shields can tumble, but hasn't learned his lessons. Diaz, another miracle for Furia.
I don't know how Diaz keeps getting away with these. You can see it like unfolding in front of your very eyes. See KZ rotating up those cash stairs, and I'm like, surely Diaz turns around and checks it. Surely, yep, he turned around and checked it. Bang, gets the kill. Not like zero clue, zero idea, by the way, for T-Law as to where Diaz was in that position. Until obviously he takes down KZ, and then at that point it's known, but it was a good attempt to try and isolate the Clash. I think you have to do that. You have to 2 versus 1 up against the Clash and come away with an advantage there. But this was why the Blackbeard is you know, is a double-edged sword a lot of the time. When it goes well, it's fantastic, and sometimes it'll just crumble under the pressure. And in that occasion, it was one of the latter. Philippocks has to try and take the engagement. Doesn't have the benefit of time. And as soon as you drop that shield, you are just so damn vulnerable. Big round for Furia. And like you say, with the way that that round transpired and the fact that it did get quite close to the end, the Scopos shield, for all that it's a bit of a meme, did quite a lot of burning that clock out. It's not to say that every Scopos shield will burn time, but that one in particular did a really great job.
It's like 30 seconds. I mean, and
ridiculous. It's like
20 of it was JV92 being like, surely not. Surely not.
It's like a Goyo canister and a half.
Yeah, definitely unexpected time wasting for Furia there. I don't think they intended it to be that problematic, but they certainly won't complain whatsoever. We move to Gym and Bedroom now. Only round Fury of 1 came off the back of a big 2v4, but Cafe came off the back of big clutches, and Team Liquid Alien making mistakes like that. I mean, I think it's at the point where we can't really call those rounds flukes. T-Law's in a real difficulty converting advantages has been so problematic that I think at this point it's something maybe we can't expect 2v4s and 1v3s, but these are not flukes from T-Law. Even there, a 5v4 onto Herds, finding it pretty easily. The concern we have is this good enough for T-Law?
Fully Box just checking the angle downstairs. Box dug in quite deep on into Garage, so he's got a really nice line on Gym window, and he isn't giving himself away from anywhere else. Maya taken out. That would have been a really good player to send looking for the Garage player. He's been taken out there. The Salton scanner is going to be no more. KZ trying to be patient, trying to find something through the drone hole. Fury aren't really giving anything at the moment. Instead, it's phantom pressure. Boxera, I imagine, has stopped watching that Garage angle given Fleepox's current position. He too tries to make something work, tries to find something through the windows in towards site. We can finally start to get rid of this castle barricade and further eliminate some of the process. But JV is going to fall in exactly the same way that we saw Maya back in round 2. Just hopping in through Gym, taking out Bok. He finds his man as he's rotated all the way back up, and now it's just fire and brimstone raining down as we've got players stacked up inside of Gym.
Yeah, stacked inside a Gym, and it seems like Fury are ready to knock that down. Hardly any room for Team Liquid Alienware to move. Felipox has buckshot zooming around his head, and Volbs on the next swing likely going to finish things off. Felipox has so many bullets to pre-fire, but Diaz from an alternate angle. Not often you see the clutch player with the 416. He's got, what, 5-6 kills with that gun alone in the past 2 rounds? Fury now not tied just yet, but at a pace like this, it'll be 3-3 before you know it.
Jaeger's back, everybody. Rejoice. Just need to get the ACOG now, and then we'll be fully set.
Shut up. No, don't do it. Don't listen to him. Mute his mic. Mute his mic.
2 rounds in response then after the timeout. Fury have managed to find a little bit of stability here. Team Liquid Alienware did such a good job of picking apart the first 2 rounds. They made it look kind of like child's play in a lot of ways. It was very straightforward. Now they're coming up against the obstacle. Fury are starting to find that winning formula, just putting small problems in the way and phantom pressure. I think, you know, it didn't really result in a kill, but Bok opening the bottom of Garage, it repositioned a lot of the attackers in how they wanted to play on those windows. And it was only when that area was then called as clear and Bok was known to be inside of construction that it started to change, wasn't it? It was like we could move on to the next stage of the plan. But at that point, JV's trying to desperately hop in through Gym, and very rarely see a Gym hopping successful if control of construction isn't taken, because people can dig in on that construction door looking through to bedroom, and they can get a very easy pick through that. So caught in that animation. 2 players so far from T-Law have suffered that exact same fate. It was fairly defining in round 5 at least. The last round then, as the sides currently sit, as we head to the basement. Will it be a 4-2 for T-Law, or will it be a 3-3 all leveled up for Furia? Well, the next 2.5 minutes will tell us. Dirt, that's going to be opened nice and quickly. JV, plenty of X-Karos pellets to get the rest of the work done as well. Only 1 impact, so no need to worry too much about tricking. Fleepox is going to very quickly try and take this control and get himself in down Dirt. He's going to need a little bit of presence in blue to assist, and KZ, he's going to be the opposite side of that. On that blitz, looking to make a little bit of progress down those blue stairs. Progress, blooming it. Where's the barbed wire? He's straight in.
And JP92 already in sight, by the way. They sprint down blue. They drop down kitchen and take full control of Arsenal. Round comes with it. 4v3 advantage in the post. Make that a 4v2 as Maya just catches Boxera's right shoulder. He's still got 5 Bs. They're moving so far. Utility's not even a thought until we're 10 seconds into the post plant. JV92 cutting off the walk out from Moto. Maya spots 1 head through the rotate. Team Liquid Alienware see their lead slipping and decide to take it in firm grasp. Round almost done and dusted within a minute and a half. Herds completely isolated inside of Moto. Blackbeard around the corner. They're trying to keep him at bay. Okay, I have to at least give that some thought, given how crazy this game has been, but with such low time, with the advantage gained, Team Liquid Alienware win at the half.
And that's what we wanted and needed to see from Liquid as well, right? That immediate improvement on this map. Leo, you talked lengths about the reason why this map might help them as well. I mean, there's big differences from JV922. His performance is a night and day difference as well. And I don't want to be that kind of person, right? But again, it's a situation here that it could have even been more dominant if it wasn't for yet another DS clutch what we're seeing here as well.
And I finally got to see a cool clutch multi-kill on the new Jaeger, by the way, because that recoil was not moving. And it had to be DS, right? I mean, he really is the backbone of that team. Still able to win rounds. That honestly should never that should never happen. But at least it keeps them in the race. On the side of Liquid, if we look at every round, right, especially the first 3 rounds, the main thing we notice here in this 3v3 with 20 seconds left is the biggest weakness of Cafe was the late round composure. Here, it's perfect. It's calculated. The trades are here. Whenever they play together, that guy pushing into Jacuzzi in bathroom is supported by someone going into gym, who's in turn supported by someone going into main, who's in turn supported by someone going into construction. And so even here in this 2v2, when the plant happens, they know exactly that one guy is retaking up top, and then they 2v1 the guy going downstairs. It's good. It's perfect. It's disciplined. And even when you think that they can not show you something better, they come up with this amazing rush strat here on round 6. Instead of going for the full room clear, you have the Blitz and the Green taking blue. You have the Blackbird that's baiting towards dirt. One player walking down main stairs. It's beautiful. It's well coordinated. It's exactly why we think that going into Clubhouse, it was going to favor Team Liquid. The main thing now is that cohesion, that team play is all good and well in attack. I want to see the same thing in defense, because we had seen Team Liquid start off 4-2 on Cafe. Yes, in the opposite side, but still, it's not any lead that Furia cannot come back from.
Oh, not again. Not again. I'm just checking real quick to see as well what Liquid did in their attacking half when they played against FaZe. They got 3 rounds, so that's already an improvement as well here in their attacking half. 1 more round on the board. We're looking to see if they can close things out and tie us up in the series. Looking at the bench here, anything that you're expecting or hoping to see maybe?
I don't feel like the DoKB or Solid Snakes ban would be a surprise. But I guess, okay, they're going to go for a more classic take. I'm assuming maybe Harbridge into World Denial. Maybe a Monty alongside the Ace would make sense, I think. Just removing the 2 strong suits. Yeah, exactly what I expected. The World Denial is gone, and then Ace and Monty are like the 2 favorite bans on Clubhouse. Because it leaves you the option on a 3rd ban to remove Thermite. And then they're stuck with Hibana and Harbridge tools. And you can play a lot of Impact Trick with Azami up and Mira up as well.
Oh, it really matches Clubhouse with the way we're going for defaults. We're going for basics. But hey, so far, let's be honest, for Liquid, that has really been working, right? This map has been suiting them so much better than what we saw in the first round. They are now in prime position to set themselves up in the series.
At great position, but as Leo said towards the end, not a lead that Furia cannot come back from. And with how well they've been able to come back in individual rounds and able to close out map 1 and OT, and the converse side of that, Team Liquid has difficulty sometimes playing like that world-class team, converting those advantages. Though, I will say, we've seen that less on Clubhouse than we saw in Cafe. Certainly a chance for Furia to make a comeback. We'll see T-Law start on the basement bomb site. I'm definitely intrigued as what Furia are going to go for these attacks. And will they be as quick and spread out as sometimes this team can be?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see if it follows the trend from Cafe, where it was kind of clutches as the order of the day. It seems to be following that trend a little bit already, given that 1 of the 2 rounds that Furia have got at the moment have come off the back of a clutch. 5 rounds on Cafe came off the back of clutches as well, so it has been a trend for this Furia roster, not just in this series, but kind of feels like it's been a trend beyond as well, you know, through the regular stage of SAL. It's where it leads me to some sort of concern, because if those clutches aren't happening, then, you know, rounds are going to be starting to go awry, and that's where we've seen them fall previously. Different story here, though. Clubhouse, Liquid, they are going to be on this defensive side now. Bit of an early attempt at some aggression there. Volts should be able to get his drone and start working through. I'd like to see Blitz really being the tip of the spear. I don't really want Volts and his drone and leaving Herds to all this heavy lifting, although Herds is, I'm sure, more than capable. Threat of a Blitz is a little bit too much as well. Loira trying to gather a bit of information and knows exactly where 2 players are. Has a player cut off at the minute inside a gym. They're going to be screaming for Volps to get into a position to make use of that Blitz and do what Blitz is best at, and that is flushing out these roamers.
Spots 2, 1 close. Looks good at flushing out roamers, but at the same time, Herds on the 5-5-2 clearly wants some of that play. Loira down first. It's another T-Law advantage. This is where Volps begins pushing in. Spots the player in Logi. First chance the engagement doesn't work, and a 1v2. Volps has got to be careful, but that's the support we needed to see. Calls in Bach and Herds from the back line. Herds now with a double to finish off KZ. The quick push into Logi works out perfectly. It is such a hard roam from T-Law, and unfortunately, they pay for it. Volp spotting the Denari, pressing close on the main stairs. They have time. 50 seconds remaining with how hard T-Law are holding and pushing this. They know they're going to have to play and swing for a kill. Furia ready for it, get the second to last kill, and Nade who's forced back. I mean, what do you even do here? Here's them dropping down Moto, trying to get the kill, hoping he can pick up the pace, get the benefit of low information, but not when Furia have such a wide lead. First round on the attack goes their way, and if we're starting off with momentum like that, Furia are looking to tie this half as soon as possible.
It was really shaky until it wasn't that roam clear, wasn't it? It was one of those situations where you see Loira fall on Jim Window, and you think, all right, okay, well, this player's going to die because they've been outside for a few seconds. Oh, they've been outside for a few more seconds. It was flashing on the screen for what felt like forever. Just desperately not trying to go back inside because they knew they were going to get taken out as soon as they did. And they were hoping, I think, for the engagement inside of Logi to go their way before they made their way back in, because if they go back in, they're just going to be dead. They're known. They're called out by Loira. They're flashing up on the screen as being a defender that's outside of the building. Fortunately, Volps and co were successful inside of Logi. Wasn't really anywhere for T-Law to go. They'd really committed to that roam, and it was one of those situations where the round either wins or loses based on that roam game. And if the roam's successful, great, the round's going to be won. If the roam's unsuccessful, it's a lot of work for the two remaining players that aren't up there, two remaining site players, let's say. They're going to be left behind high and dry. Furia, good for a round to start things off them. Fully reinforcing off Garage. Mute Jammer, and likely some Wamai discs as well, given that Maya is going to be playing the Wamai. That's been allowed through the bans here. The focus instead going to be on that hard breach denial. And Zami on Rafters, Taylor's all the time. Nice little lineup getting set up there. Just get your crosshair pointed onto that shower, turn around and open up the corner of the wall, and I'm sure it'll be a C4 line that Maya is going to be looking for, given that both Nade and Maya have got C4s in their hands right now.
It seems likely. It's always just something you have to worry about whenever you're attacking with these second floor sites. Possibility of a C4 either from below or on the ladder, or even tossing it over the wall inside a cache proper. Kairos begin to deal with this mirror window. They're bringing a lot of the intel lineups and the utility as well to try and deal with this Rafters position. Boxera taking a bullet to the shoulder from JV92. There's 10-2 going into this half. Dangerous player to fight on this position. Oh, just catches one swinging around the corner. KZ, the first to fall, though. Not one of those C4s. JV92 might just be next up with how well these fire bolts are placed. Furia, well practiced on their Rafters clear. Loira might be down below, but easily picked back up. This is a 5v3 for the attack.
Maya's got 4 magnets right now. Like, Wama's quite literally been buffed to get magnets quicker, and JV's dying to nades and flames on Catwalk. Like, why are we bringing the magnets if we're not going to be playing them on Catwalk? Surely that's where we want to be prioritizing. Catwalk basically giving away for free. Loira picked up. Bok and Loira admittedly on lower HP and with still 2 C4s. This is doable, but it feels like T-Law are going the hard way about it.
Especially, we often see teams, play in Azami over in Gym to hold on that opposite side. I mean, you can put a couple Kibas down early and then save them for the late and then put Maya in that position. I mean, what, really, you're really going to complain about Maya playing Rafters? Not really. Maya's not going to be playing anything else in round 8 as Boxera gets him from who knows where. Nade now with a Dokubi call burning in his pocket, about to set him on fire. He'll tank the damage, it seems. That just makes things even more problematic. Herds with 3 more calls. Gets a bit windy on red stairs. Calls in the Blackbeard for support, though, and that should be able to get the job done. C4 staving off the push very briefly, but as it's detonated, that's the time to go. Furia sprinting up the red stairs. Spotted by the Deathmark tracker. Can't get on cams. I mean, it just gets from bad to worse for Nade as Furia take 2 in a row, and T-Law struggling for solutions on this defense.
If that's the summer Team Liquid's defense is here on Clubhouse, as much as we joke and say that it's a great map for them, it's very step-by-step, I really worry for the future of this series. It's going to be a 2-0 Furia, because that was pretty dreadful, to be honest with you. The utility brought, not used correctly, in some cases not really used at all. I know I'm focusing on those magnets, but that's designed to keep JV safe. As soon as we see Garage fully reinforced off, I worried about it, because I was like, how is he going to be able to throw the magnets into Garage as he's generating them through the round? JV's going to be high and dry here. He had one magnet to his name and a mute jammer. That isn't enough. Capital's available. There's nades. There's flashes. There's everything. There's Zafir with even more utility now. It's more crucial than ever to make sure that Garage player is supported. I fancied JV for a kill onto that Garage door, but he just didn't have the correct support around him. And it was kind of the first pillar to fall, wasn't it? Because as soon as that Garage control was given away, boom, everything else follows. Lounge, bottom cache stairs, you name it. It's a domino effect that starts to dissipate through the course of this defensive setup. Furia now 2 rounds clear, and we've not seen a single clutch to get them here, Links. They're getting better as the series gets on.
Well, and even then, and maybe you mentioned this, I apologize if you did, but like if you still want Maya to play an active role in the round and play a different position, just bring a Jaeger, put ADSs there at the beginning, and like you don't have to worry about layering up those magnets. Like definitely, I think that strat from T-Law, they bring all the right pieces in the wrong spots, and to the point you just ended at, I mean, Furia not only haven't needed to have clutches, I mean, there's been, 3-4 players alive in both of these rounds. They've not even come close. They've not even been, advantages, but slim, 2v1s they traded down. No, they have been quite dominant victories. And coming out of the tactical timeout, Furia got to be T-Law have to be really careful, because if Furia still have that clutch potential, these rounds could still come close, and Furia could still win them. Diaz has 2 clutches over the course of the series, and Herds has 1 as well. Diaz almost winning a 1v4 on Cafe. One team is making the magic happen right now, and that's Furia in this series. And so as we look to CCTV and Cash, T-Law after the TAC timeout, not trying Gym Bedroom, really sticking with this second floor site. Got to be real careful and hope that what they talked about is what they need to do, because if this site goes awry and Furia win it 2 times in a row, it's looking bad news bears for T-Law.
It is, because at that point you think you've used your timeout. Where are we going to go to try and get around here? And you start getting into that dangerous position where you play not to lose and you don't play to win. And that's where I don't want to see Team Liquid Alienware get to today. Mirror window popped. X-Kairos pellets can be used to try and open up this breach, although they are going to get impact tricked off there. Or maybe C4'd off. I think it's probably Nade going to be in that position. JV, I imagine, is going to be in a similar spot here, trying to play onto that catwalk. Of course, with the reinforcement, it does make him a little bit safer up there, but again, you do worry about that utility and where KZ is placing those magnets. It's been dealt with before, and I'm sure it can be dealt with again. Bit of drone information there as Logi going to be called out as someone playing underneath that. Volts primed and ready on a bit of a drop, an all-important opening kill this time. Loira falls, Diaz with him. This is the bite back we wanted to see from T-Law.
I needed to see them, even if it's not getting aggressive, just winning some of these fights, bring back momentum. Furia struggling in the disadvantage, trying to claw out of this 3v5. They've already narrowed it by 1. They've overperformed a little bit. Both Herds and Bachzera stuck outside on Platwall balcony. One player tucked close on the corner. Maya could switch to that shotgun, but still with the SMG-11, that is a fearsome force. They have the time, though. If you're rotating to an alternate position, maybe trying to take the line on CC window. AV92 still in rafters. Got to look every which way onto red, into garage, inside of the site as well. Bachzera in a difficult spot, but Maya just swings. His head just completely visible between the rotate hole and the site. Another one deciding to get aggressive on the pre-fire. He can't land it. It's another Herds clutch. Already good for a 1v3. The 1v2 is so much easier, especially when the pre-fires still land. Herds seems to know every position before T-Law take it. Don't count him out in these clutches.
That rotation from Herds was fantastic. Both attackers bunched up on plat wall, on plat roof. you can't really do anything from that position. The diffuser is so close, yet so far. It's in no man's land. Middle of the floor. You can't get to it. There's no way that you're able to pick up that diffuser and continue the round. This has to come through kills. Herds recognizes that very quickly, I might add, and says, you know what, Bok, I'm going to leave you here on plat. You try and play for a pick. They know at least one of us is here. I have to rotate. I have to fight this from an alternate side. The nail in the coffin is JV92. And it's a shame because he was fantastic in the first half of this game. Since then, has tailed off a little bit. Still doing well, but not well enough. He gives the positioning garage away. There was a perfect crossfire. There's no way, with garage fully reinforced, there's no way that Herds can win that round if JV's in garage. He's rotated round, gone through the construction side, and he's going to try and push through and pick off 2-1 versus 1s, or at least give himself an option to. As soon as JV crosses back into sight, all of that is just given up for nothing because you've got an impossible player to kill in garage and a player at the top of red stairs. You might get the player at the top of red stairs, but it's very unlikely that you get the player inside a garage window. And I think that is the moment at which the round really was lost. A loss after a tactical timeout as well for Liquid. Another black mark in the book. Usually we really look towards these players and teams and coaches to make sure that they have impact on those timeouts. And for Liquid to not have an impact, not a positive impact after the tactical timeout, again, is a big problem. Furia, Lynx, they're 2 rounds away from the whole series right now.
Well, and 2 rounds away from the whole series, and we still haven't seen a gym bedroom defense out of T-Law. It's been 2 CCs, 2 basements, as now we're going back down to that site, and we're running back this roam, which, you know, I mean, there are differences. We got a Malusi this time, but we had the Azami castles before. We were running this extension, this roam before, and it'll require more utility for Furia to burn, I'm sure, but the nucleus, the core of this defense, we've already seen Furia win it in a way that was close, but maybe this is the change. Falling back a lot earlier, Nate, or Maya, excuse me, running all the way back down to the site. It seems like while they might have layered all of that utility up top, Team Liquid Alienware instead trying to bait Furia into that clear and force them to waste a lot of time accomplishing nothing.
Well, we'll see. We know that Furia are a team that can operate on low time. We know that they've got clutches in their locker. And it's very nice to see that it hasn't been the clutches that have been relied upon here. Yes, we've seen 2 of them so far on Clubhouse. But I think that speaks more to the opportunities that T-Law are leaving open for them. Big opening pick. Bok catches Felipox miles out of position there. Trying to rotate back down those main stairs, and you've got a sledge above you, you've got some sort of soft breach in that spot. You know it's going to be getting ripped open. You can't hang around for long in that position. A few warning shots come in over from the bottom of Moto, but it's only good to put Bok down to half. Still with a minute, plenty of time to continue to work these picks. KZ starting to see a little bit of damage now as well. Volps on the blitz. That's going to be the danger man right now. We've already got players stacking up over towards blue as well. Herds is going to be in that vicinity. Blue pressure, equally as important as what comes through this kitchen hatch.
And both have to work. They've got to be in tandem. Herds still has so much utility, though. He can get all the information inside of the site, or even, I was about to say, rotate over to blue. It's typically the Grim we see launching those bees behind the generator position. Volps is trying to smash into this defense right as Loira and Herds do the same from the stairs. Herds gets the first pick. KZ trying to provide some support from the site. Loira next up as JV92 falls behind AK. Everybody losing these fights the moment Furia take them. Oh, there's nothing for them to do. Wolves knows he's the man on that one, putting so much pressure with that shield. And of course, Loira and Herds on cleanup duty inside of blue. That's Furia on series point.
Again, the rotation from Herds, I think it was Loira, actually. I think Herds was in that at that area when I mentioned it, and the player that was left there was Loira, but it always makes a lot of sense to send the Grim through, and I mean, it makes sense to send Herds through. That's where you're going to be expecting to get some kills from, and you want your most lethal gun in that area. Again, a brilliant rotation from Herds. Is in position to chuck a few bees down kitchen hatch, and then boom, quick as you like, gets himself over towards blue, and bang, can be a difference maker there as well. JV just getting caught really flat-footed again on AKs. Like, a player's just died from that position, and he's not alert, not looking in the right direction. So obviously there's more to it than that single moment of the round. Whenever you lose the opening pick defending the basement, it is always going to be a tough day, because there are so many different angles to watch, and you need to plan for redundancy. You need to plan for the trade game, because the attacker's assault rifles are incredibly powerful on a lot of those angles. And yeah, sure, you've got shotguns, you've got fast fire rate SMGs, but realistically someone is going to fall, so you need to have someone to fill the gaps as and when they present themselves. T-Law, a real difficult spot now, finally going to take us upstairs to gym and bedroom, give us something a little bit different. But so far, rounds on the defense, they have just not been found so far, as T-Law uncharacteristically struggling on clubhouse defense.
And on a map where they were able to take a 7-4 against FaZe Clan, the two-time world champions, I mean, Furia just looking unequivocally the better team on the second half of the map. Team Liquid Alienware trying to begin their 2-round comeback on Gym Bedroom. Hertz is on Finca. Un-ADS'd, bot walking through Lounge with Hollow LMG. Let's see what he finds here. Won't find anything. Quickly traded by Laura. Hertz baiting himself for the team. I love that kind of synergy. I don't love this from Furia, though. Unfortunately, whatever quick play they thought they could get on red stairs, it is not working out. JB92 catches the Blackbeard with way too much to do. Yeah, that's not happening on any planet in any universe. Furia tried to end things quick, and Team Liquid Alienware called their bluff.
I'm glad to see that T-Law were ready for that. There's a very real possibility that that kind of a play works out. A little bit of lackadaisical setup, a little bit of a light setup potentially on Cash and CC, and all of a sudden, boom, you've taken so much map control for free. You've probably got a couple of kills, but no. T-Law, wise, ready for it, not leaving anything to chance, still had the shield played at the top of those Cash stairs. I think the question you've got to ask really from Furia is, of a game of such narrow margins, when they are one round away from taking it all, they don't want to leave the door open here for T-Law to get back into this and take this to an overtime, because that would be the mistake. For as poor as T-Law have looked at points today on Clubhouse, they are not a poor team. We know the quality of this team, we know the caliber, and we know what it is capable of. Furia have to respect that. A couple of bad rounds don't make a team a bad team. It just means that a good team has had a few bad rounds, and that's what we've seen so far from T-Law. I really worry about rounds like that, because it gives a bit more confidence. T-Law aren't a million miles away from this. One round and they level it up and we go to an overtime, and at that point, a map 3 is extremely likely. Furia can't afford to squander the lead that they already had, and I fear that they've already kind of squandered it a little bit with that real sort of soft rush attempt. Even if they'd have just destroyed the shield, it would have made it a lot better, you know? Just move that player, send a nade up, do something to try and displace it. Feels like T-Law might be back in this now.
It feels like they might, but a rush attempt is often a one-off and maybe not representative of what the team can do. I mean, that's Furia's first loss this entire half. It seems they're taking a more measured approach. Looking over towards the rafters, KZ, he's got the magnet in hand, but unfortunately, just as impactless as Maya was, the magnets weren't well, just as Maya didn't throw the magnets last time, KZ can't generate any more. The first to go down inside Lounge, I think maybe just caught rotating. Unfortunate, unlucky. That's a big pick for Furia, as again, JV92 maybe with a little less support on these rafters than he otherwise would like. Clearly some magnets, though, and with the Kibas as well, so not as soft in this position, and it's going to be harder for Furia to pierce this rafters hold, unlike the last time.
Ooh, that's a bit unfortunate. Kiba just getting caught on the wrong surface there to blow up. You can start to see these nades come in. You can see JV quite wisely this time baiting the utility and trying to spread it out a little bit, knowing he doesn't have sufficient magnets, but you're getting phone calls, you got fire at your feet, you got more nades being sent that way. It really is only a matter of time. Furia might have left the door open a little bit in the previous round, but they've slammed it shut on that garage take. Full control now and can start to leverage some of these more seldom used vertical angles. Loira showing us quite a nice one here. Got a line just into the back of Cash there. Going to be trying to find any defenders that are looking to play a little bit deep, maybe off the back of utility, of which, of course, we've got Fleepox on the smoke. We've got Nade with those C4s. Good bit of information available for the site here, and Nade more than likely going to deal with that bulletproof camera. C4 ripped and ready, sent across. Vulbs just gets the shield up in time and keeps himself safe.
It just makes it work. C4 is not as deadly. But 1 HP against this smoke is going to be a big issue. Just one wrong step could be a gigantic problem. Felipox with the first pick, but look at this flank from Herds. Maya's ready for it, looking over towards bedroom. Oh, and as he reveals his position, the rest of his team falls. Herds trying to bait on the rest of his team, distracting, but if the feint fails, and on 1 HP, Herds has clutched so many, a 1v3, a 1v2, but this one might just be beyond him, even with the utility, even with the time. Team Liquid Alienware only needed 2, and they get it as we go to our second OT of the day.
Well, we had a feeling that these games would go to overtime. Map 1 lived up to expectation, and Map 2 seems to be living up to it as well. Regardless of how we've gotten here, overtime is afoot. It's KZ's turn to talk a little bit of trash in the all chat. T-Law going to be continuing on this defensive side. I'll be honest, it's been very 50-50 for him so far. That was a 3 versus 5 that they've just won. As we're watching that and we're seeing the pressure come in from Garage and Platwall, I'm thinking to myself, where's Herds? Because you know he's going to be on the flank. You know that's what... And already Maya was looking in that position. He was like, yeah, we know. We've got bodies to spare. The fact that both the kills came what seemed like fairly easily from that Platwall side just meant that Herds' position was kind of redundant at the end. If one kill comes in there and you've all of a sudden got a gap fill and you're worried about getting pushed from both sides as Team Liquid Alienware, it starts to get a lot more difficult and it starts to be a bit more of a problem. But Herds was never really put in a winning position there. However, if his teammate gets a kill, he may have been the glory man. But it wasn't meant to be, and overtime is where we find ourselves. T-Law, as I've mentioned, sticking on this defensive side, and they are going to be going downstairs, Lynx. It's not been the kindest sight to them so far.
No, it hasn't, which is, again, just how weird this half has been. I mean, Team Liquid, and we're spending a lot of time before going to gym bedroom. They end up winning it, but Basement lost it twice. CCTV played it 3 times, only just won it, the one we just saw. You would think the primary site surely has to go T-Law's way at one point, but it certainly favored territory for Furia. Loira already in bar within 20 seconds of the round starting. Nothing on the radar. That's one issue with this new Furia roster is with all the players they have, they just find themselves in spots in no time at all. And what, do you want Loira hitting a gap? Do you want Herds hitting a gap? I don't want anybody on this team hitting a gap, even Diaz. And the only nice thing there is that's just not his role, so you're never going to find him there. 45 seconds in, already a lot gathered. Herds even getting the opening pick, 5-4. I don't even know where he found him, but Felipox, as he's trapped upstairs inside a cache, might not be long for this world. The attack has the control beneath him. They're pressuring him from up above, but Maya, the one safe haven, playing his link inside a garage, calling that there's nobody currently looking at that position, can pull him back, and they both drop down Oil Pit to safety.
Yeah, the big difference is in this round is that, yes, we've lost an opening pick from T-Law, but they've got one back, and Furia isn't at full strength either. 4 versus 4 now. Importantly, it's the Vert player that's been taken out. Bok did so much work on the sledge and was one of the reasons why they were able to even get the opening pick last time we saw this round. So you'd like to think that this benefits T-Law a little bit. It's probably quite neutral given the HP on Felipox. He does still have the C4 that he can try and make use of. So that kitchen corridor, of course, those vertical angles work both ways. However, they do need to be cautious because there isn't much to stop Volps. Last time he was on the Blitz, this time he's on the Blackbeard. And again, he's going to be that danger man. And it isn't him himself who's going to cause the danger. It's the space that he creates for players like Herds, players like Loira, even players like Diaz to find kills off the back of it. That's where they need to be cautious right now. At the moment, Diaz just challenging onto that church wall. As we can see, Volps is waiting for a little bit of fire to dissipate because the go time is coming. 50 seconds on the clock. There isn't the world's amount of time here for Furia to make a play.
Pressure beginning to come on them. Need to make a push as they use this utility. Herds even sometimes going into that queue with so much of it, launches it. We need to see Furia gain something from this expenditure. Laura making his way through, but KZ pinched by the Snake and DS Lucas respectively. They've taken full control of Blue. Laura just bobbing and weaving around the shots, making way for Herds' double kill. Maya now bobbing and weaving behind the bomb chassis himself, taking a page out of the opposition's book, but unfortunately T-Law didn't get the memo. Furia with another lead, 7-6, their second shot at closing out this series.
And again, look at the space that Vulps is able to create. Doesn't get the kill, doesn't get the glory, isn't going to get the stats, but he's there when it matters because players like Diaz can. Picks the kill up on the rotating player or the player underneath kitchen hatch and immediately can drop down. Vulps comment, yep, he's on me inside a church. Somebody just come. Who wants the kill? Who wants it? Come and get it, somebody. Diaz, why not? Line yourself up. You had a great series. You may as well pad yourself with another. For a second time then, Furia sit on a match point here. This time it's a match and series point. Them themselves are going to be going down to Church and Arsenal. Cast our minds back to the side that Furia had on this defense. Wasn't the greatest. I'm going to be real. They were good for 2 rounds. And interestingly, Lynx, they didn't win downstairs inside the Church and Arsenal. They did attempt it.
What an odd trend this series.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? They attempted it twice, and they lost it both times. Now, it looks like we're kind of seeing a reattempt, a little bit of a reattempt of the first time they attempted it, given that we've got Vulps on the Scopos, and that was present inside of round 3 as well. The difference is the Denari. I think it was a Solus last time. This time it's going to be the Denari, so Herd's going to be trying to place those trips out there a little bit, obviously favouring the Ella Scorpion as well in this engagement, and he's actually going to be using the drone vision blocker as well, so really trying to limit and maybe assist Vulps upstairs on that roam if he does choose to place that shield up there, which I imagine he's going to do. Boxera himself getting upstairs as well. This is a fairly hefty roam at the moment, especially with how good Liquid have been on some of these more isolated takes when they get a read that, you know, maybe the site's a little bit light or there is a roam game that can be picked apart. Fortunately, Box made his way down. Vulps just flicking between the shells. There's a decision to make here for T-Law. And it looks like they are going to go for option A, and that is clear out the roam game. They have the Monty to do it, so it makes sense.
Certainly does, especially now with the information gathered. Vulp's in a bit of a tricky position now. I mean, he can just pull back beneath the hatch and switch shells, but the Monty applies the pressure. Oh, nade. Not recognizing the support from Herds. Now Felipox in a bit of a bad spot. Herds with a double kill as well, pushing on the opposite side. Felipox going down too. Things just going from bad to worse for Team Liquid and Alienware. This roam clear completely falls apart. 4v2, Ollie. We're not even halfway through.
It's devastating, isn't it? It's one of those rounds where you think, how can they possibly even attempt to think about coming back from this? They've got half the round and they're going to give it the best go. They've still got some heart breach, still got a little bit of stun ability and still got some nades. But they are very well known right now. Herds, this could be a big one. How does JV win that? He looks unaware and unprepared. And he's able to take Herds down. Herds gambling on getting another kill back and just further giving his team the advantage. And as it stands, that may be one that we look back at and go, ooh, bit of an overzealous challenge. Mentioned earlier, the amount of time, only 30 seconds used and already 1 kill found. They've got all the vert that they could possibly get at this stage. They're going to be getting that kitchen hatch as well. The difficulty is that they can only at best push 2 different angles, and if they buddy up on one, there's a very real chance that they get collated. Some damage even there put through onto Vulps, but JV is giving his position away now. This is going to be a Moto and main stairs attempt.
Yeah, Team Liquid are ready for it, but again, with that kill onto Herds, it feels a little bit more doable. But TCSGs, those are some high power shots. A C4 as well. Are they ready for this prone angle? 27 seconds remaining as JV92 crosses in front of him. Maya made his way in at least. Spots one, pieces up another, surely not. A double kill, he's got Diffuser, might be low HP, but look at how far away Boxera is. Got to make his way all the way through. Fury have been so good with these clutches, but Death can have Maya when it earns him. 3 kills all lined up. Team Liquid Alienware survive.
I can't believe that those 2 players from Furia lined up there in blue rotate. Maya had no business winning that. You look at it and you think, when it's Maya and JV, yes, surely they can do something there. Those 2 players, absolutely. I back them every day of the week to win a 2 versus 3. But a 1 versus 3 in that fashion? T-Law very fortunate with how quickly that round played out in the first half, giving them so much time. We watched half a round of, what, 4 versus 2 / 3 versus 2?
I've had enough.
It was a long old time that T-Law had to work with. Match and series points still for Furia, but this time, Team Liquid Alienware, they have a chance themselves to take this to a 3rd map.
In that kind of fashion as well. Maya now 15-10 after that clutch. All comes down to one gym bedroom defense. Either these teams get, well, not eliminated, but Team Liquid Alienware lose. They've still got a shot. They'll just be sent down to the lower final. And same if Furia end up losing this map and losing Bank. It's not the end of their SAL run whatsoever. Team Liquid Alienware have been struggling to keep up this whole series, which has been kind of the theme of the year, despite the reputation they have. Falling short in kickoff, not appearing at Salt Lake City, and certainly making a comeback in Stage 2. But in this series, always feels like they're playing catch-up against Furia. Now Survival coming down to a clutch like that. It is exciting, yes, but again, Team Liquid Alienware, if they're going to win this and push us to Bank, we need to see it be a victory. We need to see it, even if it's not clean, at least one where they maintain the lead throughout. Something they've struggled to do throughout this whole series. Can they do it on Gym Bedroom?
I don't think that clean and this series should really be in any sentence together, should they?
Not in the same ballpark. Not anywhere in the general vicinity. Different planets, more like.
It's been so scrappy, hasn't it? It's been the entire opposite. You know, Furia have got to this position off the back of sheer grit and determination, and Liquid themselves, they'll watch this one back and they'll think of 1,000,001 ways that they could have played it better in the moment. A lot of mistakes, a lot of missed opportunities, and a lot of times that you have left 5 very talented players, typically usually Diaz, we will say that. He's been a bit of a favourite, him and Herds, but everyone's had their part to play so far. A chance now to avoid having to go to that 3rd map. And Furia locking it down here. Taking some good control already. They've got themselves into cash side, and it hasn't been too heavily contended. It's taken a good portion of the round to get here, though. But at least now they know where all these defenders are. And they are pretty constricted right now. A little bit of Logi presence, but majority inside a gym, inside a jacuzzi breach, and inside of that main bedroom site. It's not going to be easy to try and hold on here for any extended period of time. 1 C4 in Maya's hands, no smokes to buy themselves time or area. You kind of worry, especially with how well Furia have played off the back of this Blackbeard.
They've done quite well with these shields so far.
Why is he there?
Oh my god, he is so far outside. I don't know if he's trying to bait him or distract him, but Furia just take the 1v1. He's full spotted for like 20 seconds. That's a freebie for Boxera as the run out by Fellapox does not work. And now look at this. They get the benefit of the shield play. They're going for this backstab up main stairs. JV92's peek doesn't even work. And now Volps comes in for the kill, knocks him on his back. It's still a lead, albeit a slim one. Maya's been good with these clutches before, a 1v3. That's so much easier than this with KZ, the MVP of T-Law for support. Surely they can make this work as Volps creeps ever closer. Maya with little room to move. Trying to get the gunfight off the back of it, spots the head. It's just a trade. KZ only with his pistol as a friend. The Blackbeard just survives another 1vx and another loss for T-Law. Furia, clutch after clutch, mess after mess, pick up the pieces and put together a 2-0.
I think it's absolutely beautiful that Volps is the one to get that final kill there, because he has done some thankless work on the shields tonight. He has bought so many kills for his team, so to finally be gifted with one at the very end is credit to him indeed. The shield play has been fantastic. The clutch factor has been there. I need to apologize because I came into this saying I'm not hot on this Furia side. I'm not sure if I'm hot on them yet, but they certainly make some exciting siege. I'm going to send you over to the desk.
Thank you so much. And we love it sometimes our teams prove everybody different in production, right? What a big victory for Furia. It takes us 2 overtimes. I feel like we all aged 20 years watching that series play out with all the crazy things that were happening. I mean, Philippe Box being outside, 1 minute left. You name it. We've seen it all. Countless amount of clutches, but it's really good for Furia to come away with a victory here and get themselves a spot on a grand final.
I mean, insane. Like, how many more clutches do you want? I think that's what, five on the side of Furia across 2 maps, 7 in total, because there were 2 clutches on the side, maybe 3. on the side of 7 or 8, I don't remember. 7, I think. Overall, like 7 clutches in 2 maps. I mean, that's just insane. And the fact that so many of them, 5 of them went the side of Furia, I felt like the mental game was so important in this game the whole time. We've said it before, emotionally, it's special. VODs has represented Team Liquid. Diaz has represented Team Liquid. On the other side, obviously, Hurt has teamed with the Team Liquid guys forever. You know, there's so much history between them. And you could just see the chat being fired up. And you didn't need to speak Portuguese to know what was going on there. I'm pretty sure about the translation of bots and KKKKK. I'm pretty sure about that translation. And I think the mental game was won by Furia, clearly. And it showed in the game, it showed in the chat, and it showed in those clutches.
Yeah, we can check in how the mental is as well, because we have an interview with the winners lined up. We get to speak to Diaz once again after this victory here. Diaz, first off, congratulations on the win here. I'll be honest with you, Diaz, you looked a little bit exhausted after that series. It took you 2 overtimes. Is this how you expected the game to go as well?
Not at all. I did expect to win, but not the way it was. It was just crazy. First map, second map, especially that last defense we had. 1v3, we had the game in the bag, and boom, VODs overswung, I overswung, and then Bach lost the 1v1. And then having the mental fortitude to reset, go to 7-7, attack, and win just shows a lot. Yeah, but it was mentally draining, for sure. But it was fun, though.
I feel like overall you've got the edge, the mental edge after there's some kind of rivalry, of course, between you guys and them. I think we saw it in the chat as well. It's as much as a mental warfare, but also because of the history you have with the 2 organizations. Do you feel like you guys had the mental upper hand every time you go against them? Because in the end, you made Salt Lake City, they didn't. You saw them during the stage, you beat them, and then you face them in the BO3 and you win again.
Yeah, I think the history helps us a lot, to be honest. I was on Liquid last year. You got dropped. I wouldn't say dropped, it was replaced by them. VODs also was on Liquid, and then Herds got dropped. So playing them is always a bit different than playing other teams. And yeah, I think in that regards, we have the advantage.
And then focusing a little bit more, because I didn't get to speak to you after you qualified to EWC, but what do you think will be the biggest difference between your stint at Salt Lake City and now that you've had more time with the team to mature, you've had a full stage to get to know each other? What do you feel is going to be the end results for you guys? How are you going to improve for EWC?
I think exactly what you said. The time for us is the most important. We've improved a lot since the last stage. And we're really going to focus on like the 2 weeks leading up to the event. I feel like that's always the most crucial part, in my opinion, for a team to play well in the tournament. And last major, we didn't really scrim for 2 weeks before the major due to visa issues, passport, and a bunch of stuff. And that show that is really important. So yeah, the main focus is prepping and boot camping, all that good stuff.
Sounds very good. Well, before you get to EWC, there's still a grand final, of course, to be played for you guys. Out of all the possible opponents, who would you pick to get the grand final? Would you want a rematch, or would you want to pick a different team?
No, we want to beat FaZe.
Makes sense.
All right, cool. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, clear target on the back of FaZe. Thanks so much for your time, DS, and good luck in the grand final tomorrow.
Thank you.
A clear target is set for them, of course. You know, a matchup with FaZe is likely, I guess, if we look at the way this lower bracket could play out, because the way we could describe this matchup is really excellent from the side of Furia. It comes down to very, you know, mental breaking moments, but as Diaz is saying, of course, they have the mental upper hand inside this series. For Team Liquid, you know, given that they had such a big upset against FaZe earlier on, it really makes me worry. You know, should you eventually face FaZe in that lower bracket if they win against Lowe's today? Can they replicate that with what we're seeing from them today? I mean, they had the strategical advantage, right? We expect them to win more rounds on many of these first halves, and then they don't come away with the victory here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a learning lesson, I think. Because realistically, I don't think it's bad signs whatsoever. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot, this defeat, because they had it in their hands on Cafe, they had it in their hands in Clubhouse. They were leading after halftime on both of the maps, and we mentioned it at the halftime 2 times in a row. 4-2 split for the first split, and somehow, yeah, they managed to go to overtime and lose it in overtime. Very similar scenarios across Cafe and Clubhouse, yet, however, most of these rounds, they're playing the right way, they're doing the right things, and they're just getting punished by incredible individual moments. Although Maya saved one for them, I think overall they got the short end of the stick when it comes to the clutches. So there are two ways to look about this defeat. The first one is to be upset and to feel like you should have won it and to be upset at yourself. And then there's the reaction. What do you do to make sure that doesn't happen again? And if it's a slap in the face they needed in playoffs, to be able to rise to the occasion and, you know what, maybe beat FaZe again if FaZe beats Los and make it back to the grand final. And this time, use that momentum to beat Furia, then so be it. But I will just quote what I think has been said before by JP on the side of FaZe is you always want to win in this kind of situation. You always want to lose in this kind of situation in the playoffs when realistically you're playing for a little bit of SI points, a little bit of cash prize, but you're not playing for a title. You're not playing for a WC, and you're not yet playing for SI. So I think it's completely fine, this kind of losses, especially because Team Liquid, they still had that life, they were in the upper bracket. So overall, not a bad sign whatsoever. They were competitive, they were in the lead. They just need to fix a couple of things to make sure they close up rounds and instead give clutches to their opponents.
Yeah, and I liked what Diaz said about EWC, you know, in their preparation in the interview as well, of course, knowing that they've already got that locked in and that's secured for them. And the difficulties they faced having to go to Salt Lake City and having like the visa issues and the preparation not being ideal. I feel like if they can prep the way they want to, if the boot camp obviously is possible, then they go into that tournament already one step ahead of the way they went into Salt Lake City.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing is when we talked about it earlier this stage. In the very first time, actually, I got Diaz in an interview. I asked him what happened in Salt Lake City because I felt like this team had so much potential looking at them at kickoff. And he straight away said, you know, we had visa issues for the 2 weeks leading to the major. We could not scream. We arrived. We had a lot of obstacles. So now no excuses. They're going to be coming in one of the best countries in the world, France. And then they're going to be maybe able to bootcamp. They're going to have the right preparations to make it. So now no more excuses. They've had a full stage to mature and everything should be lined up for this team to finally perform.
Exactly. And how beautiful is it as well that we see Hertz as the MVP of this matchup, right? I mean, we said at the very beginning, these teams have a point to prove. I feel like for Hertz as well, you know, given that his entire team kind of left and, you know, let him to rebuild Furia. Everybody went to Liquid. He had to go rebuild his team by himself. He now plays his first best of 3 against his former organization, and he ends up with the MVP. That's a clear statement in my opinion. I love to see that, and I'm sure we'll see an excellent Furia back in the grand finals. As Diaz was saying, he hopes to play against FaZe in said grand final, but we're gonna find out if FaZe actually make it there. First off, they have a round to play in the lower bracket against Lowe's, and that best of 3 is after the break.
Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem óculos.
2 loadouts pra você escolher qual que você vai.
Qual que eu quero?
É.
Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Maquiná, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Pega essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
a maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda.
Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, calma. Tem mais 4 chances eu vou acertar ainda. Faço 3. E no meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Ah, foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Não, podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes não tive sorte principiante. É isso.
Obrigado. Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem óculos. Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando.
Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Ah, mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sei enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Por favor, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos marcar aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé.
Vamos jogar chalé.
O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo.
Exato.
O KDS vai sorrir.
Exato.
E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7x0...
Aí é sacanagem com a nossa cara.
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção.
Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
Inside of piano room as Zig's going to be on yellow stairs. He gets a nice frag there and over through the barbed wire. Ness going to go for a peek. That's going to be a wonderful shot by cameraman. Could he clutch this? He's on forward. And it looks as though there's some more shots. Now, before he walks out through this door, he should be pointing out the heartbeat sensor, but he's not going to. Instead, it will be a nice clutch by cameraman.
Dino on the stairs, not thrown or been aware of. Nice frag coming up. Nico again, he's just on point with these nades.
Would this be the money? This could be huge right now. The nade comes over the top and drops Stiggs as well.
What a nutty round from him. He gets 2 grenade kills and a nice peek and closes it out.
No way! No way! The clutch! That's a 1 versus 5 clutch! Rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021. Cameraman's going to complete. Biggie D finds a huge 4K and gift
Forward and do whatever you can. They try to get the diffuser down. They will be unsuccessful as Virtue goes absolutely wild with the shotgun, and that is 3 huge kills for him.
Laying on, though. Yeti will find Fox and after being dispatched by the MP5K. Laxing will now get into an engagement, and Yeti is just an absolute Yeti with 4 kills. Goddess, who just has a tiny bit of health, and Yeti will get the ace.
There's both Coded and Katsang launching from this angle. Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more! And there it is! One of the best plays that we've seen in this tournament.
They're often known as the best team in the world, never having that distinction until today. Penta are your world champions.
We just practiced a lot, which sorry for that.
Hey Dad!
It's part of you guys. Hello.
Um cara da Liquid que é meu filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram dar hate que não seja...
Ah, eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV? Aquilo é bonito. Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão. Ah, eu sabia que era pra esse. Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Vou dar uma aula de teste pra essa galera aí, mano. Caraca, mano.
É médico, é receita?
Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Eu ia pôr o cara da Liquid aqui.
Aê, caipira.
Agora sabe.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da p***. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem educação, cara. Não tem nem o que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí, vai.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que dar?
Formou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. JV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, vou tomar no c...
É de alguém da fofúria. Como tem relacionamento todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não é muito fofo.
Não, mano. Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. E é o Norris. É. Porque ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Aposta um carro da próxima.
É isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando, tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e fala, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro.
rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia, eu não tenho ideia do porquê. Tem 6 anos, mano. Não sei quem é, obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino, então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o Paluzão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
Back with our second match of the day, the lower bracket semi-finals. We have FaZe and Lowe's going up against each other after they both won their matches 2-0 yesterday. Now, of course, having to go up against each other. And this one, Leo, is all about, SI points, of course, prize money, but most importantly, who gets to skip the play-ins of EWC.
Exactly, that's the big news, the big stakes right now. As we look at the bracket, obviously FaZe and Lowe's in the lower bracket. And the big thing is, like you said, it's confirmed they will make it WC, but exactly where are they gonna land? That is the big question. We talked about it during the pre-show, and so the fact that for every big major region qualifying to WC, for EML, SAL, and NAL, the fourth seed, so the worst team coming out of these regions, will be sent to play-ins. As you can see on your screen, this is what we had for EML playoffs. The first 3 are guaranteed top 16 and will make it to the group stage with $25,000 guaranteed of cash prize at EWC. But the worst team making it from these regions will be sent to play-ins. And as we said before, out of all of these teams, 8 teams will be in play-ins, only 2 will make it to the group stage. So if you just think of the big teams in EML, in SAL and in NAL, well, you already know that one team out of these 3 regions will not make it to the group stage. And on top of that, you have the CNL teams, you have the Japanese team that's going to be sent there from APAC North. So you're going to have a lot of rivals and high-end, really strong opponents already in play-ins. So if you want your EWC chances to be higher, you absolutely want to win that match if you're FaZe or Lowe's.
Yeah, especially for, should FaZe make it into play-ins. Everybody in there would be shivering their timbers given, the recent results that we've seen from FaZe, especially international tournaments. However, yesterday, first map going into overtime got me a little bit scared, It was much needed after they got this 3-game loss streak. They finally get a game going on for themselves. It certainly wasn't flawless, but I feel like the kind of reaction that we saw from FaZe was the one that we needed, right? They looked angry. They looked like they were confident going in this matchup as well. And it was so good to speak to JP as well after this match, saying that, they were focusing on their mental so much. They got destroyed against Liquid. They were way too tense in certain matches. And I feel like learning about this has helped them improve.
100%. And if there is one guy that can help rile up the mental, give them a little bit of confidence, it has to be Handy. I mean, Handy was absolutely incredible yesterday, as he's been, honestly, the past 3 years. He's the staple players alongside Souls One, really stepping up. My main worry comes for the next 2 players. And those 2 players are Cyber and KDS. Cyber used to be the long-standing champion of FaZe, the one biggest FaZe, maybe the oldest player on the roster, yes, but still a testament of consistency on their side. However, he's dropped the ball a little bit yesterday, was close against Loud, and in overall, across the stage, negative EPS from Cyber, not really something we're used to see. KDS, we talked about him at length yesterday. He's been negative at SI 2026. He's been negative at Kickoff. He's been negative at Salt Lake City. And he's been negative again during the stage. If there is one guy that needs to step up, making sure they get to the group stage of EWC, it's that player on the right side of your screen.
And then for their opponents today, they clearly were the underdog in their matchup yesterday, right? Lowe's against NIP, big victory for Lowe's, and Defo was really crediting their analysts as well, coming up with a great game plan, understanding what NIP like to play like, and executing that gameplay really well. So much resilience that we were seeing from that roster. And if you think about it, it's crazy to see that a team that finished in 6th, barely scraping by, eliminated a team that finished in 3rd to make it to EWC. So it's great stuff that we're seeing from them. Their bands on defense as well, just really understanding what makes NIP strong and limiting them from being able to play with that.
Yeah, there's the tactical aspect. Their read of their opponent was absolutely incredible yesterday. Their ability to step up in BO3s and somehow upset big teams, Fluxo W7 at kickoff, making it to Salt Lake City. Well, there you go, NIP here in playoffs, making it to EWC. And then the second best thing, they have the talent on that roster. When it's Perez dropping 25 kills on Consulate to beat Fluxo W7 and make it to Salt Lake City, it's then Dafo dropping 30 kills in 2 maps to make it to EWC. I just love it on that roster because they were rebuilt entirely from scratch, a little bit like Furia. And they are the new contenders of SAL. Of course, with the downfall of Fluxo W7M, of the downfall FNIP comes new faces, new organizations. Furia with their brand new roster, Lost with their brand new roster, two of them making huge waves. The real big question mark is going to be, can Lost continue that streak of upsets, or is it going to be like kickoff playoffs, where after making it and beating Fluxo W7M, they eventually fell the next match? Or can I actually take on a phase that seems a little bit weakened, and like you said before, Anne, that has a little bit of nerves?
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? It's looking like Los again is the underdog in this matchup, but they love being in that position as well. Looking at the map veto then for this series, we're going to have to check things here. FaZe will be picking out Clubhouse as the first one in the series. Los pick Consulate as the second map, and if we need a decider, we're going to head to Chalet.
Oh, you're cheating. You see through the liquid Furia map veto.
No.
Wow.
No. This is actually
really
Clubhouse, Consulate, Chalet.
Okay, Clubhouse, Consulate, Chalet. So, the main thing is, Clubhouse, in my opinion, I know I'm probably the only one with this opinion, but I do think that it's the best map for FaZe, or at least that FaZe might be the best Clubhouse teams in the world. So, we're going to head there. It's a process-based map, and if there's one team that plays solo with processes, that has to be FaZe Clan.
Well, the good thing is we just saw a really tense match on Clubhouse, and we're diving straight back into it. And Terry and Jesse, it's all yours.
Thank you so very much, Anne, and thank you to the desk for that wonderful intro. Leo, in particular, always a pleasure to work with both of you, and it's nice to work with Europeans from time to time. See, it doesn't always have to be the North Americans that we spend so much time with. But now we're in Brazil. Yeah. What a multicultural broadcast.
We really have it all here, right? So we've got plenty of voices to dilute the presence that you bring to this broadcast, Parker. Okay. Always important.
All right.
As I say. We got a little bit of a rematch coming through here, Parker. Back during kickoff, this was the third place decider game. Los lost that best of 3 to FaZe Clan and thus had to start in phase 1 of the Salt Lake City Major. Now these two teams face off once again, where once more the loser of these two teams will have to play phase 1 of the Esports World Cup, whereas the winner will move on to a top 3 position. So very similar stakes as to last time. The desk broke it down really beautifully. FaZe Clan will no doubt be the favorites here. The two-time world champions have not missed a top 3 in South America in many years. So tall task for Los, but they had a tall task yesterday and they came out on top.
FaZe, the presumptive favorites in just about every single matchup they go into based on that pedigree, back-to-back world champions, 3 consecutive world championship finals berths, as there hasn't been an SI without FaZe in quite some time. Roughly half your age, actually, Jesse, since the last time FaZe wasn't in a grand finals. And I watched a little bit of the matches yesterday, and there's just this reoccurring narrative around FaZe Clan that they're not the most exciting team, that they don't do anything really flashy. And I know for the viewers that might be a bit frustrating, but a team as steady as she goes like this FaZe Clan, well, they do have some flashy moments. It's very hard for the casual observer to pinpoint why they're so good, but FaZe Clan really have no weaknesses. And again, Anne and Leo laid it out on the desk as to why this team is so good. They're going to come to blows early, but Perez is Vidaking's number and reads him perfectly. That's not exactly the start that FaZe wanted.
Certainly not. They're going for this roam game on the bottom floor bomb side of Clubhouse, Parker. We saw very similar strats being run in Furia versus Team Liquid Alienware in the previous matchup that did just take place here on the stream. And what you saw was a lot of the time, those roam extensions on the bottom floor of Clubhouse were not very successful, especially when you've got these imp-style operators like the Snake being brought by Perez, like the Grim being brought by Dafo. You've got so many tools on the attack to find these players out and to root them out of these tough positions. Vidaking, despite being on those mute jammers, will be the first one to fall, and everybody will follow him down to the basement. He goes a little bit further deeper to the grave, but this is kind of the game plan for FaZe Clan, right? You'll try a little bit of a roam. You didn't want to overcommit. They still have good site utility. Mirror windows from Cyber, Goyo canisters from Souls, Heba barriers from KDS. They will still be able to win this out 4v5, but it's going to be a lot trickier, of course, with that man count disadvantage, and there's still pretty good time for Los to work their own tools, open some of these walls, and make some plays.
Well, 2 players from Los immediately handled. It sounds like Handy's the culprit for both of them, as he's credited with the kill onto Dark. Souls will be the one to get credited with the kill onto Dash. Los now outnumbered as they stare down 30 seconds remaining in the round. They were attacking the back of that church wall, and now we'll go for a pretty typical moto drop as the information is there for Perez, yet he still loses the duel. Perez has been the bright spot for Los. If he's not able to shoot and deal with FaZe Clan's aggression, well, the rest of the team is going to have to work very hard to make up for it. Nuxka's understood the assignment. He takes down Handy, but he's caught in a cross as he attempts to get into the bomb site with only a couple seconds to go. Daffo eliminating Souls makes the defuse kit for Nuxka a little bit easier, but he's now without any coverage inside the bomb site, naked and afraid, and it's FaZe Clan to take advantage of it and take the first round.
Leave it to FaZe Clan to take a bad situation and turn it into one with a win con. I really like how aggressive they got right before that push came out, Parker. You saw it before that execute happened, before the basement drop. Everybody from FaZe swinging together. They walk away with 2 big kills after that burst of aggression, and it just gets them that man count back that they were missing in the early game. Despite the fact that they lose that entry duel, they're so efficient at getting it back, and so it's a really nice job to equalize the man counts. Plant comes down from Los, but I think after that couple of kills came through, the time was really on FaZe Clan's side. They did a great job holding their angle. Handy picks up another big kill in the midst of that, so really good defense to come through from FaZe Clan. A little bit surprised that they're starting on the defense. Keep in mind, this is FaZe Clan's map pick, as is shown on the top right side of your screen, so Los got to choose what side they wanted to start on, and they choose to give FaZe Clan the defense. FaZe Clan are the #1 defense team here in South America. They have a 61% overall win rate through the stage so far on this second half, on this defending side. So a little bit surprising to me to see Los give themselves maybe a bit of a tougher job starting out on Clubhouse. I'd expect FaZe Clan to kind of rack up the scoreline here in the first 6 rounds.
Didn't surprise me either. FaZe Clan has had a pretty easy way to this point through the SAL group stages and onwards. They only dropped 2 matches during the entirety of the groups, and they were the last 2 matches after they'd already secured their spot, and then the last of which after they'd already secured first place overall. Despite giving the rest of these teams an opportunity to catch up, nobody was able to do so, and FaZe stood atop the group stage. It was a bit of an interesting matchup against Team Liquid to start the playoffs, though. They lost, had to go down against Loud, and now here they are. It's been Furia who's looked like the most dominant team through the region. Furia was very good, if you remember, during kickoff, but they had, I think it's fair to say, light opposition to get to their point before getting blown out in Salt Lake City. All of Brazil having some problems in Salt Lake City, except for the team on the left of your screen finishing in the top 4. So maybe there weren't some strategies at play with those last 2 games, especially with the way that Team Liquid bested them in the first round of the playoffs, Jesse. Maybe FaZe Clan just decided to take it a little easy and needed a bit more motivation, but boy, oh boy, did they find it against Loud, and now through 1 round, they might have just found it here against Los, but we'll see what happens here in round 2.
It's going to be a Raptors clear coming out from FaZe Clan. They brought this newly buffed Zofia to try to help out with that position. Of course, it'll be KDS playing the Wamai up in that Raptors spot, but Dash has a lot of other things that he's got to worry about. In our previous game, our friends Ollie and Lynx had a little bit of things to say about the misuse of the Wamai, and this time FaZe will not be making the same mistakes. He's got those Kiba barriers set up early from Souls, and will have these magnets to protect him. It's going to be really tough to get him out of the spot.
Nitro Cell will connect once again. Perez dying far too early without being able to have much impact on the scoreboard. He did find Vidiking in the previous round to start things off, which is, to his credit, a pretty big get to have. Nuxka will trade back KDS, so both teams with 1 loss, no real advantage gained from that first pick on the side of FaZe.
Yeah, you burn about half the round coming through from KDS, and you get the kill into the glass. I think that's super valuable for FaZe Clan. I like the position that they're in. Dash does still have a can opener. He'll be using that on the Rafters wall in just a moment here. Once they get this open, they've got a pretty good angle in towards the site. You won't really be able to enter through there, so it's probably going to be Nuxka coming in for the main breach to try to get a plant down. Dark has some smokes, though. You've got a couple of nitros you have to dodge. This will be a really technical final 45.
Sophia's buffs have made her far more viable, and Dash is playing this angle up on Rafters. Handy, the highest rated player on FaZe, second in the league, does some serious damage. He gets taken out by Daffo, who's traded back very swiftly by Cyber. It's tough to gain much of an advantage over Los. Now Souls will need to clutch in a 1v2. Not a ton of time left for Los to be able to pull this off. They don't have the defuse kit either. Souls is in the midst of the bomb site, staring towards that Rafters position where the Zofia of Dash lays in wait. Souls with the isolated engagement. He gets the kill, immediately turns his focus towards red stairs. Dark with the F2 in hand. Over towards top of red, but the pre-fires from Souls are better. And Los gives him 2 isolated engagements. Always a mistake when Souls is on the board. FaZe start off 2-0.
No doubt one of the most experienced players in all of Brazil, has been repping this FaZe Clan jersey for 5+ years at this point, so he's been in much tougher situations than that. I love the first angle that he had onto Dash Parker, just kind of threw those stacks of cash inside the site all the way over to Rafters. It allowed him to isolate those kills. Certainly the intention from Los was not to give him 2 separate 1v1s, but I don't think they were aware of the angle that Souls was playing, so they kind of fall into that trap. At the same time, I believe Dark walked into a Thorn trap, so really just a bit messy in those final 10 seconds. The time being so low, I think, forced Los to make some of those mistakes. And again, that kind of comes back to the time delay that we saw from KDS playing on that Rafters position. Only went 1 for 1, but he delayed so much time off the clock. He opened the door to allow Souls to make that great clutch. And it's all aspects of FaZe Clan coming together to win that second round.
Bomb located by attackers.
That's one that Los is going to be looking at the scoreboard wondering for the next little while, how did we not close that one out? I don't know if they had information on Soul's positioning, but either way, you still had 25 seconds when that Dash got killed on Rafters. If you have drones, you can use them, or you can just play together, but Dark was maybe a bit too slow, or Dash was a little too fast, one of the other. Either way, not in synchronization to the level that they want. Typically when we play Clubhouse, you're expecting the tertiary bomb site to be the one that goes to the attackers, but this gym bedroom bomb site has not really been a typical tertiary site, and Clubhouse in general has 3 bomb sites that are quite comfortable for the defenders, depending on the operator bans and the way that they play. Pretty similar, or pretty standard stuff from Los right now, as they're taking Jacuzzi wall and are posted up outside of the windows looking into the bomb site, but of course it's not as easy. It's just vaulting in and getting the defuse kit down. There's more work to be done.
I will say this is FaZe's least favorite site on this map, of course, other than Bar Stage. They've played it 3 times this stage. They've lost it every single time, so they've got to be a little bit better. They do have the Mira available to them, so Handy will jump on that, and we'll start using it in your standard position of bathroom. Cyber locking this one down with the newly buffed Wamai. Again, it's going to be so difficult to root him out of these positions with these new magnets. It becomes really tough to actually break that Mira window. They will toss the Hibana pellets in. That should do the trick as long as they don't swing out and shoot those pellets. Doesn't seem like they did, so that's going to be successful coming through there from Los to pop the window. I still like the util that they have on this attacking side, too. You've got Dash with 4 Candles to try to come through. You've got plenty of smokes to try to make this execute work as well. Handy at the top of these red stairs could be a menace right now.
Dark's going to give his position away, but that F2 is just such a strong gun at the moment, especially up against a Vector, which if you don't get the drop on them, that gun's shooting pillows at them. Dark will survive for the time being after taking some damage from the bullets and from the barbed wire, and we'll find another from this position. FaZe being methodically picked apart by this Los execute. Perez will find kill number 2 of his. He started the killing off in round number 1, getting the first kill of this series. And again, so goes Perez, so goes the rest of this team. He and Dafo leading the way on the squad in terms of EPS. Cyber, again, Leo spent some time talking about this on the desk with Ann about how Cyber has not been performing up to his usual standards. He's got a litany of targets, only gets Dark and is Perez there for the final kill. Dark and Perez doing all the work, which is good news for Los. Some of their gunners finding their marks, and you said it, least comfortable site for FaZe, they lose it. Los finally on the board.
Yeah, that'll be their 4th straight loss, and it's been these opening duels that I think have been the weakest part of FaZe Clan's game plan. I'd like to see a snake ban here. I know they might just continue with their shields. They'll go with the Thermite instead. I mean, there's a lot of good options to ban out, of course, on Clubhouse. That Thermite was brought by Nuxka in the last round, but to me, it just feels like the Snake is enabling so many strong opening picks to come through for Los. You saw it from Perez back in round number 1. You saw it from Dark there in the most previous round that we just watched. It feels like that's kind of been the area where Los have found some success. If there are FaZe Clan roamers playing off of the site, the util clear and the coordination finding those picks has actually been quite good from Los. Obviously, this is a team who are still a little bit new. They're still a bit younger. They really assembled this stack right at the start of the season a couple months back, so they are still getting all their pieces together. You compare them to a team like FaZe Clan, who have kept this core 5 for like 4 years at this point. There's going to be a bit of an experience gap, but if there's one thing that Los does really, really well, I do think it is clearing out those extended positions. They'll continue to have the snake available to them if they'd like. Of course, doesn't have to be brought out, but I'm just really interested to see how FaZe Clan are going to adapt to that in the second quarter. Maybe grouping up a bit more on the site is going to be the key to winning this game.
A while since you referred to them as quarters, Jesse. It's nice to have you back.
It's not. I've done it every game, and I've been shocked that you haven't been bringing it up like you usually do, but I see you just don't listen to me, so that makes sense.
Did you say?
I was saying that you don't listen to me, Parker. That's
smart.
Okay. I'm not doing this.
Sorry, I'm doing stuff right now, Jesse. I'm doing stuff. I can't pay attention to you and the other stuff. I'm playing Siege myself right now, actually, on the side. Just running.
Perez back on the snake, by the way. Back on the snake, trying to go for this roam clear once again. We'll see if my analysis was correct and if they can find some more of these early picks on the roam. It is still Vidiking roaming up in bedroom.
That's a rough one for Cyber. He gets caught with his pants down, and Dash will punish him for that. These F2s, man, they are just something else at the moment, and they have come back in style in a hurry. Thanks, Snake, for that one.
Yeah, I don't know if Cyber, I don't know the exact angle on the cam, but clearly must not have seen the guy holding the hatch right above him. That's tough luck coming through from Cyber. Really well patience by Low, so they will get that opening pick once again. That's 3 in the first 4 rounds.
The Nitro cell in hand for Vidiking. He's had a slow start here. The Nitro goes out. It's shot away at by Perez. Perez starting to warm up again. Perez has been a terrific player, but he's been recently surpassed by Dafo. They entered the game with 108 kills for Dafo and 107 kills for Perez, towards the top of the leaderboards here in SAL. But it is worth noting Los has played fewer maps than a lot of these other teams that they are competing against. Most notably, teams like FaZe Clan, teams like Ninjas in Pajamas, so on and so forth. So, with Cyber gone, FaZe Clan will hold their breath for the next minute, and they've got them on the run. Handy in the ground, KDS bleeding out. This has gone from bad to worse in the blink of an eye, Jesse.
These roam clears, Parker, they continue to be so strong. Double F2 strat being run. Vidiking a bad swing. Dash takes him down, so now it's all on Souls in the 1v5. He's got 1 clutch already in this game, Parker, but this one's a whole lot tougher.
Souls will hold the cross. They know exactly where he is. A flawless round by Los. Dash with kill number 1 and kill number 5. A nice beginning and end here for Los as they made quick work of FaZe Clan on a bomb site that should have been relatively comfortable for FaZe, but the extended roam just does not work out. It didn't back in round number 1, but FaZe was quick to consolidate. We did not see that happen this time around.
Dash with kills 1, 5, 3, and 4. It was a quad for the captain of Los, and you love to see that passion coming out from him. He had maybe the most spicy tweet of any player in South America after their previous win to qualify to the Esports World Cup. He said, "F the fake fans who always find a way to hate on us even after we get these victories. We've qualified to another one. They'll have to keep putting up with me." I love that spike coming out from a player who has seen the highest of highs. He's won a major with that old W7M core that he used to be a part of, now known as Fluxo W7M. He went over to North America to play with Wildcard for a season, now is back home in South America to lead this brand new Los roster and has finished top 4 in South America back-to-back stages. That is a highly impressive feat, and it's been really nice watching him grow as a player over these last couple of years.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, for Dash, he also gets to look at Wildcard, who have won the North America League. So, you know, sometimes with these players, there are benefits for both squads. Use NA as a great example. Hot and Cold getting dropped from M80. He got picked up by 100 Thieves. He's made 100 Thieves better. Savage, at least so far, seems to have made M80 better. And Adrian has made Wildcard better, just as Dash has made Los better. So everybody benefiting from these player swaps. It is really quite nice to see. 30 seconds in, and FaZe Clan getting well situated in their defenses. Cyber very forefront now of that CCTV wall as he walks his way back. The Selmas have done their job, and now FaZe Clan will contend with Los, and they have a 2-way mirror where they can fire back at the attackers.
So last time they attacked the site, Parker, they went for the rafters clear. It went fine. They didn't get the pick off it. This time it looks like the focus was more on the master side of things. Vidiking nearly 0-5 to start this game as he takes a ton of damage from that Logi hatch. It's been a devastating position that Los have been playing against FaZe Clan throughout this game so far. Vidiking is not alone on this roam. He's got Souls right behind him, so the support combo of FaZe Clan extending off the site to try to hold this so important map control. They're going to have to use some utility, but with both the Blitz and the Ying coming through here, you have to imagine it's only a matter of time before Los take that space.
The slower rounds just from action as we hit the halfway point of the round. Vidiking on borrowed time. He has not had a very good start to this game whatsoever. It will not get any better. He's now 0-4, but bleeding out, yet FaZe getting their licks in. Look at that gun. Oh my word. Perez almost gets 2 for his troubles. It's all up to Dark in a 1v3, technically a 1v2, as Vidiking has not yet been retrieved. He's bleeding out within range of Dark, and if Vidiking has ears in his head, which last I checked he does, he knows exactly where Dark is, and the job for Dark is going to get very challenging. 50 seconds to go, spotted on the cam, no drones or intel to go off of because of these mute jammers, and he's on a single point of HP, up against a Nitro Cell and a Vector. He just manages to get out of the radius of the explosive of the Nitro Cell. Cyber is there for backup if required. Cyber heard the desk talking about him because he's sitting at 6 kills at this point in time. Really good and leading the team.
25 seconds, still hunting for these players. I like how slow he's taking it, but again, with such little HP, you have to imagine this one's done for. Good pings, but yeah, one body shot from KDS will do him into the grave. Nicely played by FaZe Clan. It's a bit of a direct hit from Los. They never take rafters. They don't even really look at it. They're pressuring Master for a large part of the early half of that round, but they don't actually clear it out. Instead, they rush up the red stairs, they rush into con breach, and they try to hit site while a couple of those players are a little bit distracted, a little bit off the site instead. Unfortunately for them, the player that was on site still was Cyber, the man of the hour, and he hits a nice little triple kill in that round to be able to close things out and make it really difficult for Los to take that space. Cyber often known as one of the most aggressive players in the world, but when he's in sight, he is just as deadly as when he's on the roam, and we see that loud and clear there in round 5.
Everybody's been doing all right except for Vidiking. And when you look at the overall numbers for FaZe Clan, Vidiking entering with a very healthy plus 22 KD and with 109 kills. He's doing an all right job on his role. We always talk a lot about how these support players and how these leaders play and whether they're more passive or more active. There's no denying that Vidiking tends to be on the more active side of things, and he has been active. I just think he's been a bit unlucky with his engagements. I don't expect those numbers to stay that low for that long. Even if he does end up with very little value in this round from a kill perspective, he's got a Nitro Cell and he's playing Valkyrie, so he'll still be very beneficial for the team.
Yeah, it's weird, especially, I think, because we're on the defense. Like, this is where Vidiking usually gets the bulk of his kills. When you look at the stage stats and you isolate just to the defensive half, his KD is 72 and 40. That's a 1.8, a ridiculous stat line, and the best in the league on defense. So, 0-5 here is kind of a crazy start for him, but of course his teammates are carrying the weight. This is not a one-dimensional team. Everybody can find their value.
Lots of information now for FaZe Clan. They'll have the Solus still working down below. Los doing what most teams will do, and that's clearing from the top downward, as they're doing it with 3 of their players on drones. Clubhouse takes about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to fully clear for teams, and that's if there's no extended roam, but FaZe Clan has been favoring it, so it's taking Los a little bit longer, and you've seen those first couple rounds, they run against the clock. Cyber dies to dash. He was unsupported inside of Lounge. Vidiking's not that far off, Jesse. If Los are able to pick up 2 kills in relatively quick order, I do worry for FaZe Clan's defenders down below.
Yeah, Vidiking has to make a really hard choice. Does he play risky and try to get that pick back to even the man count, or does he just go back to site? I think with 3 Nitro Cells in pocket and that cam that he just chucked into bar, falling back to site and trying to play with these Nitro Cells might be the better play. Of course, you can't, most of bar is hard, so you can't go straight through the floorboards, but there is a hatch if you're willing to get aggressive, and the hallway all soft as well. That will be the call. Vidiking falls on back despite losing some of that information. So if these Nitro Cells land and can equalize the man count, FaZe Clan's still very much in it, but I do like Los's position with 70 seconds still on the clock.
And surely the firepower also benefits Los here, just from the guns and just from the abilities that the players have.
Yeah.
They can easily flush out these defenders and then punish them quite reliably. Los has been doing an excellent job of that up to this point. Vidaking will break the goose egg as Nitro SAL takes down Dark inside of Kitchen, and they will hunt for these Valkyrie cameras, suspecting that there might be one in the hood of the Deep Fryer. They cannot find it, though. Nades from below will take care of the hard breach that Nuxka had used earlier on. So all of the doors that you'd hope to use to get to the bomb site have remained locked for the time being, and FaZe Clan, the only ones with the keys. Will that last one get it done? No. Still 4 in pocket for Nuxka, so there is an opportunity to open it up, but this is a ton of utility, and moreover, Jesse, it is wasting so much time. So while the focus is over towards Kitchen, Dafo's hoping for the backstab, and he just might have the read on them, but KDS will be the main player that he has to contend with. Both teams coming to blows, advantage right now favoring FaZe Clan. There goes Dafo. The Hibana of Nuxka manages to take out Handy, but running out of time, Los will walk into the waiting arms. Souls will watch as it goes down. He's planting right next to you. He's planting right next to you. Souls now merging on over to the bomb site, pistol in hand, him and Nuxka in a 1v1. There's no way Los lose this, right? Souls doesn't clutch out again. Surely not another 1v2. The dance to the death. Oh my goodness, Souls does it, celebrates, and FaZe Clan win a stunner of a round. Souls with those clutch genes today, Jesse.
Just inevitable. What a performance.
Incredible stuff we're seeing here. Souls has been saving FaZe twice now so far with 2 big clutches for his side. They can thank him for those 2 rounds there, but for Los, getting 2 rounds on the board, Leo, they have been doing really well on the entries, and they get these 2 rounds on the back of individual prowess as well.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, if you look on paper at their entries, if you look at the 2 clutches that Souls wins, it should be 4-2 on their side. And I just want to praise their attacks overall. I felt like them winning key gunfights like this one on Rancers, for example, was so important. The ability to play well together when it comes to taking down FaZe Clan's defenses step by step, I thought was so well. Like the flashing on the cash player here, the fact that they push together on the back of the flash after getting the initial entry, everyone floats at the same time, reacts off each other. It just felt like a team that plays so well. Here it was a full bait. They knew the Scopos were there. Instead of roam clearing him, what they do is they wait for him to transfer on his Scopos and they get the free pick. And then even then, roam clearing this middle ground, really well done. You have multiple players pushing at the same time, one from lounge, one dropping from construction hatch, and even then, they double up on the main stairs player, make sure that they get the initial man advantage. It's beautiful, it's well put together, and it's Los playing really well. And I felt like they deserved a little bit more in general. And even if you look at, a few more examples, if it wasn't for the clutches on the side of Soulzone, really, we would be at a 4-2 split on the side of Los. And here, this one round where obviously it comes down to a 1v1, which should have been, unironically, FaZe Clan should have won it. It was a 3v2. Handy overpicked on the main stairs player, died for no reason. KDS with the Mira lost another critical gunfight on the church. Next guy really pulled this one together. But overall, the main thing here is Los is able to fight back, and that's beautiful to see.
Yeah, I love the little final bullet in the chamber challenge as well that we got to see from Los in a lower bracket semi-final, by the way. If you lose here, you're going to play-ins of EWC. And I don't feel like that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting from this. If you're playing it so loose, so like carefree in that final round there. But for the second half now, FaZe go on the attack. They seem to have a 61% win rate on the attack on Clubhouse specifically. For Los, their defense win rate on this is shocking. It's a 38.9%. That's not going to be enough to win the series here, Leo.
No, you have to remember this is one of the worst map follows. It's a map that they've played a little bit. They got destroyed by an IP on it. They barely beat Loud just in one round, the 15th round, 8-7. And they also got destroyed by Furia on it. So they played it 3 times recently during the stage, and it didn't go so well for them. So it's still very clear. It is FaZe Clan's map. They're in the lead. They have everything it takes right now to close it off.
Yeah, the thing is for Los, they just could have gotten more rounds here on the attack in the first half, and that would have been their safety net as well, especially going into what seems to be a very difficult half for Los.
Dan is absolutely correct, Parker. Stealing my job a little bit with the stats, but Los, sub 40% defense win rate. Yeah, okay. Sub 40% clubhouse defense win rate. That's a sample size of 18 rounds as well. That's a really scary number to be going up against, especially with FaZe Clan already taking the lead in that first half with a 4-2 split coming through. I agree with everything that Leo was saying as well. Like, Los actually played a really good first half, maybe even a better first half if you take Souls out of the picture for FaZe Clan, but ultimately the scoreline that matters, the only stat that is relevant is the one at the top that says 4-2. So this will be their chance to prove the numbers wrong, to battle things back, and to get this map back under their control. Even if they don't, though, this is FaZe Clan's map pick. It's probably not a map Los were expecting to walk away with a victory on.
Can help but feel a little bit bitter if you're a Los fan with how close these rounds have been. And again, just, pulling rounds out of your behind, the same place that these operators hide the reinforcements. All right, whatever. I thought it was a little bit of a funnier joke, but
you've been too mean to me. I'm not giving you laughs.
Maybe you should swap with Anne. Maybe she would understand the joke. Okay, Jesse? But either way, I mean, yeah, luck does play a role in these games. It's hard to quantify, so we don't talk about it too much. And again, every time there is a clutch, there is a bit of luck involved. There's a player overperforming, there's a team usually making mistakes, and there's a tiny bit of luck as to everything that occurred before that. There's no doubt that FaZe Clan has been the luckier team here, but FaZe Clan don't rely on luck. You don't win 2 hammers by being the luckier team. They suffer the first casualty in this second half, though. Handy goes down, and that's the Snake off the board. A massive loss for intel and some firepower gone from the roster of FaZe.
Yeah, I was talking about it in the first half. I thought Snake was maybe the most important operator that Los were using. Now they don't even have to go against it for this first round on the defense. That's really nice to see. And already these players are struggling to get a kill back. There are opportunities for them, and that's going to be one as Perez jumps out the window. Bit of a freebie given in a 5v4. You don't love to see that, but even still, Los have been in such a strong position so far that I would still like their spot to be in. Falling off the top floor a little bit here, Parker. They've still got just a little bit of aggression with Dash at the top of blue, but he will fall back as the Clash is covering him. So this is going to be space gained for FaZe Clan. Pretty low on the clock still, and they don't have crazy hard. I guess they have 6. They brought 6 sets of cans, so they should be fine on these hatches.
Jesse, I don't know.
I was looking down and was like, there's no Hibana. Of course it spans. The Aces bans. Like, what do we have? But it's all cans all day, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. I'm just worried about the time as they execute in a 4v4.
I suppose it depends on your definition of the word crazy. Maybe a crazy amount of hard breaches, Thermite, Hibana, Ace, and then all can openers, in which case you'd be absolutely correct, Jesse. It's not a crazy amount, but just vibing right now as we wait for these teams to come to blows. FaZe Clan is ever a sluggish team. They do not ever set a fast pace, or I should say very rarely do they do that, and they are running against the clock this round as well. 20 seconds left. And now the drop. It'll be rebuffed by Los. FaZe Clan just not managing the clock effectively, could not recover from Handy being killed earlier in the round. They managed to take down Perez some time ago, but with only a couple seconds left, that looks like all she wrote. And yes, technically, Vidaking traded Dash at the final moment as he died. So 2 kills from FaZe Clan, but ultimately a really lackluster attack from FaZe. And if they're not able to fix it quickly, Los can easily close this gap.
Yeah, it's the first defense round. You maybe expect the defenders to win it, but in the fashion that it went through, FaZe Clan definitely would be liking that one back a little bit. I mean, Handy just going down so early makes the roam clear really difficult. He's got such a critical role on the Snake, finding those top floor roamers. It's a little bit less critical, I suppose, when they're playing with the mute. Of course, Dash on that operator got the opening frag right onto the Snake, so there's definitely value being found there. But even still, I mean, you have to be able to be clearing that roam game a little bit better from FaZe Clan. It was probably the best thing that Los were doing on their own attacks, and FaZe Clan not able to stand up to that same level. So you're always worried about this scoreline. You're always worried with the underdogs coming back. If Los do come through and walk away with this first map pick, you are starting to look at real trouble for the 2-time world champions in terms of losing this series and having to play through the first phase of VWC.
10 seconds remaining.
Los was the team that had to play through the play-ins in Salt Lake City, so yeah, not particularly eager to repeat that. Over in the NAL, the team that played through play-ins, Shopify Rebellion, finds themselves in the exact same boat for EWC. Can't say the same for Falcons in EML. They had a pretty good run through the playoffs. Jesse, I think you could say so. If you're Los, you don't want to have to play more games than you need to. There's more opportunities for you to lose and not ultimately make it to those finals, which is the goal for a lot of these teams, though Brazil typically doesn't have a ton of success at EWC, which is a bit of a mystery. So the first one to die, by the way, happened a couple seconds ago. Dark continuing his incredible play today, and once more, FaZe Clan will be down in numbers with most of the round to go.
Yeah, it's crazy how good they've been in these entries, Parker. Dark in particular, but the whole team from Los have just been dominating in the early round. It's been really nice to see them find all this success. Dark has really struggled on the entries through the regular season, 8 and 18 on the entries back during, or before this game, I should say, through groups and the first round of playoffs. So he's starting to come alive. These players on FaZe just not being able to catch those defenders off guard as they're hoping to be able to find that information. It's always going to be awkward, too, when you lose your Maverick. I mean, that's such a critical operator in terms of getting this wall open. The Zofia down below, and the fact that there's no Bandit being played should mean it's fine, but even still, you're always worried about the util going down, and FaZe Clan are constantly at a disadvantage in this game.
I understand that you are one of the best teams in the world, and there's no reason for us to think otherwise about FaZe Clan. A top 4 berth at Salt Lake City, a championship in Paris. They're still definitely up there, and of course they walked away with the group stage. They also walk away with a free pick onto Perez just a second ago as Handy is vaulted into blue. But I mean, FaZe Clan have shown that they can be beaten. They are in the lower bracket. They have not been an indomitable force so far through these playoffs. Team Liquid Alienware showed exactly how you handle this squad just a couple days ago, and it was Clubhouse that was won by Liquid quite dominantly too, a 7-4 scoreline. So FaZe Clan have their work cut out for them here, and Los is a team that you underrate at your peril. A good pickoff from Dash as there goes Souls. The Blackbeard is off the board. Another huge target as FaZe are finally getting some momentum in this round. 2 kills back to back, and Dark is in the ground. Dash, who's having a great game and is leading the team, is still alive along with Nuxka. But they're outnumbered as this FaZe assault will begin in just a matter of moments. Final 30 seconds right now. A scramble inside the site to reposition. The Capitao up the stairs, easily dealt with by Nuxka, pulling out the SMG-12, but thinking the shotgun's a better gun for that, and Nuxka will find 2. How about a 3rd, son? Get them all! Los tie the game!
Huge round from Nuxka. He stands up inside the site and makes himself known on that Warden shotgun. Plays it so perfectly as he's just watching those players trickle into the site. They're not able to focus in on a plant, which was a little bit sad to see from FaZe Clan because they had a really good clear of the rafters. What we've often talked about, right, in this game and earlier in the previous series with Lynx and Ollie, is that sometimes you want that Wamai playing on rafters. They chose to just have the Azami there instead, so Dash's util wasn't really able to do a whole lot in that round. So the Wamai magnets weren't super impactful, but it just didn't matter when Nuxka was hitting shots like he was. I really wish we'd seen them go for a bit of a plant. I guess there were 2 Nitro cells that were still on the board, so that might have deterred FaZe Clan from not going for that plant, but they had the numbers. They had full rafters control. Walking into the shotgun of Nuxka was just a really bold choice from them that did not end up paying off, and because of it now, this game has gotten oh so scary for the 2-time world champions. If the first half had gone how we might have expected, this could be 6-2 for Los, Parker, but Souls has 2 clutches, so it's only a tie game.
There are games where we love to reference that, and again, for good reason, because fundamentally speaking, I think Los has been the better team. We had a game like this just the other day where you say, you know, well, they might be losing, but they definitely seem like the better team. Luck does really play a factor in it, and luck sometimes isn't quite so lucky. To be fair, that first Souls clutch was largely because Los misplayed their numbers advantage and weren't able to link up fast enough to punish Souls. So that's not luck. That's just the understanding of the game, but maybe there was some luck getting to that point.
I mean, I don't think luck is honestly the word I would use at all. It's like maybe you're better for the first 90% of the round, but then if you're worse in the last 10%, sometimes that's good enough, right? And so it's not that you were lucky to be better in that last 10%. You genuinely were the better team in that moment, but you know, sometimes you've got to be the better team for 60, 65, 70% of the game just to get that W. And sometimes you can get a win on a map just by being the better team for 40% of the match. So it really just does come down to when you're able to find that impact. Not all kills are equal. As we see this here in this game between FaZe Clan and Los, it's sometimes those last-second frags that are coming through that are making all the difference for FaZe Clan to keep them alive, but it's their opportunity to change that narrative, right? It's their opportunity to put a dominant round here on the board. There's no early kills through the first 80 seconds of this round. So that's really important for FaZe Clan. They've been struggling hard in these opening picks, so if they can slow things down, make it more of a 5v5 execute, that might play into their playstyle a bit better.
I always chuckle when I see the blowtorch get used on those those barricades. Good 1-2 punch now by Handy as they almost take out Dark. They drop the nade in his lap, and the F2 does some damage, but ultimately not enough to punish the Warden. They've got him pinned down, or so they suspect. They'll have to go back to drones at some point, and they have time. There's over a minute to go, and there's still some drones in pocket for FaZe Clan. So information is definitely there, if need be. They've also got the Snake, who was the one who started this whole thing. He'll aggress up the stairs, takes care of Nuxka. Expecting another over towards Logi. Handy going on a tear with 3 kills. The third still awaiting him, finished off by that broken Goyo canister, and Dark inside of construction has no hope whatsoever. The King shuts you down, and FaZe Clan will regain the lead.
Huge round from Handy. Parker, you mentioned it, the second highest rated player in the South American League coming into this game and the highest rated player in the lobby, finding huge value, a big triple kill, and getting value out of the Snake in particular. We keep talking about this operator, one of the most powerful attackers in all of Siege, and that felt like the first time that FaZe Clan really got value out of the F2 and out of the ability that Handy was bringing into that execute. They've slowed things down a little bit. They didn't give up any early picks. There goes the Snake ban coming through from low, so clearly valuing that. And we're starting to see FaZe Clan maybe change their playstyle just a little bit to be able to slow this game down and have more of a cohesive push in towards the site. The big individual effort from Handy, of course, not going unnoticed in that round. He's fighting for a chance to take on his twin brother in the lower bracket finals. That game will be played this Monday, 2 days from now. So if they can walk away with the victory, that'll be a very storied matchup indeed.
And you and I will be bringing everybody the action on Monday. Is that grand final has been moved. Allows us to watch the World Cup final tomorrow, and I think that's kind of neat. Jesse, who are you cheering for? Are you cheering for Spain or Argentina?
Yes, I definitely knew those were the teams in the final. I hope that both teams have a great time.
I feel like you didn't really answer the question. But I said,
Parker, I'm not a soccer guy. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I did watch Canada's games, all right? They were entertaining.
I think that's a very fair way of putting it. Entertainment.
Listen,
yes.
I've watched at least half a dozen soccer games in my life, okay? And Canada's one of the best teams I've ever watched play, so.
You know, they're definitely top 32, that's for sure. There's no denying that.
Thank you.
Truth be told, and what I'm about to say might get me flayed, I was hoping for an England-France final for the drama and the theatrics, and also for watching half of our talent have a meltdown and the other half of our talent have a meltdown, but Spain, Argentina doesn't really move the needle for me.
It's kind of nice that both France and England lost in the semis, because now all of our fellow talent broadcasters will be having a meltdown, and have, which is nice.
It's true. We'd love to know what you, the good people of Twitch chat, also think. If you think Messi is going to win it, is he going to pull it off again, or will Spain win another World Cup title as they did? Was it a couple World Cups ago? Three ago, I think.
Wait, isn't Brazil supposed to be in the grand finals? I thought they were good at football. What happened?
All right. Well, when the hordes come for you, I will offer you no protection whatsoever. You have just signed your own death warrant. There's a run out. It does not ultimately pay off, as we talk a little bit about the World Cup, obviously a uniting sporting event for the whole world over. They call it the SI of sports. So
yeah, they've often called it
I've heard that a few times. That run out from Dark, by the way, could have been really, really nice. It does not ultimately net a kill, but There's no follow-up from FaZe Clan to punish him in his position unless they're holding him in garage, which does not seem to be the case. Perez, toiling and turning, takes down Souls, and FaZe Clan are now inching closer to this bomb site, even with players still removed. Perez and Cyber are not that far from each other. Now Handy goes down to Perez as well. The Clash maneuvered into this position. Nuxka's been having a great day from a kills perspective, and now he's got lots of utility to provide and some protection for his team as they hope to tie this up.
Oh, good trade coming through. They kill each other. Perez and Vidiking there on the main stairs will each go 1 for 1. That's huge for Perez. Of course, he whittles the numbers down the side of FaZe Clan just to 2, so this is going to be a really awkward final push coming out. There's still roamers up above, too. I mean, Dark here inside a garage. Dash, you see his outline just above the 2 remaining attackers. This is an almost unwinnable spot for FaZe Clan to be in. They still have good utility, like 5 Grimbees still in the pocket for KDS is nice, but you've got just so much to find, and time to do it, I guess, but when you go for this plant, there's going to be so much pressure flanking you from the back.
They're in. Cyber taking no prisoners. He sees the clash. Los has had plenty of time to get back to the bomb site. They're consolidating now. KDS eliminates Dark. That's a nice shot through the soft wall over towards Blue, but KDS has all the work to be done now as Cyber is dying next to him. A nice read from KDS. You know what he's capable of? He entered today as FaZe Clan's lowest rated player. And I mean, hey, he's really quite terrific at what he does. Now he just needs to find Dash and Nuxka. Nuxka will continue to waste time on this clash. A really advantageous position to be in, and Dash can play off of that information so effectively, finding the last kill and tying the game.
FaZe Clan have won some ridiculous rounds so far today, Parker. Rounds where they arguably had no business winning, but that one was just a little bit too tall of an order. Los are able to close things down there on the defense, and of course, it all comes off the back of the huge triple kill from Perez up there on the roam. Killed Souls, Handy, and then trades 1 for 1 with Vidiking. Really impressive stuff on the roam game. Perez and Vidiking actually growing up in the same town, both being from the nation's capital of Brasilia, deep in the interior of Brazil. Not a very common place to see players from, so the fact that they're both from the same place and ended up trading exactly 1 for 1 there on the roam game is kind of poetic, if you ask me.
I completely agree. We're going to need all 12 rounds of this first map. FaZe Clan are looking more like the FaZe Clan that were beaten by T-Law than the FaZe Clan that went almost undefeated during the group stage. Best of 1s and best of 3s are obviously different beasts entirely. It's safe to say that if the better team has a bad day, best of 1s are not always the greatest show of skill, and that sometimes teams that win the best of 1 are not, statistically speaking, the better team. It's when you get to best of 3s and eventually best of 5s where the best of the best do tend to win. It's very rare that the worst team wins a best of 3, and even rarer for a best of 5. It's just a trade-off. Best of 1s allow us more investment from the viewers because all the teams play, whereas best of 3s here allows you to settle in if you're a fan of FaZe Clan or Los and enjoy a solid hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe even 3 hours. So Los being able to bring this fire and fury to FaZe Clan on FaZe's map does bode really well for when we go to Los's pick of Consulate next.
See Stevie Cash once again, Parker, and once more, we're not really seeing the Wamai being brought for Rafters. It is unbanned, but not even brought this time by Los. FaZe Clan not necessarily interested in clearing out Rafters one way or another, though. They seem to have a lot of pressure here on the Master side, and one thing Los did on their attack is they kind of ignored Rafters and Master and just went for a bit of a quick rush push in through the con single wall to site. They could be going for that play, but they've got good information on these Master side roamers, and they're about to get this Jacuzzi wall open too, so things are about to be very difficult for Dark and Dash.
Dark has been so good at these initial engagements, same with Perez. Striking fear into the hearts of FaZe Clan. There's not a lot of players who are able to do that. Dark's aiming at that Jacuzzi wall, but this FaZe Clan swing here might be pixel perfect, and it is. Look at how many players are targeting Dark. He was not getting out of there alive. That's the FaZe Clan we are used to seeing. More fighting, Jesse. Daffo taking down KDS. We're halfway through this round, and they want to come to blows. Now it's Dash through the soft wall. Los on the board. Nuxka's Nitro Cell taking one down. Vidiking with the lone kill amidst the fury. Nuxka will find another, and Los with the numbers advantage. As Dash is still in this position, potentially playing on borrowed time, shutting down the Blackbeard with the gas canister, but his advance continues. Cyber credited with that kill. 30 seconds have transpired. We still have a minute to go, and over half of the server has been sat down. Now it's all up to Nuxka. As the nade goes in, the Blackbeard takes measures into his own hands. Vidaking wins that Jesse. How many times is FaZe Clan going to win a round from behind? This will be number 3 by my count, and Souls hasn't even been that big of a factor in the final moments because he's dead. Dafo now just prolonging the inevitable, it would seem. He's doing an awful lot of damage to Vidaking and has forced FaZe to scramble out. If Cyber and Vidaking cannot do this together, they're not going to be able to find him, but Cyber does it on his own. FaZe Clan moves to map point.
Baffled by somehow these rounds are going, Parker. I mean, it's ridiculous. The advantages Los seems to have and be able to just toss out at a whim's notice. Feels like they have everything they need with the roam game. Not perfect, right? I mean, it's an opening pick coming through from Souls. They find Dark, which is nice to see from them, but the trade backs are really, really clean. I thought Dafo from Garage, often the Garage player has a tough time finding impact in the round when the push is coming in through Master, but he's able to shoot through the soft wall of bottom Garage and get a pick in the midst of that, which was really impressive to see. Then you follow that up with just some more kills happening around the site. We didn't get to catch a lot of it, but you saw a lot of those site players getting involved and getting active. Los are doing a good job of supporting their roamers and not just letting Dash and Dark kind of extend by themselves and go down one by one. I would have maybe liked to see Dash get a pick in the midst of that. He's on a mute jammer, playing the smoke, using those toxic babes, but he still gets cleared out with relative ease, no trade coming through. Dash, of course, having a great game so far, top fragging the lobby 11-7, but that was maybe one where he's hoping to get a little bit more, and because of it, it'll be FaZe Clan here on map point 6-5 coming in against the underdogs.
Crazy, the players that are overperforming their numbers right now. Dark, 45th of 50 players. He is the lowest rated player not on INTZ or Imperial. Nuxka is right ahead of him in 44th, and Dash, the player we were just praising, is in 38th. All of them with very negative KDs, negative in the double digits right now. I'm not going to read off what their stat lines are, but they are all still chasing 100 kills, and they're getting there in a hurry with the way that they've played today. Dash, Dark, Nuxka, the top 3 frags heading into today, the lowest rated players on Los. So really, really strong days for them, and the way that they're matching up against FaZe Clan is oh so mighty good. If they can continue this hot streak, again, it strikes fear in FaZe's heart here on Clubhouse, but it sets them up so effectively for success on the side of Los on Consulate. The question now that needs to be answered, Jesse, overtime. Do we see it? Does Los manage to prolong this map, or does FaZe Clan decide like they do oh so many times? This is done. We're ready to move on and win it.
Well, I think the most important person to ask in the midst of this will be Handy, Parker. It was him who got that big triple kill on Snake that won this bomb site for FaZe Clan the last time they came up against it in round number 9. Now, the Snake has been banned. Los have taken that tool out of the box for FaZe, so Handy moves over to the Nomad. A lot of other players change their ops around as well, but it's not Handy who's the first one involved. It's Perez who takes down the captain of Vidaking through a outside angle onto the roof. That's a brutal death to be losing, as Vidaking has no hope of getting that kill back. So no trades from FaZe Clan as they're now in a man disadvantage. This can still be won by them, but they have to be able to get some picks here on the cash extension. They have to get a clean kill onto Dash, clean kill onto Dafo. Some of these picks have to come in without losing more bodies.
Oh, FaZe Clan's won every single round where they got first blood, but that's only been 4 of them so far. The other 2 were clutches that you wouldn't necessarily think would happen more than once. Los has been dominating in the early rounds. 8 of the 12 rounds, Los has had a numbers advantage in the first minute to a minute and a half. FaZe Clan have just been fighting this whole game on their back foot. It's tiring as a player to constantly suffer through those opening losses, especially when it's high-value utility operators that are likely to die. A Snake, a Dokkaebi. Those are ops you need and you rely upon, and yet FaZe are not able to keep them in their roster long enough to have an impact. Overtime looking very likely now solely off of that single kill.
You have a lot of map control, though, on FaZe Clan. Like, they've got main stairs, there's nobody below, there's nobody really extending cache side either. So all of these defenders are very close together, and they're really grouped up. If FaZe Clan get a couple of picks, it could be really easy for them to spiral it into a bunch more, but they have to be good to get that first frag in the execute.
Nuxka taking down Handy, and there goes KDS as well. This is Los's round to lose at this point. Cyber, the only one able to muster a kill. He'll add a second to the tally. He's taking out Perez and Nuxka. Those are high-value targets. He and Souls now are both terrific players, extremely experienced, and you know how formidable they can be with a gun in hand. Great play by Cyber, but he does not outlast Dash as Dafo gets one as well. Nitro Cell nearly getting him, but the shotgun finishes the job, and we'll go to overtime between these teams.
One thing that's abundantly clear in this round, Parker, is just how much confidence Los have. Despite the fact that they're massive underdogs coming in against the two-time world champions, they are playing like they're the favorites in this game, and that's why they're walking away with so many decisive rounds. You look at that one, it's a really aggressive peek from Perez that gets the opening frag on a Vidiking. Then we didn't catch it on cam, but Dash actually jumps out of construction in the 5v3 to get another pick right onto KDS. It just feels like at every moment, Los are willing to play aggressive, they're willing to take risks. And even when they're the team in the advantageous position, they're still happy to take those opportunities and to steal kills back from FaZe Clan. I don't know if FaZe are necessarily ready for it a lot of the time. Maybe they're expecting this Los team to be a bit more timid, but it's clear they are playing with fire. They're playing with a bit of spite here on the side of Los, and they do not want a repeat of the kickoff lower bracket finals where FaZe Clan took them out 2-0 and forced Los to play through Phase 1 of Salt Lake City Major.
It was the beginning of the end for Brazil at that event as well, as Furia, Los, all the teams that made it not named FaZe Clan ultimately suffered some pretty humiliating losses at that event. It was a puzzling one for a region that usually has 2 to 3 teams in the playoffs, but just for FaZe to be the lone representative with Nip, Furia, and Los ultimately being nowhere near good enough. You know that the region is unhappy with that. Brazil is fiercely proud, whether it be football, as you talked about that earlier, or here in Siege. They love their dominance, and they love to be able to talk their ish. So Brazil as a whole, as a region, needs to do some improvements. It'll be very interesting to see the way that EWC shapes up. EML had a bit of a rough start to their stage, but some of the teams look like they made dramatic improvements moving forward. NAL looks to be among the most consistent and competitive regions at the moment. Brazil's had some pretty serious issues, but you could never count them out. And then you've got the wild card factor of some of those APAC teams that can definitely play spoiler, plus teams from other regions that we haven't even talked about. Cyber will start off the killing here as FaZe Clan will be a dominant foe at EWC. They have to get through Los first because, again, you don't want to be one of those teams to have to go through play-ins.
Here comes the Sens wall. It gets a little bit trapped by these magnets. The Aselmas are going out to try to open the walls, but those are getting caught by the Wamai discs. Finally, it seems like they might have gotten one through to be able to open up that Raptors position. Already losing a body early. Dafo dying on this breach. That means they can't do a whole lot more of hard destruction, and it's another one. Twice now, Cyber just peeks the main breach and kills a hard breacher. That's exactly what he wants to find. Still over 90 seconds in the round, and a 2-man lead for FaZe.
KDS bleeding out on Raptors. The magnets around him will do him no well at all, as there go the track stingers. Words are a little bit hard. He's finished off by the deployment of those track stingers. If he moves, he takes a little bit of damage. Los fighting from behind, quite eager over the next minute to close this gap. Los has had the lead once, twice in this entire contest. It's mostly been FaZe in the driver's seat, which again, it's FaZe's map. We come to expect that. Final minute now, Nitro Cell tossed out. Los largely outside the building.
Yeah, you're fishing for a win con. They do have some garage control, right? Dark is inside of Raptor, so that's probably going to be their best bet. They've got lots of smokes to cover this as well. They've got to be careful of Vidiking C4, but otherwise, focusing the objective could be a good win con for them.
Iber far enough back as Nuxka's got the opportunity for the defuse kit down. He's found some footing here, but he's taken care of by a Nitro Cell. He bailed off the plan to repel up from Perez. Does not go. Cyber will shut him down. FaZe Clan have lost nothing. Los about to lose everything as Dark aims a bit high and Cyber swings on him oh so well.
Bit bit of a cash curse from me, maybe, Parker. I say going for the objective could be a good win con if they can avoid that one nitro cell, but that one nitro cell was so devastating. Vidiking's able to stop the plant with it despite the pressure being applied by Los in that push. Really good to deny that swing. And then, of course, Cyber. I mean, you can't talk about him enough. No doubt, one of the most important players for FaZe Clan. A huge 4K, getting every other kill in that round that wasn't Vidiking stopping the plant with the C4. Cyber is a player who, I mean, we've talked about him to death for years. No doubt one of the most talented players that has ever touched this game. Actually enters this game at a negative KD, -7 on the frags. Very weird to see Cyber go negative in a domestic stage from South America. It hasn't happened in a number of years. -7 plus the, what is that? +6 he's currently sitting at, so he's only at a -1 through the first 13 rounds of this map. So definitely looking like he'll be able to reverse that trend, get back up into the positives overall, but it's not what he's focused on. It's those round-winning kills that are important to him, and he's getting those just as well.
Oh. Never would have thought when we saw these two teams on paper that this would be the situation that we're in. Los limped into the playoffs, the 6th and final team to make it in with 11 points to their name. FaZe Clan nearly doubling up on that with 21 points amassed during the regular stage. To their credit, it was a 7-5 victory for FaZe Clan the last time they did battle, so Los pushed them to the brink. It could just be that this team has FaZe's number. As we've seen in a bunch of different regions, sometimes you can be the better team on paper and have the better team overall, but there are just certain squads that beat you every single time, and whether it's a mental thing, whether it's a stylistic thing, you have to ask the teams themselves. I don't think any of us expected this to be as much of a struggle for FaZe Clan, and there still very much is a possibility Los takes this map. They will need to win 2 in a row, but they've done that a handful of times already in this contest. So if you're a FaZe Clan fan, and I know that there's many of you out there, I'm sure you're biting away at your fingernails and sometimes maybe even looking away from the TV screen for fear of what might be happening.
Yeah, I mean, you combine this game so far from Los with the victory over NIP to get to this spot, and there's no doubt this team has really leveled up for playoffs. There's another opening pick. Cyber, the star of round 13, is the first one to die in the 14th round, falls on that entry to Perez, who has also been so incredible playing here for Los today. This roam game still persists. Vidiking's checking his corners because he's expecting some players up here. They are still lurking about. Perez goes for a swing now. Good punish from the captain. Ties us back up 4-4 as you trade that opening duel, and they're just over-swinging. Parker, Dash goes down as well, and a man advantage has been bled out by Los with 1:20 to go.
FaZe must feel very happy about this one, and it sets them up oh so nicely to put a bow on this final round and push us over to Consulate as map number 2. There will need to be some heroics here from Los if they want to persevere. One big thing that could really benefit Los is FaZe mismanaging the clock or dropping through these hatches with little information. If those things happen, Los can easily clean up a kill or two, and suddenly the advantage swings in your favor.
Los have never been good at converting these disadvantaged positions, Parker. Only a 3% success rate in the clutch. They might not need the clutch, though. If they can equalize these numbers out, it's a good off angle from Daffo that finds the pick onto Handy. No Candelas for this final execute.
And that's one of the things that I said. If you don't drone, if you just rush right on in and you don't understand where Los is playing, Los is still spread out. They have not consolidated in the site. And FaZe Clan, who are doing this completely blind with no info ops at this point in time, and no drones, it's a really rough place for them to be in. And suddenly Los have the advantage, and with Daffo quarterbacking blue, he's making this FaZe Clan squad pay. Vidiking getting Diffuse Kit down. Nuxka with 1. How about a dozen kills for Nuxka? Nitro Cell goes out, and he gets Vidiking. How does Los win that round? We are going to 15 on map 1.
What a performance to clutch it up. That'll be Nuxka's first clutch of the stage. Again, this Los team, they do not win 1vx's, but that time they come through. They play it so perfectly, and I just think it's a series of missteps for FaZe Clan in the end. They get a bit of a lucky break, finding those last couple of players who are overswinging on the defense to steal the man count back, but as you said, not aware of how aggressive Los were going to play that. I think you got to give huge credit to the positioning of Los in the final 60 seconds. It did not seem like they were going to be able to pull that one back, but it's an aggressive move to come through from Dafo. He's able to find that pick early on to the Ying before the execute comes out, and from that point, it just feels like FaZe Clan are a little bit lost. Their blue player gets isolated. They're going for the execute, but they just have to focus the plant because there's no time to do anything else. Really well played coming out there from Los. They managed to clutch things up, and they will force us deep into 15.
We made the champions of the Six Invitational bleed. Los putting in an incredible effort here, and again, this is not their map, so things should only be going onwards and upwards from this point on. Chalet is the tiebreaker if required, but with the way Los are playing, if they manage to best FaZe Clan here on Clubhouse, we could be staring down a 2-0 in which FaZe Clan ends up in the play-ins. These teams have qualified already for EWC, so that's not a concern at this current point in time. It's not like you're worried about qualification. Los demolished the Ninjas just a couple days ago, which is why they are here playing up against FaZe Clan. Lots of good teams thought that they could make it to EWC from a whole variety of regions, and unfortunately there's only 4 spots, so there will be some good squads sitting at home. Earlier today, Furia and Team Liquid Alienware started our show with Furia beating the Horsemen 2-0, an incredible second map if you didn't tune into it. Gives Furia a berth in the grand finals, leaving FaZe Clan, Los, and Team Liquid Alienware fighting to be the other team to make it to that point. Right now, it's anybody's game. A single round will decide FaZe's map.
And this is such a good cross being held by Dash, the player on the main stairs trying to make their way down. That's Vidaking, the captain of FaZe, trying to get back towards the site. All of his teammates have left him. Does he challenge the angle? He does, but he does it as safe as possible, so no opening deaths from FaZe. They will give up this roam game, and that should be read by Los. So despite every single one of these basement rounds, Parker, playing out pretty aggressively, playing out with some duels on the roam game, this time FaZe say, we're going to force you to do something difficult. We're going to force you to go for this 5v5 execute. And when the pressure is this high, when we're in round 15, that might be the best thing that you can do on the defensive side. Because this is FaZe Clan's map pick, they got to choose their starting side. So far, the defense has been much more powerful here on Clubhouse. So this is the advantage they get by it being their map pick. How does it play out, though, in the final 75 seconds? That's going to be the question. Who can be the hero on the side of Los? They don't have any great execute utility. Dafo and the Capitao may be the best that you've got in terms of chucking these firebolts down through the hatches and through the floorboards, but otherwise, it's going to be on the raw gun skill to be able to break through this defense, get past those Goyo canisters, get past those dread mines, and find your fights.
Very curious what the focus is for the Ash as well. You're bringing breaches, both the breach rounds and the breach charges, and I mean, I'm looking at the lineup from FaZe Clan here, and maybe it's just a lack of ball knowledge, but outside of maybe Goyo canisters, maybe a dreadnought or two, or dread mine or two, or maybe even some bulletproof cameras, I struggle as to why an Ash is being brought, especially over, say, like a Zofia, or even some other form of destruction on the side of the attackers. I mean, my question will not be answered, Jesse, as Dark is the first one to die, and FaZe Clan very, very poised and focused right now as they find Dash as well. Perez, the only one on the board so far. They've got him on watch in blue. That leaves Dafo as the only question mark for Los. FaZe Clan have given up KDS and now just need to find Dafo to take their own map, who's right now breathing in some smoke, breathing in the fire inside of blue, takes down Handy, but an immense amount of damage is done before Cyber sends him away. It took all 15 rounds, but FaZe Clan take their map. Los really giving them the gears, Jesse.
Yeah, a final the hurdle that ends up falling Los. Of course, they played so well throughout this game, but it's that last attack in around 15. FaZe Clan forced them to execute 5v5, and that's just not something that I think this inexperienced team of Los were ready for. Really tough, but a great showing on their opponent's map pick. We'll got their own map pick coming up next. It's Consulate after this break.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai, como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Não, mas eu vou engolir. Vou mastigar fica mais difícil. O bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de snake. Isso que eu faço. Não tem como não.
Sente.
Oh.
Flores. Não tá dando pra ouvir. Thunderbird. Thunderbird.
Foi? Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Isso aqui é a pescaria maldita e vamos ver o time reserva aí, hein? Tô meio preocupado.
Isso aqui é mais difícil do que parece, hein?
De qual jogador da SAL você ganharia na porrada e por quê? A pergunta é de qual eu não ganharia, né? E o porquê? Porque eu bato em todo mundo. Se houvesse eleição do pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia e por quê? Pô, situação complicada essa aí, hein? Situação bem complicada, inclusive, hein? Vocês me deixaram numa situação meio complicada aí, pessoal. Quem ganharia seria o Flastrai, muito bagre, um dos piores que tá tendo aí. Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Mas eu vou mandar a Imperial embora. Por quê? Não sei, mas vai embora.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma precisão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Errou! Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Tá foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou! Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste. Errou! Oh, mas isso aí... Ó, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
As balas tá fazendo curva, pô. Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, pera aí, pô.
Você tá funcionando dos piores. Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta. Só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como.
FaZe win their own map pick in 15 rounds. They are now a map point to advance to the group stage of EWC, but the fact that it does take 15 rounds is maybe a little bit worrying on the side of FaZe. We are really watching a back and forth match here. No team leading with a gap of more than 2 rounds all at once, and it seems like Los is constantly on the back foot. They're fighting back. The entries again so important inside of this matchup, but it's also positively surprising for the fact that Los seem to be competitive with FaZe in this one.
Yeah, I actually think they were more than competitive. I think I may even argue that they should have won this matchup if it wasn't for a couple of FaZe players going crazy and hitting the last multi-kills in the overtime rounds, especially. I mean, how many multi-kills did Cyber pull off? I mean, he was going crazy in so many of these rounds. He's the main differential between a Lost win and a FaZe win, and I think, you know, if it wasn't for him in a couple of these rounds, actually 3 of them where he gets more than 3 kills. I think we see Lost winning that match. And then again, it's going to be the strength of some of the biggest teams in the world, right? Whenever things go wrong a little bit in the plan, they can always count on one of these big players to go crazy. But I just don't like the fact that they rely so much on them. It seems to be very, very tight in SAL right now. I know we used to say that it was a very top and bottom heavy league, but the reality is it's changed a little bit. With the new shakeups and the new rosters coming in, we're having Lost being super competitive. More than that, this was supposed to be FaZe Clan's peak. They had the lead, they had a 4-2 halftime, and then despite all of this, it went all the way to the 15th round. And on the back of, 2 clutches from Souls 1, multiple multi-kills on the side of FaZe Clan, it's just not good enough, and they're scraping their victory away.
It's crazy, you know. I like how you're mentioning that the league seems to be getting closer, because we've had 3 maps today in total. That means out of the 45 potential rounds on those 3 maps, we have seen 44. That's literally how close things have been today inside of this matchup. Of course, the upper bracket final has already happened between Liquid and Furia, seeing Furia move on to the grand final. But it's good to see that the league gets closer in a way that, it doesn't seem so top heavy, right? We're not expecting a 7-0 if we see FaZes to go up against Lows, because Lows actually seem to be competitive. We had the same for, Loud scraping by into playoffs. The same for NIP, the way they show up against Furia in that first matchup. It is nice to see that as a whole, but moving things over to the second map is where I put my question marks. It's the second most preferred map for Lows. They played it yesterday against NIP. It was the first map in that series, a 7-5 for them. Very good defensive win rate they have on this. But also for FaZe, it seems like it is their third preference map as well. And surely, FaZe have been watching that match yesterday against NIP, and they must have an idea on what they want to counter today.
100%. I think honestly, Los has scratched so much on the map in important moments of their stage, so long as they've been together, that they've showed a lot of rounds on it. And so just focusing a little bit back onto what happened on Clubhouse. By the way, we mentioned Cyber struggling a little bit, and honestly, he went crazy a little bit on this one. It's rare to see Handy go negative, and I think it's a testament just of how well Lost has been playing so far. A team effort on their side, whereas for FaZe, they relied on one guy going crazy, which is never a good sign. Going into Control, like you said, a lot of VODs that FaZe have been able to watch. JP talked about the importance of the Mavito to yesterday. I believe that they will have known and they will have seen Lost play it yesterday as well. You can take a lot from it. And the fact that assures them they're going to start defense here, I think is very important. Los are incredible in defense on the map. They've got an 80% win rate, and it's a heavily defender-sided map. And on top of that, Los is just a better defending team. If you just look at the last matchup, they're the one that won the most defenses. And so you really want to be starting on that momentum side, or build up that momentum on that stronger side for the set of FaZe. So if they can carry in the fact that Los have just lost the first map 8-7, usually that's a huge blow to your mantle. On top of that, having a strong lead, building it up in defense, starting on control it, then maybe they can take it away in a 2-0.
Yeah, also something that JP said in the interview yesterday when he was talking to us, right? Talk about the mental, how sometimes it felt like they got their mental destroyed, especially in the game against Liquid, right? Getting the 8-7 victory here must be a big positive for that, but he also says,
like
we
yesterday.
feel too... Sorry?
It's literally like yesterday. It's the first map against Loud, 8-7 victory. They were pushed all the way to their boundaries, and they had to react mentally.
Yeah, and then, of course, that game saw them then win map 2, 7-4, right? A little bit more dominant than an overtime game here. The only thing that I seem to be a little bit worried about is that they are tense again in this matchup, like what JP said as well, right? That's something that's been hurting them in the course of that loss streak that FaZe eventually was building up near the end of the group stage. So I think there's opportunities on both sides, of course. There's a very realistic scenario where we see this series end with a 2-0. FaZe get much more dominant on map 2, especially since, like you said, they start on the defense. It's the much more beneficial side. They can really build on that momentum there. But also for Lowe's, there is still a really good chance they bounce back. You know, we've been talking about 2-star players this entire stage. Perez and Defo, sure, they didn't have the greatest of map 1 here when it comes to the stats and the baseline of that. But I truly believe that there is an opportunity for them, you know, especially once they get on their defense as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them both go crazy on Consulate before. Perez with that 25 kill game against Fluxo W7M. Dafo yesterday with, I believe, it was 17 kills on Consulate, if I remember well. So both of them going crazy. But I just want them to rely on the team play. I think that's the biggest things. If you fall once again to multiple players on the side of FaZe, hitting you with a multi-kill out of nowhere, you need to be able to trade. I felt like their trade game on Clubhouse was pretty good. I just want to see it carried out on Consulate. And then the biggest thing to me is how many rounds can they put together in the first half? Can they actually do better than on Clubhouse? Can they win a couple more attacks, especially on a strong defender map like defender-sided map like Consulate? That to me is the real key to victory here, because mentally they're checked out in the sense that in the interview yesterday they said EWC qualification is the biggest thing. Therefore was like, I'm so happy to be here. So realistically, there should be no pressure for them to feel like they have to beat the world champions, to feel like they have to make sure that they're not fourth. However, I believe after the victory settled yesterday, maybe they noticed how rough it was to be sent to play-ins in EWC and how low their chances of making group stage were if they were sent to that. So I believe, however, there is some kind of motivation, but no pressure.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. I think something I took away from the game yesterday that we saw between Lowe's and NIP particularly is that Lowe's really capitalized off the mistakes that NIP were making, right? We saw C4, team kills, people dropping down hatches on the side of NIP, and Lowe's were able to capitalize off of that. My main worry is that FaZe, the FaZe we know, should and probably will not be making as many mistakes on this map, especially if they get to start out on defense. So, from what it seems like, FaZe are in the prime position to secure their ticket and immediately advance into the group stage of EWC. It is now up to Los to show what they can do about that.
Well, thank you so very much. Is this the end of the road for Los here in the playoffs, Jesse? Do FaZe Clan take it 2-0 after struggling to get through their own map pick? I don't know if I like FaZe's odds here. I do think Chalet is more likely, but you know what? As much as it pains me to say these words, you are the expert. So you should be able to give the people more accurate info than me.
Listen, I'll tell you this, Parker. We're here on Consulate, and Consulate scares me. It's a terrifying map because we really don't see it very much in competitive Siege. The reason for that, it's been played once so far in South America. It's been played twice through all of Stage 1 in North America. By far the least played map, and the reason is that it's also the most lopsided map. It is very easy to defend. It is very hard to attack. It's very one-sided for the defenders. And that means if you pick this map in a best of 3, or if you pick it in a best of 1, if you get that final ban, your opponent gets their side start, and your opponent is almost for sure going to go off to a huge lead on the defense. Most teams don't want to walk into that. They don't want to have to play up against that huge disadvantage. Now, Los are the exception. They picked this map yesterday against NIP. They went down in the first half, and they came back and won it anyways. That will be the task again here versus FaZe Clan, but it's always scary when you're a younger team and you have to kind of play with momentum. You've not got that same experience to be able to lock things down. Los have done it before, and they've done it against good teams like NIP before, so I'm not going to say they can't do it, but that's always going to be the red flag when you pick Consulate in a best of 3, Parker. It's always going to be the thing in the back of my mind that says, was this a mistake by your team?
How many rounds do you think we'll be able to answer that question, Jesse? 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds? 7 or 8 or 9. I mean, yeah, I think we'll find an answer within the next 15 rounds.
The first half is like, it's a bar-setting moment for Los. Obviously, they want as many rounds as they can get, but like, we really don't expect Los to walk away with a half win here. We don't expect them to walk away with 3. If they get 2 or 1, like, this is the only map where even if you get 6-0'd, like, it's not over. We really just have to wait and see what those defenses look like from Los. So the first half, obviously important to set the tone, to figure out what the high bar is going to be for Los that they'll have to clear on their own defense, but it'll be a slow burn of a game. I don't think you'll be able to say that one team is running away with it for quite some time.
ADS will start off the newly buffed Jaeger taking care of Perez. Perez was very good in the previous map and one of the highest rated players heading into this game, but the storyline for Los is they pushed FaZe all 15 rounds of FaZe's map. We're the players that are often the unsung heroes of this team. You're looking at Dark, Dash, and Nuxka. We said it in map number 1. It bears repeating. The 3 lowest rated players throughout this entire stage were the highest performing players for Los back in map number 1. Is that sustainable? That's another question that will have to be answered. Losing one of the traditional fraggers of Perez is unideal for Los.
Goes down early in the midst of this. This is clearly an admin-focused take, so everybody going to be coming in here from one side of the map. They often do have a little bit of pressure elsewhere, but right now we're not seeing a whole lot of that coming out from Los. They lose another body as Cyber finds the head of Dark, meaning it's a 2-man lead now for FaZe Clan, and 2-man advantage Consulate top floor. They are just going to sit in their corners and force you to execute. This is what they did round 15 of Clubhouse. Cyber does get traded out. Dapple finds that pick, but with 45 seconds to go, they've got to find some way to break through to site.
Cyber with the final kill of the very first map to send us to this point, and now all these players of Los spread out, unable to help one another. They'll get picked apart. Dash and Nuxka, to their credit, are now side by side. Through the gas they'll go, but a single nitro cell will be their undoing. Who'd have thought that actually being spread apart would have helped you in that instance? FaZe Clan takes round number 1.
Yeah, nice to see that coming through again. Solid defense up at the top floor. Cyber was roaming kind of down on that mid floor actually for a good chunk of that round over on the service stairs. Ended up kind of coming back up to get those couple of kills before he did eventually get taken out. I guess it went 1 for 1 on that moment, but I think that was kind of the most important frag just to cement the lead that they had playing on those stairs over by Visa. Made it really tough to get past that first hallway, and that's always going to be the difficult spot for an attacking team pushing from the admin side. Only 1-0 down for Los. By no means is this going to be a panic moment for them. Again, yesterday they started on the attack, of course, on Consulate versus NIP. They got a 4-2 half, losing, of course, 4 rounds, winning 2, and they came back with a 5-1 defense half of their own. So, again, it's just going to be get as many attacking rounds as you can on the board for Los. Couldn't find the first one, but plenty more opportunities to get on the board here.
Absolutely. Jesse, I don't think you and I have casted Consulate in ages. Now that I think about it.
I'll repeat my stats. It's been played once in SAL. That was yesterday, so we didn't cast it. And it's been played twice through the entire stage 1 of NAL. It's a little bit more common in Europe, but like of the regions you and I cast, this map just does not get played.
No, but I'm even thinking back to like Salt Lake City. I'm genuinely struggling to remember the last time that we casted this map. It's been
a hot minute.
Yeah, it's been 85 years. But that's okay. I like Consulate. I honestly do. I know that might be a bit of an unpopular take among certain teams and among certain viewers, but I do quite enjoy the map, and frankly, I think variety is, I believe it's called the spice of life. And I like spices and I like life. So that means I have to like Consulate here. And of course, a map that was expanded upon a couple years ago has given us some great games on their initial run of Consulate, and now here on the reworked Consulate as well.
Trying to get into this mid floor now, of course. Bomb site's down below, but FaZe Clan will be holding all 3 floors of the map, hoping to spread themselves up and make entry so difficult. Perez on the Snake, I think, is always going to be an important operator. You've got Dark on the Dokkaebi as well. Vidaking happy to just let his phone explode. Takes a little bit more damage than usual, but he gets headshot by Dark, so it's not the damage that will matter. It's the reswing that gets him punished. And Cyber goes down as well, so all of a sudden, a 2-man lead for Los. The roam clear has gone perfectly for them, and they're in a strong position to tie the game up early on Consulate.
It's a bit of a hard fight for a Scorpion of that range, but Andy's hoping he can control it. Not well enough. The DMR in the hands of the Hibana. Dafo is the better gun here in FaZe Clan with half of the round to go. Have just 2.5 players. KDS and Souls now. Souls was terrific and will need to be almost perfect. He takes down Dark. He's last man standing for FaZe Clan. Here's another lined up. A great shot onto Perez. Oh my. Souls has had some pretty damn good clutch moments here, but you go up against this team with 3 still upright. Dafo on a tear, looking more like the Dafo during stage 1 versus the Dafo we saw in game 1. No, Souls was on borrowed time. Nuxka, the very final kill, and Los will tie things up.
I like that from Los, Parker. It's picking apart those isolated players. You know that it's going to be tough to just go in and hit the site with everybody grouped up. So you say, let's find our picks elsewhere. Let's go 1 for 1. Let's find these isolated guys and take them off the bat. Really well executed by them. They've got really good information. The fact that they spotted Vidiking so early and were able to force him back with that logic bomb is just excellent use of the utility. KDS on the Scopos as well. We're seeing a lot of Scopos, weirdly enough, today here in SAL. We did have 2 clubhouses, so that explains a little bit of the Scopos presence, but even still on that bottom floor bomb site, it's not something you'd often see KDS play. Traditionally, KDS is a castle player on that bottom floor, but of course, it's been a while since we've seen FaZe Clan play this map. They played it once back in Salt Lake City against Wildcard, and that was a victory, although in overtime, so certainly things have changed a little bit on the FaZe Clan side. They've been working on this map in the backlines, and it might catch Los off guard, but despite that lack of information, they've done a good job of getting these rounds on the board, and we'll have a successful basement attack here in the second round.
10 seconds left.
Almost perfectly synchronized shotgun blasts, by the way.
Yeah.
The Finka on the board. Let's go. This is going to be an exciting one. Finka, Blitz, and Glaz. Okay, well. Hold on to your butts, FaZe Clan. Good news. They brought a Warden, though, so at least you can deal with the Zofia. You can deal with the smokes. As long as Soul stays alive, which has not really been a major problem for him through this series.
It's kind of late setup from FaZe Clan. They could get caught off guard if this is an early rush. It's very rare to see Finko without it being a rush, so you'd expect it to come soon.
So close to that silhouette that we see outside, but there is no shot to be had. Knows that.
I just want to clear util first.
A lot of time watching Handy here, dude. A whole lot of nothing.
He's close on these angles, right? Like, he's hoping somebody swings in, but it's been very quiet from low 60 seconds. They've been burning util. They cleared some of those Goyo canisters already. But when this execute comes, it is going to explode into the building. It's a delayed rush to come out from low, so nobody actually entering, but they will all be entering at once when they do go for the execute.
Cyber's fishing for something now on this skylight. Nitro Cell goes out. It's down to Nuxka and immediately picked right back up by that Adrenal Surge. The Glazadafo was there. Been a second later. 2 kills for the taking on the side of FaZe. A fine dash. Vidiking tears through him. Nuxka revived from that Adrenal Surge, but still quite low on HP. A little bit more will come back, leaving one more gadget in pocket for the Finka. Los have taken up some map control, but they are struggling with the next steps here, Jesse. Either at windows or looking for jumps down Skylight, and they are not finding the success that they want. Nuxka punished by Cyber. What remained of him was now found. Los with 3 players upright, 1 Adrenal Surge, no smokes remaining. Most utility from Los has been used at this point, and yet there's barely a single point of damage that's been done to FaZe Clan.
It's exactly the problem. You've got real no plan B when you commit to this rush strategy, so the fact that you lose 2 players immediately, really well played by Cyber, has been very awkward now to be able to close this one out. They will try to lurk themselves down the spiral stairs, but they have no information, Parker, so these will have to be blind swings that go their way.
Cyber's just so patient. He's just this phantom that will haunt Los as he lays in wait. This is the FaZe Clan we are used to. I can understand why people say, oh, it's boring. They're just sitting and waiting ever so patiently, and they are so dominant. Perez with 1 kill, but the remaining players of FaZe get 1 apiece. And the world champs take round number 3.
Perfectly stalled out there. I think after that early aggression that comes through from Cyber in particular, harassing the Blitz, it was really well played. He gets that Nitro Cell to initially down Nuxka on the Blitz, and then of course he stands back up with the Finka charge, but just goes from Spiral Stairs over to the Visa Stairs. It gets the kill on the Blitz regardless. At the same time, you lose Dash early in the midst of that, so it just felt like they just didn't have the oomph that they needed with that rush, Parker. They didn't really commit to it as hard as they needed to. They clearly wanted to get into the top floor and maybe clear some of those top floor roamers, but like the mirror windows were still up. They had no counters to those mirrors. There were still some Goyo canisters lurking around the map as well. Like, it just didn't really feel like they had what they needed to get past that strong defense being held by FaZe Clan. clearly an idea was brewing with the Glaz and the Finka and the Blitz. They tried to catch them off guard. Not quite going to be good enough, though, in the moment. And you kind of have to do this, right? When you just played this map yesterday, you have to go on to some of your plan B strategies. You can't just rely on the same stuff that you used against NIP. So you see the creativity coming out from Los, but it's not good enough in round number 3.
Thing that's been interesting to watch again are which of these players are under and over performing. Back in map number 1, Cyber finished with 17 kills and 9 deaths, tied for the fewest deaths of anybody, along with Nuxka. And yet going 17 and 9, he was 1 and 4 on entry. So almost half of his deaths coming on entry with only a single entry kill. Those are bad early numbers. So if Cyber survives the first minute or so of a round, he can have huge impact. The lowest rated player on FaZe Clan heading into today was KDS, and that remains as he was the lowest rated player in the entire lobby. Dark had a very good game before he fell off towards the tail end, and again, we expect Nuxka, Dark to be towards the bottom for this team, and things are not getting any better. Dark definitely overperformed the first couple rounds of Clubhouse. He's 1 and 4 and is the first casualty now in round number 4.
Cyber is so annoying, man. I remember a concept that we did cast a few months back, Parker. Do you know what I'm talking about here? Where Cyber, he just loves to spawn peek on this map. They could be down 5-1, and Cyber will still stick his head out a window. He could have gotten punished 4 rounds in a row, and he still is willing to go for these peeks. He loves getting aggressive on this map, and so not a surprise to see him active early here in the round for FaZe Clan. Gets him that first frag onto Dark. I think a pick through the drone hole onto Dash as well. They will be able to safely get him up, but this is huge time waste. It's HP drain onto Dash as well. Just makes things really difficult to attack on a bomb site that is already so heavily favored for the defenders.
Jesse, would you say that this is enough hard breach here? You were a bit critical of the hard breach that they brought back in map number 1. How about here? Is this enough for you?
I mean, for what the bomb site strengths are, it's not usually the hard breach that's a big issue for you. 4 cans should be fine as long as you get that balcony breach open. There's nothing else you desperately need. Of course, the breach into break room is helpful to clear out the roam game over towards the admin side, but that's no longer really going to be a problem as everybody's FaZe Clan has fallen off. So I think it's fine, the util that they've brought. I imagine Nuxka's 1 hard breach. Do you see where it went? Did it go on the balcony or?
It was the balcony. Was it?
Okay. So as long as they have that angle open, I don't think there's anything to worry about.
Good. Thanks for weighing in. I was trying to tease you, but you took the question at face value, so that's fine. Handy will eliminate Dafo as they didn't clear out that bottom floor, and Handy's able to rotate towards the main floor because of it. Using the shadows, he knows that there's one up on Skylight as well. That's why you keep your shadows on ultra quality, or whatever the official name is for it now. Nuxka taking some serious damage, as is Dash, and FaZe Clan have looked mighty good through the last 2 rounds. They are poised to extend their lead here as Cyber gets in on the fun. KDS with 1 as well, and Cyber slams the door on a Los comeback. My goodness, FaZe Clan up 3-1 over Los.
It's a triple kill for Jamie Ramos. Cyber continues to be the most impactful player on FaZe Clan here on Consulate. He was so good in the last map, really strong here on this one as well, forcing attack timeout early to come through from Los. Cyber, the oldest player in the South America League, turning 28 in just a couple of months. It's insane that he's still able to hang with these young gunners, hitting such crazy shots. Most people by that age are forced onto IGL Hardbreach Parker, but not Cyber. He's willing to continue to play aggressive entry roles, and he does it so well. I'm a little surprised to see the attack timeout coming out from Los, just because a 3-1 deficit attacking on Consulate is not that bad of a position, but if you can make a change here and get their next couple of attacks, this could absolutely be worth it to come through from the coach of Hugzord.
People forget that Hugzord is on that team, right? I think a lot of people still associate him with that Team Liquid Alienware roster, and, you know, rightly or wrongly, Team Liquid underwent quite a bit of changes when they were still referred to that before picking up the Alienware moniker just a number of months ago, and then obviously picking up one of the most successful teams in the history of this esport, minus Herds. They kept Maya on the roster after Nesk retired, and frankly, I'm still not over Nesk's retirement, if I'm being honest with you. But Hugzord came under fire and got a lot of criticism for that Team Liquid squad way back in the day, but I mean, as you can see from Nesk's success with different rosters, from Paulu's success on the team, and now how he's doing on Fluxo W7M and Hugzord here on Los, I don't think you can just pinpoint it as all being one person's problems. I think there were greater and deeper issues with Team Liquid at the time that now that Hugzord's on this Los team, he's made Los better. And just because he had a bad run of it on Liquid, maybe he wasn't the coach for what the players needed and what the players wanted, but with Los, he's definitely made his mark, and they qualified for the Salt Lake City Major, and now they qualified for EWC, so he's certainly doing something right.
Spent last season on Elevate as well, down in APAC, of course. Managed to get second place overall in the APAC finals. Brought the team to the 6th Invitational. Didn't have the best of runs, but playing outside of one of the primary regions, that's always going to be a difficult task. That all Brazilian roster that was playing down there certainly had their moments, so I think Hugzord's still finding some success, even if he is no longer on the top team that he sometimes was. But hey, with the way Los have been playing throughout the last couple of months, maybe he is still on a top team. We don't traditionally associate Los as one of the big squads in Brazil, but they have been proving us wrong, constantly getting top 4 in this region. We might have another rush coming into the basement, Parker.
That's exactly it, but Nuxka gets dealt with by a Nitro Cell. Perez is gone as well. They called their timeout. They wanted a rush strat. They found it. FaZe read into it and rebuffed them ever so successfully. The Malusia KDS swings on to Dash. That's a tough fight to take, but FaZe will survive and now double up in numbers over the remaining Los players with 2 minutes still to go. Dark and Dafo will have to figure this one out, or FaZe Clan's lead will grow even greater.
Soul's no doubt one of the best anchors in the entire world. He locks down that site with a Nitro Cell, shuts down the blitz push from Nuxka, and now has put his team into a winning position, 2v4. Over half the round still to go for Dark and Dafo to hunt down these picks, but most players on FaZe have now fallen back towards the site. All 4 remaining defenders will be in the basement for these final 90 seconds, so expect things to slow down for a minute. Dark has to clear these sites out. He doesn't have any more drones to play with, so he's kind of just face checking, going for a phone call. That will give him a little bit of intel, but doesn't know exactly where Cyber's positioned. Dafo doesn't hear anything. Of course, Dark won't either, so they can start to assume this is clear. But Parker, I'm worried about the clock. I'm worried about the mount count disadvantage. They really have to catch FaZe Clan being sloppy in order to win this round. And if there's one thing FaZe Clan usually aren't, it's sloppy.
Oh, not one bit. Slow, maybe. Pedestrian, vanilla, sure, all of those things. Formidable, definitely on there. FaZe Clan don't really commit a lot of mistakes, and again, when you are in this position that Los finds themselves in, luck plays a big factor, but honestly, it is about making mistakes. Los committed a couple mistakes when they had numbers advantages back on Clubhouse. FaZe Clan not really strike me as the team to do just that. So final 30 seconds now. Jegio payload used, and that call will go out to Cyber, who sustains a bit of damage. Razor blooms as Dark runs in to his demise. Dafo, last one standing. He's been in this spot looking over the hatch for about the last 30 to 40 seconds or so, not moving a muscle, which for a defender would be great. Unfortunately for him, he's attacking, and he's not even going to bother to take the engagement. The round will go by way of FaZe Clan. They survive, only losing Handy. And half the server will see the conclusion as FaZe continues to dominate this first half of Consulate.
Tough round, I think, after Souls gets those initial couple of picks. A really big round to come through from the anchor on FaZe Clan. Souls will elevate himself up to top frag in the lobby, tied with Cyber now, 6 kills apiece. Souls and Cyber signed with FaZe Clan on the same day. That was March 4th, 2021. 2 of the longest standing players on any given org that we have in Rainbow Six Siege, and in that time have won 2 hammers and a major, and so much more, it feels like, even domestically. So plenty of experience between those 2 players, able to lock things down really nicely here on Consulate. Again, it was a 4-2 half that Los lost against NIP starting on the attack just yesterday to qualify to the Esports World Cup. They can still tie that result. So they won the map last time with just 2 attacking round wins, but doing so with only 1 is going to be a tough task against a team like FaZe Clan.
It's also about that mental fortitude, the 2 words that we love to link together. It's because this Los team is... they're experienced, sure, and they've had to battle against really tough teams. Every single team in Brazil is battle tested because you are playing up against former world champions. You are playing up against some of the best players who have ever touched this game. Right now, Los is battling the best team in Brazil, bar none, and have had a rough go of it through the group stages, so they've been tested mentally quite a bit. A reminder that Los limped into the playoffs with only 11 points. They almost forfeited that final spot to Fluxo W7M. They clinched it on the very final day of the group stages. So Los's position here was anything far from certain, and yet when you look at their contemporaries, when you look at the other teams that failed to make it to EWC, Ninjas in Pajamas, Loud, so on and so forth, Los qualified, so when their backs are against the wall, they tend to do well. Their backs are certainly against the wall here, Jesse.
Piano Exposition, our final bomb site of the half, including round number 3. Los have played this bomb site on attack 8 times this season, and they've lost it 7 times. This is obviously a site where they have found some struggles, but inside the building early is Dark creeping up the yellow stairs. I'm not sure they're going to be aware of this on the side of FaZe Clan. Perez and, of course, the Twitch player here also having a good ability to get inside the site. That's Dash lurking in around the top floor, so watch out for these players. They have more map control than I think FaZe Clan realize.
Still roaming. A shotgun blast from Dark as he gets one, immediately resets. Pushing himself now over as he attempts handies. Does he get the Goyo as well? He does. Wow. How is Dark able to stay in this position for so long? But the shotguns on the side of FaZe finding their marks as well. Dark still in that spot as Perez and Nux go with rifles in hand. Will hope to find Cyber and KDS. The same tally of players who survived the previous round are what's left with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go in the last round of this first half.
It's a great roam clear. Dark completely catches them by surprise, sneaking up yellow stairs. Good trades coming through on a handy as well. KDS desperate for this nitro cell to land. He's just got it in his pocket. He's been playing around with it. He needs to equalize this man count before they get into a fair fight. 3v2, even on the site, with full top floor control from a sledge is a devastating position to be in, especially with Perez on the snake.
Dark's been having a great round. We did wag our finger at him a little bit. I think it was the round ago, or maybe 2 rounds before that, where we talked about how he started off so strong in Clubhouse and has fallen back to earth. And with it, Los's chances have been quite tough. Cyber and KDS now tucked into corners, awaiting the storm that will come from Los. They need to tie this one, or they need to get this round to get it to the point of no return for FaZe Clan. If FaZe Clan can take this 5th round, it will likely be out of reach for Los. Nuxka's found an opening now, defuse kit in hand. Dark and Perez will watch up above while FaZe has split their forces. There goes KDS. Cyber will have no impact on this plan as it goes down oh so successfully. He takes care of Dark and now has to take care of Perez and Nuxka, both of whom have abandoned that defuse kit. Cyber will buy himself some time with the Goyo canister, but he has no information as to where these remaining players are. A tight angle over on yellow stairs as he will go for the drop and hope that they pick the wrong way to get to him. All the while, the timer continues to run against him. Cyber has no information, and the flames that he created moments before are now slowing him down. Only a couple seconds left to hop on the defuse kits. He will watch as it goes. So Cyber might survive. It really depends on what Los does, but the round, oh my goodness, does not go in his favor. We call those a Pyrrhic victory. Cyber kills everybody, but the timer gives it to Los.
Nice flashy frags, but ultimately not going to be good enough to win it out. 4-2 is the half. That's not too bad for Los.
No, certainly. I think there's definitely some salvaging that they're doing in that final round here to at least get 2 rounds on the board on the attack in half. I think besides that, it's just a case of continued momentum. Los seem to be playing quite isolated in some of these attacking rounds. FaZe is carrying on where they left, and Cyber and Souls are really big actors in that first half. FaZe, for the early round as well for them, is really where they set themselves up for success.
Yeah, I think this is a great follow-up of the last map. Pretty much the same scenario, Cyber still carrying, and look at these opening kills. I mean, look at this one. What a wallbang from KDS. It starts with the very first round, and every time they get the opening kill, they're so good at retaining that man advantage. Look at this, playing a 5-man crossfire, 1 player's downstairs, and that's handy, swinging that guy on Spiral. Keep that in mind, by the way, because he will do that once again later in the map, but really well played. Overall, that's a setup that we see usually, right? 3 to 4 players upstairs, 1 player lurking. We look at round 3, a bit of a similar setup here. You can see FaZe Clan playing very passive. As you can see, Dash pushed alone in meeting when the rest of the team was not ready to push at the same time. That's the disjointed things that you spoke about, Anne. And then later down the road, as soon as FaZe has some control, they just play close to each other and play the time. They even have the confidence to go for a couple of spawn kit picks, as we can see here in round 4. It's all of the right things played at the right time. And down the road, a little bit later, what are you going to notice? A player is going to walk up Spiral once again, and where is Handy? Once again, coming up Spiral and getting another kill, exactly like in round 1. Similar setup, 4 players staying up top, holding the site with the crossfire, and then the rest of the team playing really passive, and then Handy obviously swinging for as a lurk, trying to retake either Visa, either Spiral. Whenever you give the man advantage to FaZe, realistically, they're going to play it perfect. Very slow, steady, play to the strength of the map, play towards the bomb site. Really good follows though. I felt like that last round, they cleared the top floor really well. They got exactly what they wanted with the default plant setup. Top floor control, plant setup, perfectly well for these guys. So I'm not too worried. It started there exactly on Clubhouse, and in the end it went to overtime. So nothing is done for FaZe right now, especially Anne, because we've seen FaZe struggle in attack throughout playoff, against Liquid, yesterday, on Clubhouse just before. So it's not done yet.
And to add to that, Los on this map, they have an 82% defensive win rate. So that is looking pretty strong for them. The IQ ban, that's a really, is that like the first ever IQ ban we've seen? We don't see that too often.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting maybe to see maybe Solis, Valkyrie being played here as it's opened, to try to have more of Intel game on the side of Los. It's a weird one, but why not? Maybe also the Pulse, who's been played quite a lot on Control as well.
Yeah, well, I think Los must have a reason for it. I'm very curious to go and find out what that reason is, because they need to put in all the effort now to tie themselves back up in the series.
Fun set of operator bans coming through to start this second half, and that's what Los are going to have to rely on, catching their opponents off guard. IQ, one of Handy's favorite operators here on Consulate. When you look just to these top floor attacks, Parker, he's played it in 60% of all top floor attacks this season, so it's definitely a bit targeted. It's definitely an operator that FaZe Clan like to rely on, but taking it away, how is that going to change the game? Are they going to be able to rely on Valkyrie and Solus and Pulse a little bit more like Leo suggested? I feel like that's got to be the game plan.
Attackers must locate and
Absolutely, and really well done by both of them. An IQ ban is definitely an eye raiser too, so for those of you watching at home, you might be a little bit perplexed at that one. So lots of information ops can now be used by Los quite safely. I just don't know with an operator like IQ when there's other tools at your disposal. I suppose one thing that IQ does very, very well on this map, particularly when they're attacking the top floor, is sit on the roof and scout all that information. Consulate is one of those maps where you can actually gain a ton of value without ever getting into the building. You can't say that for other maps like Fortress, maps like Lair, etc. But Consulate, it's quite compact, and again, it's a very straightforward and very narrow map. So IQ does have a disproportionate amount of impact here, and of course, she's got a great loadout as well. That Commando's a terrific gun, and all the secondary gadgets that she brings find application as well. Nuxka, the very first target, as FaZe have swung into the building less than a minute off of the clock, and FaZe's confidence is really a sight to behold at the moment.
Yeah, I talked about how Handy's usually the IQ player for FaZe Clan, but the fact that he's on the Rara makes me think that this is a bit of a new strat being brought out by FaZe, something to catch Los off guard as well. Again, it's just been so long since we've seen FaZe play this map that all of their strats have been relatively new. They've clearly reworked this map. I'm curious to see where Handy wants to go with these. If they can block off some lines of sight, make things closed and easy as they go for the execute, that could make a big difference in stopping these defenders from finding impact. Enters down on the bottom floor and just starts closing off some flank routes at the moment. So just going to stall things out for now. Past the halfway point here in the round. Everybody's still alive, but this hallway is always the most difficult part of attacking through admin, Parker. There's usually a player down by vending. It doesn't look like anybody's there right now, but you've got mirror windows to deal with and so much more utility that you've got to get past if you're FaZe Clan.
Dash is gone. He had a great game previously on Clubhouse. It definitely seems like these support players on Los have come back down to earth. Nuxka as well, only 1 and 5, but Dark is suddenly finding his marks as well. Handy gets one, nearly a second from his position. He'll have to get them all, and Perez will say no thank you. FaZe Clan, we're up 4-1. It's 4-3. Los is closing that gap in a hurry.
Good to see Dark getting some value. Parker enters this game at a negative 12 KD. That enters the whole series, I should say. Struggled a little bit in map number 1 as well in terms of getting those kills, but finding big value as the highest rated player for Los through the first 7 here on Consulate. Does really well with those mirror windows. Didn't feel like FaZe had any great answers to it. Again, I was intrigued by their lineup for sure. The Rauro is very interesting to see that coming out. You don't see it very often for these Consulate top floor attacks, but ultimately I just think there was a little bit too much for them to get past, even with a man advantage in a 5v4. That top floor of Consulate is so difficult to crack open. So Los, they will succeed in winning that first defensive round win. I think that means this map will certainly be close no matter how it ends. There was a small fear that FaZe would just roll over the second half, but Los are such a good Consulate team, I didn't think that was likely to happen, and indeed, we will not see that come through for their first round in the second half. Notable as well, Los 4-0 undefeated on Consulate this season, beating Black Dragons and Fluxo during kickoff, beating Weibo in Salt Lake City, and of course, beating NIP yesterday, as we've talked about so much.
Not that I'm gonna besmirch the good names of those teams, but certainly none of them really quite the same caliber as FaZe Clan.
True.
You know,
Very
I heard
true.
Michael Jordan was undefeated on the mean streets of Philly at a couple pickup games, Jesse. You know, I think it's a really good court for him, you know?
You can't be calling NIP Philadelphia street basketball players. Like, it's not that bad.
Remind me again what position they're going to be at EWC? Oh, that's right. They're not going to be at EWC. The Philadelphia streets reign supreme here, Jesse, okay? They send their regards. No, I get what you're saying. I just think that, again, this is a good map for Los. I don't think there's any denying that. And I said before we even got in, we're still in Clubhouse for crying out loud. I do think Chalet is going to happen. I would be quite surprised if it doesn't. But then again, FaZe Clan does have that secret weapon, which is that they just decide that the game is over. They've lost Handy, they lose Cyber, they lose Souls. My goodness. All-you-can-eat buffet for Los as they devour this FaZe Clan team, and they leave KDS in a 1v4 with a minute 50 still to go in the round. FaZe Clan tripped up on the very first hurdle. They barely made it off the starting line here, and Dafa will eliminate KDS before we even get to the halfway point of the round. Surely this is a timeout for FaZe, right, Jesse?
You have to imagine. I mean, you lose your first 2 rounds. It could come through. It took 4 rounds on the first half for Los to call their own timeout. We've just tied the game up here. You could let it ride a little bit. Rafadel, head coach of FaZe Clan, seeming like he will let it go here now that it's 4-on-4. Again, as the attacking team, you don't expect to be winning very many rounds on Consulate. I don't think it's the end of the world for FaZe Clan to hold it in, but this kind of needs to be the round where that trend changes a bit, right? This has to be the moment where you get around on the board, win this tertiary bomb site as it comes up. FaZe Clan just need to win 3 of these 6 attacks in order to win it. If they can win 2 attacks, that'll be good enough to force it into overtime, but Los chose this map, so Los will be getting defense in overtime. That's not really a great win con for FaZe Clan. They'd like to finish this one out in regulation, so this round, oh so critical for FaZe Clan's success. And it kind of plays back into what we've been talking about. For Los, 2 rounds in that first half is maybe more than enough to be able to get this victory. It was a 5-1 defensive split versus NIP yesterday, so this team is very good on the defensive side. This round will be very important for turning how these last couple of rounds go through and how worried FaZe Clan really need to be.
I have no reason to think that this is anything but a defender-sided map, which means Los have the better side from here on out. That last round might come back to haunt FaZe Clan because a 5-1 scoreline was definitely doable. That gives you a bit more breathing room. You consider that most teams will take a half 4-2. If you take the first half 5-1, you're just 2 rounds away. And I know that that might seem like very little, but on a map like Consulate, that can become a defender fortress, as we've seen so far today with only 2 successful attacking rounds, both by Los up to this point. That would give FaZe Clan a much bigger fighting chance. Los knows this map. They've got the better side. It is not outside the realm of possibility that they can take this in regulation. It remains to be seen if they'll be able to do it, though.
All eyes on Cyber, the man of the hour. He will have to commit to clearing this top floor with his team. He's got good information on one player's position. I believe that's Dark playing over towards manager. They've got 4 roamers up on the top floor. Everybody but Nuxka is playing up here aggressive above the bomb site. So for FaZe Clan, clearing these guys out, making sure you win this opening couple of duels over above the site is going to be so important to converting this into a round win. They're also pressuring the site. There's a world where they try to ignore these roamers and just try to rush a plant with the smokes of Handy, but I'm just not sure they have the utility for that. Without a Capitao, it'd be really ill-advised.
I feel like a lot of these FaZe executes will live and die off of Cyber as the main point of the spear on Snake. Always behind enemy lines or at least close enough to those lines. You know whether you're behind them or in front of them. And Dark just runs right over him. How does he allow the Valkyrie into that position? Dark is just continuing to improve. His numbers were underwater for the first half, and he's been one of the most important players on Los so far through this second half. Soul's getting Diffuse Kit down. We will shorten the timer. Nitro Cell goes off, KDS with 1 as well. A 3v3. How will FaZe fare in the post plant? They're still tucked away, but Dark is in the site. Do they know the whereabouts of the Valkyrie? Can Dark surprise them? As now they assess the situation over on the breach. Nobody hopping onto the Diffuse Kit just yet. Diffuser at the halfway mark. Doing damage across the board. Neither team coming out ahead. These initial blows. So much damage. Perez on the ground, tears through Handy. There goes KDS. Vidaking needs to stop Nuxka, who's on the Diffuse Kit, but he misses his shots. Los, all 3 remaining players a shadow of themselves, but Vidaking cannot connect, and Los take the lead.
That is pure, unadulterated skill coming out from Los on that bomb site. What a round to be able to win. They let the plant go down. This Nitro Cell is a second too late, and you have to think, okay, at that point, post plant's gone down. We've got an angle from the window on the horizontal. There's a ton of angles up on the top floor, even if we don't fully control it. That's got to be the round for FaZe Clan, surely, and yet somehow, by wasting time, by not over-aggressing, by not panicking, Los are able to time it perfectly. They're so focused on getting the kills back. They know that it's not just about, we got to stick this disable, we got to panic, get on this immediately. They really spend their time. Nobody hits that Diffuse Kit into the last 10 seconds or so of the round, but it's all the time that they require. Such a perfect post plant just got played by Los. Parker. FaZe Clan completely shook after a flawless third quarter, and they will use their attack timeout now as Los are 1 round away from that point.
Almost certain that we are going to see map number 3 of Chalet. FaZe Clan had their opportunity to run up the score in the first half. A 4-2 scoreline is, again, not bad. That's the standard, but Los are 4-0 on this map. You talked about it. I know that I made jokes about the Philadelphia streets, but Los definitely look like they know how to play this map quite well, and have given us, so far through the defender rounds we've seen of them, no real reason to doubt them. They have been pitch perfect on this second half, staring down a 4-2 deficit that they have now turned into a lead. A perfect bomb site rotation for Los, starting on that top floor, going down to the basement, and then just finishing up most recently on the middle floor. Now back to the top floor they will go. How successful will FaZe Clan be after using their timeout?
Just rolling up this stat, Parker, and here indeed it is. So since the season began, again, Los 4-0 on this map. Specifically when it looks to defending this top floor, they are 10-0 on the defense. Again, you can talk about the quality of opponent they've played against, but at least one of those rounds, the one they just played 3 rounds ago, was against this FaZe Clan team. This is by far the best bomb site that Los have in their arsenal, and it's the one that they will use to try to push themselves onto map point. It's crazy how dominant this map has been for Los. Despite the scoreline, it's been really, really powerful to see them go off to such a lead here in the second half. You gotta think, if Souls doesn't go for a couple of clutches back on Clubhouse, we could be talking about a quick 2-0 for Los over the 2-time world champions. Not a result anybody thought was even in the question before this series.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple rounds where Los seemed like the sure victors, and FaZe Clan, again, whether it be luck, whether it be preparation, whether it be Souls being a god sent to the land of mortals, especially in the closing moments of a round, all things that you have to ask, frankly. And good questions. Not a single bad question among them. Los absolutely could be looking at a 2-0. What does that mean? Well, the loser of this matchup goes to the play-ins for EWC. We have talked about those stakes, so whether it'll be Los or FaZe Clan to have a couple extra matches to try and go deeper into the tournament held in Paris next month. But it also means that for the winner, you go up against Team Liquid Alienware, not tomorrow, on Monday. Team Liquid Alienware losing earlier today to Furia, an organization that knows a thing or two about winning here in Brazil. Furia in the grand finals. Who will they play? It could still be FaZe Clan. It could be Los. It could be Team Liquid Alienware. But one of these two teams will go home today. The other will go up against the Horsemen on Monday.
Through those 10 rounds on defense, Nux is pretty much always either on the smoke or the clash. Right now, it's going to be the clash being brought out. FaZe Clan should be aware that this was an option. They've brought a little bit of a clash counter in terms of souls on that Nomad. They've also got good pressure down below, using this Grim to try to get some information. It's Dark who they're tracking with that vert pressure, so nice to see that verticality coming out from Cyber. Oh, great shot from Dafo, though. Just slams the head off of Viking for a man advantage as the plant begins.
Completely blinded out. Los easily handling FaZe Clan yet again. What do you do when a clash is staring you down? You get pushed to the brink. FaZe Clan imploding in front of our very eyes. Lots of damage has been done to Los. The only casualty so far is Perez. It happened seconds ago. But they've got Handy behind the vending machines. No way out. Nowhere to go. Slowed down by the clash. Explosions aplenty around him as everybody from Los engaging in this feeding frenzy, and it's Dark to get the final kill. What a sensational second half for Los, led by Dark, and it's map point for Los.
This is starting to get out of hand. It just feels like Los know how to win these bomb sites over and over again, Parker. Whatever FaZe Clan are trying, and they're trying a lot of different things. You know, this time it was the Ying. Previously, it was a bit of a Raura strat. We've seen some Snake being used from them earlier on in this map. It just feels like no matter what they're going for, Los have practiced it. They're ready for it. They know what to expect. Even with the plant happening under the Candelas, there's so many players dying around the map for FaZe Clan that they just don't feel comfortable committing to that plant. You could argue whether it was the right call or not. Souls, of course, was the one holding that defuse kit, trying to go for it. He dies in the midst of it as Dash found the headshot. Of course, that Warden not affected by the Ying Candelas, so it makes all the difference in the world for Los. 2 opportunities now to close this one out before regulation. You have to imagine defense on Consulate. One of them will be good.
At some point, FaZe Clan's gotta win a round, right? It's not going to be a perfect half for Los. I will say, I don't speak Portuguese. For those of you that do, I hope you're enjoying what's going on in the chat. I do know what a multitude of Ks means, and that means laughter. So it is good that FaZe Clan is still laughing with Los, despite the scoreline. Again, when you get into a best of 3, the basic assumption is that you're going to win your map, your opponents are going to win theirs, and then you go to the tiebreaker in effectively a best of 1. Chalet is the tiebreaker here. It looks incredibly likely as Los has demolished FaZe Clan through every opportunity so far. A perfect 4-0 defending for Los. And again, very little reason to feel confident in FaZe Clan's attacks at the moment. But I guess FaZe Clan, again, have been in some of the toughest matches ever played in this esport. One of the most heartbreaking matches ever played in this esport was that SI final, in which FaZe Clan was a single round away from glory. It would have been their first hammer before ultimately getting dropped by that W7M team. An incredible match, one of the best in the history of this esport. So I think FaZe Clan are certainly prepared for this situation, and it won't get to them. They still have Chalet in order to win this best of 3.
That's the thing about FaZe Clan, right? Like, this is a team you can never count out. One of the most dominant teams. Many would tell you the best team in the history of Rainbow Six Siege. So they're always ready for these tough matches. They're always ready with something extra up their sleeve. Loads of soft breach. That's going to be what's up their sleeve for round number 11, Parker. Sledge, Buck, and
oh God,
just Sledge and Buck to be able to open up the floorboards as KDS gets his head blown off on Ram. Handy answers one back, finds Perez there up on the roam, but there's still so many of these aggressive players in FaZe Clan. I'm worried about how spread apart they are, Parker.
Saw that first kill come in, and I was just like, we were speculating that FaZe Clan just need a single round, right? Dark has been so good. 13 kills for him. He overachieved through the first half of Clubhouse before regressing to the mean, and now maybe he's overachieving yet again. Dash taken care of by Vidaking as we keep our eyes on Dark right now inside of admin over top of Visa. He's in a showdown with Handy. Handy knows the read of this. He'll wait for one on the window. Dark tries to rotate. Handy catches him. That's a good pinch. That could have occurred by FaZe Clan, but Handy gets the job done all on his own. Final minute. Los reduced to 2. And the best look that we've seen from FaZe Clan in the second half so far.
Dafo is the most important player in the server, Parker. He is stuck up on that top floor. No real good way back to site. And his teammate in the site just died. So now he's got everything to do in the 1v3. Really good from Vidaking to isolate these picks. He's got a quick rotate back down through these hatches, but he's caught on drone. This will be a difficult clutch to pull off.
Difficult's definitely a word for it. FaZe Clan assesses his position. Nitro Cell goes off. A moment of vulnerability as he takes one, squares his body away. Almost a clutch! But the king polishing his crown as FaZe Clan stays alive, and the leadership of FaZe gets the job done. One more round for Los to push us to map 3 without overtime being needed. But that round definitely looked like a different FaZe Clan than what we've seen up to this point.
It's a FaZe Clan that's dealing with a very spread out roam game, right? Los, I think, feeling confident once they got to match point, said, let's play the basement, let's go for a heavy aggressive roam and spread ourselves out. Certainly, we saw Dark taking full advantage of that, getting a massive multitude of kills. When he died, there was nothing else he really could have done in that situation because there was another player jumping on his window. He was full white with the flashbang. He did all that he could. His teammates, unfortunately, just falling in some inopportune moments. No ability to trade when you're going for such a roam strategy. And I'm a little surprised to see this coming through, Parker. Los go back down to the bottom floor bomb site, the site they just lost, and they don't change a whole lot up in terms of their defense lineup. They'll move one player around. They'll take Dash and put him from the Mozzie over towards the Kaid. But based on how dominant this was for FaZe Clan, I guess it went down to a 1v1, but still 3v1 in the end there. I'm a little surprised to see them running it back, putting all of their eggs in this one basket to close it out on the roam game. Otherwise, overtime is in the cards.
I think you're absolutely correct. Typically, you go to this bomb site when you think that there's one or two minor things that can be fixed to change the overall outcome. And to their credit, it did come down to a 1v1. FaZe Clan looked mighty composed, but that Dafo near clutch could have propelled us to map 3 already. A 1v1's as close as you can get. So if Los can fix a couple things, particularly with people helping Dark when he gets those entry picks and then getting back to the bomb site a little bit faster once FaZe Clan has used through their utility, which is something that was a little bit lacking from Los in the previous round, then this round becomes a lot more winnable and does begin to make a lot more sense. But just as with the IQ ban, Jesse, we are in a state of befuddlement and do have some questions about what we see. Those questions, thankfully, will be answered in the next 2 minutes. Either OT or map 3 up next.
Heavy battles coming down on the roam clear now, Parker. These guys on Los, they've not been as aggressive to committing to this top floor hold like they did in the previous rounds. They're falling back and giving some of the space over to FaZe Clan. Part of that might be that Cyber is now on the blitz, and while he's made his presence known, he's eaten a little bit of damage. They're willing to respect it at the time being. They're just giving up that top floor, and almost everybody here has been falling off. The one exception, of course, is Perez, who is lurking inside of Exposition, sitting on a mute jammer. There's no real utility other than drones to spot out these roamers, so they really were committing just to having good drone work and then having this blitz clear through with some face checks. Does Perez get away with it? This is my question, Parker. He could be the one player that differentiates, and it will be that. A quick pick on Vidaking, the star from round number 11, and puts his team into a man advantage in the final 65 seconds.
Good spot to be in for this Los team. Plenty of shotguns, good guns across the board. If close quarters combat breaks out, the main benefit for FaZe Clan will be having this blitz on the board, but Cyber has taken some damage prior to these sets of engagements. So a couple wayward bullets finding their way towards him. FaZe Clan loses that shield, and they are just a bunch of guns. They do have a shotgun of their own. For the second time, we're going to see a sledge with shotgun in hand, enabled because of that machine pistol as their secondary. FaZe Clan lacking proper hard breach now beyond the two Selmas of the Ace. I don't know where those will be applied. They need to get to the bomb site very quickly. Only 30 seconds to go, and FaZe are the ones running against the clock.
This is the issue. The Thorn Traps will slow down Cyber. He's got the Defuse Kit as well, 50% HP or less, and you're looking at a couple of Nitro Cells there on the defensive side, so he's got to be so careful if this will be an objective-focused push.
Dropping a bunch of those flashes. Souls on the board. This is now winnable, but there goes KDS. Sidearm is out. FaZe hitting their shots, but they'll lose control of the bomb site. They need to get to the Defuse Kit in just a matter of seconds. The clock, their largest adversary, and that case might as well be on Chalet, because that's where we're heading, baby. Los take it in regulation, and a third map, Jesse, awaits us.
What a crazy finish. It was the one Nitro that finished it off. They were going for the plant. It felt like if they get that down, that is FaZe's clan's round to win, but in the end, they're just not able to do it. Los do it again with a dominating defensive half, just like they beat NIP.
One more map to settle this one. Who goes on and who goes home? We'll find out on Chalet after this break.
It's the World Cup, baby. Okay, take it easy. We are trying not to get the video copyright struck here. Anyway, we are here to talk about a World Cup. Just not that one. We're talking about the Nations Cup, or in its full name, the Esports World Cup of Nations. First things first, let's go over the basics. For Rainbow Six Siege, the tournament will take place from November 18th to November 22nd. 24 national teams will compete, including both invited squads and qualified teams. With one spot, the so-called Solidarity slot still up for grabs. The teams will be divided into 4 groups of 6. They will face off in a single round robin of the best of 1 matches, with the top 4 teams from each group advancing to a single elimination playoff bracket. From round 16 onward, matches will be best of 3, except for the grand finals, which will be played as a best of 5. Pretty easy to follow so far, right? Well, here's where things get interesting. Because if you got national teams, you've gotta have a call-up, a roster announcement. So let's take a look at Team Brazil. We have Vita King from FaZe Clan Support, Palo from Fluxo W7M, Handy, FaZe Clan, JV92, Team Liquid, Cyber, FaZe Clan, Loira, Furia, and last but not least, KZ from Team Liquid. And the masterminds responsible for selecting these 7 absolute demons were our coaching staff, Igor CTG, Rafael, and Eudinho. Now, instead of us doing all the talking, let's hear directly from the people involved and find out how this roster came together. Professor Igor, take it away.
De uma forma resumida, basicamente o processo da seleção foi, eles selecionaram um manager, que foi o Eudinho. Depois de algumas conversas e tudo mais entre eles, eles acabaram me entrevistando e eu fui o selecionado para ser o treinador principal da seleção brasileira. Eu já tinha bem claro para mim, caso eu fosse selecionado, que a pessoa que eu queria estar ali comigo era o Rafael, porque, sendo sincero, pelo histórico recente, acho que é o que mais merecia.
Basicamente, a gente tinha uma lista bem grande de jogadores bons, que a gente tinha que conseguir enxugar a lista para 7 nomes, né? Foi bem difícil de conseguir reduzir essa lista, para ser sincero. Tinha pessoas que estavam em uma fase muito boa, tinha pessoas que tinham uma história muito boa no R6, tem pessoas que estavam com um momento muito bom, então reduzir a lista foi um trabalho bem complicado, então a gente acabou fazendo entrevista com alguns jogadores. O sistema, né, que eles apresentaram para mim, eu tinha que montar uma line com 5 jogadores e 2 reservas. Eu acho que eles fizeram um formato ali de 15 jogadores e cada um montou sua line.
Eu dei a entrevista deitado na cama e a galera tudo no PC com a webcam. Fizeram umas perguntas lá, aparentemente eu respondi o que eles queriam.
Well, there you have it. But of course, no call-up is complete without a little controversy. And in this case, it seems like the fans weren't exactly thrilled about the absence of Siege's resident Giga Chad.
Sobre a seleção, acho que eu fiquei chateado, mas mais comigo mesmo. Seleção é momento e realmente eu não tô no meu melhor momento da minha carreira. Mas fiquei muito feliz pelo Loira, que é do meu time aí, foi chamado. Eu vou torcer pelo Brasil, sem dúvida alguma. Tenho certeza que ele tá muito bem representado. Seguir trabalhando aí para quem sabe no futuro poder representar essa camisa aí.
A gente vai avaliar como eles vão estar jogando nos respectivos times, como vai funcionar o encaixe dentro da seleção e tudo mais, para aí sim a gente montar a lineup titular.
Fair enough. Now, before we wrap things up, let's talk about the favorite teams. France looks scary. The United States looks scary also. But what about Brazil? Aren't we the team to beat?
Olha, estamos trabalhando para que seja, mas obviamente vai ser um campeonato bem difícil, existem outras boas seleções, mas a gente sabe que a gente está levando todo um peso de uma nação e o favoritismo. Existem bons times e é a nossa preparação que tem que fazer a diferença, né?
Eu acho que o Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, sim, e tem boas seleções também para competir, mas eu acho que a gente vai estar bem sólido, a gente tem bastante tempo para se preparar e já estamos nos preparando. Então a torcida pode esperar aí que nada mais, nada menos que um baita show aí do Brasil.
O Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, né? Eu diria que hoje em dia, a gente comparado, assim, o roster, fala, né? Que é a line-up do Brasil, é comparado ao roster da França do futebol. E eu sou o Olise.
Fair point, my man JV. And honestly, if there's one guy you remind me of, it's Olise. Because man, that French dude is an absolute pain in the bottom. Start getting your watch parties ready, figure out where you're watching the games, and while we're waiting for the ENC to kick off, I guess we'll have to settle for that one little tournament called the FIFA World Cup. And of course, keep hanging out with us here on SAL. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Lowe's bring the match back. They tie themselves up and they keep themselves alive in this lower bracket as well. What a way to end the game too. I mean, we're looking at last second plan there, C4 tonight. They still have the forward control. And I feel like that's a clear example of rounds that we're seeing from Lowe's on the defense, because many rounds I look at FaZe, I'm like, wow, okay, they forgot who they were. They can't get attacks working for themselves. Then there's this round where they save themselves from losing the game there. But in general, I think Lowe's had the game plan written out for themselves, right? We saw it with the IQ ban. They play with lots of information. They can test map control, getting a lot of entries for themselves as well. And just in general, not scared to contest things.
Yeah, what I like about what you're saying is that you're pointing out the right things in the sense that I don't think it's necessarily FaZe playing too bad. I actually think it's Lost playing really well overall. As we rewatched the first half, which exactly like happened yesterday, exactly like it happened in the map before, FaZe Clan in defense are still able to play as a team, but whenever they transition to attack, it's been a real issue for these guys. They have a negative attack win rate. It's the first time this happens in years. What used to be the biggest strength of FaZe has somewhat disappeared or somewhat is in shambles, and I'm trying to figure out what's the real problem here. Is it better teams stepping up in their defense game, or is it really, I think, a more long-term pattern of FaZe really struggling in their attacks? As we see this incredible 4K from Cyber that was kind of useless. It was such an important round for us, by the way, the 6th round. That's what made the whole difference, in my opinion. As soon as Lost switches to defense, it's almost flawless rounds. The few rounds here, they're almost never close. The one round here, I don't understand what's happening. This was a 3v3, diffuser planted, 30 seconds left. FaZe had everything. You never see FaZe lose such strong positions, and yet they do so. And it's on the back of Lost retaking together, hitting nasty shots like that one with Dark. And overall, just such a big momentum on the side of Lost. I think they really believe they can do it. They saw it in the map before when they arguably maybe should have won it. If Lost don't win this game, they're gonna hate themselves for it. And what I feel is crazy is, we're one map away to see FaZe come to EWC with the worst seed and having to go through play-ins.
I can't imagine that. Like, if you had told me that today, like, oh, there's a serious chance that we're seeing that from FaZe. But this is again a case of where we spoke to Defo yesterday, and he was again pointing out how they like to go into matches as the underdog. Yeah, and something that Antero pointed out during this match as well, right? It's that every team that plays in the SAL is basically going through trial by fire because you're playing against the best teams of the world. Lowe's is currently playing against a defending world champion for crying out loud. So it really puts pressure on the players, but then again, it shows for at least Los at this point, that there are opportunities, though. I want to talk about the final map, because that's where I think things will get a little bit dire. Sure, Los will be really upset for themselves if they can't carry this momentum now through into the third map. However, a best of 3 will really test your map pool, and that's going to be the situation here as well, because how can FaZe be allowed to have their #1 preference map be played as the decider? Like, they already beat Los twice on Chalet in recent history, and then you think like, oh, you know, maybe third time's the charm. Los definitely have learned from these mistakes, right? But no, Los, they have a horrible 36% attack and win rate on Chalet, which is our final map in this series.
Yeah, and I'm actually quite surprised to see a Chalet pull through, in the sense that we've struggled to see the map in SAL. It's been barely played. I don't even remember having seen one game of SAL. Obviously, I didn't cover every play day, but I didn't even remember one being played on that one. If I look at the side of Los, obviously last time played was at Salt Lake City when they lost to an Australian team. So you might think it's not the best for them. And on the side of FaZe, yeah, it was a 7-8 loss to Team Liquid. Very, very close one in playoffs here. And before that, they had not played Chalet up until Salt Lake City either. So it's not a map that we see very often in SAL. It used to be the permaban, but clearly has now become one of the best maps. I think also because in their own region, not that many teams are willing to play the map. What's actually funny is you look at how many times they ban it and how many times they're getting banned, or it's getting banned against them. They banned it twice, and it's been banned 18 times against them. So you can see that not that many teams are willing to take them there. And we'll see if Los has reason to have let it through all the way into the decider here. And as we can see, yes, in SAL, it's in the top 3 most banned maps as well, which is funny because we just played Consulate, which is the first and most banned one in SAL as well. I'm quite interested to see if we're going to see a trend continue with Cyber. He's been the staple player on the side of FaZe. Sadly, once again, KDS is struggling behind. He's been the worst rated on both of these maps. Trying to see maybe him step up a little bit. And for anyone wondering who's going to join the play-ins at EWC, who might be facing FaZe, just so you know, Alula are there from the road to MENA. Then Chiefs have qualified from Australia. Fnatic will be there as the 4th seed of EML. King Zero as the 2nd seed of CNL. Shopify Rebellion as the 4th seed of NAL. And we're still missing who's going to be the team from Japan or Korea, APAC North, coming through. The 3rd seed of CNL as well.
Yeah, and that's 8 teams in total, right? And only 2 of these teams will be making it through into group stage of EWC. So from what I'm hearing, that is going to be an absolute slaughterhouse. You do not want to be in those play-ins for EWC. So the main objective for both these teams is to win this final map here in the series. I love that it comes down to one map to decide all of this. We're going to send it to Chalet for FaZe and Los.
It all comes down to this, Mr. Chick. One final map to determine whether the world champs make it to EWC in the upper bracket or they've got to go through the grind. Los were in that position for Salt Lake. They do not want to go through it yet again. They are tried. They are true. They are battle tested. But they want to be victors today, whether you be the team that beats FaZe Clan or not, that's kind of nice. Either way, winner of this matchup faces T-Law on Monday. That's Team Liquid Alienware. Loser is Dunzo. We will see them in Paris next month.
Loser gets 4th place domestically in Brazil, something that FaZe Clan have not faced since 2022 in Stage 1. Since then, through 11 straight stages and finals, they have always finished in the top 3 here domestically in South America, and most of those 11 competitions were straight up just 1st place. This is a team that has historically dominated the South American region. Yes, over the last couple of years, they've gone from 1st every single stage to 2nd or 3rd and 1st here and there, but to go out in 4th would be a huge change of pace, especially to a team like Los, who they have not lost to since 2023. So it would be a massive upset in many different respects. So many different streaks would get broken by Los winning this 3rd and final map. But the thing they say about the times, Parker, they are a-changing. Brazil is not the region that it once was. North America remains at the top of the international scene. And for South American teams like FaZe Clan, it feels like maybe they are falling a little bit down the totem pole compared to where they've been over the last couple years. This would be a huge statement for Los.
Always something that we fall back on whenever we see FaZe doing poorly. We assume that it's FaZe being okay with that. They didn't really care about this matchup. They didn't really care about this result. Go all the way back to the group stages. Their last 2 play days, they've locked in first. Why bother sweating against Loud? Why bother showing up against Black Dragons? Who cares? They're the best team in the region. I don't know if we can use that as an assumption anymore, especially after Team Liquid Alienware took them down 2-0 in the upper bracket semis, which is now the reason why FaZe Clan is running through the lower bracket. A rematch is very possible, but FaZe Clan might be showing some early warning signs that they have regressed as a squad. Cyber the very first kill, so any regression might not be happening right here at this particular moment. FaZe swatting away these Los players who are all trying to find a foothold in Library, and well, I suppose they needed a bit more reading material here. KDS, simply sensational. He heard the mean, awful, rude, terrible things Alfama was saying about him, and he took those to heart.
KDS, a guy I think plays better when he's pissed off, Parker. He kind of seems to be most of his career. Now has put his team into a 5v1 advantage, looking for this third and final kill on the Dark around the reinforcements. Everybody throwing their bodies at this with still 55 seconds to go. This is not winnable for Dark. He's fishing for a swing, hoping to get at least 1 pick before this round comes to a close. KDS just on the other side of this gets flashed out, likely by that. It's a smoke grenade, so never mind, but Dark still hoping for a swing here for a freebie. There it goes. Triple kill from KDS, and it will start things off on the right foot for FaZe Clan. Great coordination from this team as they use those yokais to stun out the blitz. A perfect defense to start us off.
That's what you got to see. Those motivators, those ways to lock yourself in on this particular map. Chalet is an interesting one, Jesse. We just got done watching Consulate, a map that gets played very little. It's only been played a single time before today in the SAL. Chalet is also in the basement. It's only been played 4 times thus far. It skews in favor of the attackers. The bottom floor bomb site has only been played 2 times, so I would be shocked if we see it. Beyond that, every other site is very viable, and of those sites, all of them except for the top floor, and that includes the basement, are attacker favored. So if you're attacking the top floor, tread carefully, be cautious. Overwhelmingly favors the defenders. It is the most played bomb site and has a near 70% win rate for the defenders. That is quite eye-opening, but everything else is very favorable territory for the attackers. If Los is showing signs of distress when it comes to these middle floor bomb sites, the first floor bomb sites, that's going to tell more of a story than anything else.
Well, you talk about this bottom floor bomb site. It's only been played twice. Both of those plays were up against FaZe Clan and Team Liquid the other day, and despite defending it once and attacking it once, FaZe Clan lost it both times. So I wouldn't expect to see FaZe Clan bring it out on their own defensive rotation. Instead, it's going to be bar games that they go to here for round number 2. Also, not a great map for FaZe Clan. They've lost this map the last 5 times they've attempted to defend it versus both Team Liquid Alienware and, of course, Dark Zero back during the Salt Lake City Majors. So not necessarily a place where they feel the most comfortable. The desk talked about how good this map has been historically for FaZe Clan, but it's certainly fallen out of the rotation a little bit over the last couple months. Los here going to have to deal with Souls inside a big garage. Perez will get the read on him, and he's forced to run away.
It's been down now as Souls is harassed through those garage doors. They are penetrable for bullets. Dash will be the one to get that kill. Perez very much wounded but still alive. As we've seen across all regions in the playoffs, when you have offensive threats, as long as they've got a gun in their hand, their HP is largely irrelevant. If they catch you looking the wrong way, they can still punish you, and we've seen players with 1 foot in the grave still fragging very effectively and filling that grave with bodies that aren't their own before they inevitably join them. So Los with the opening pick, that's ideal. Los dominated in opening picks on map number 1. If they can do the same here, they'll be able to keep this one close.
Cyber's being tracked by so many different things. He's lost his phone. He's under a Deimos mark now. He's still trying to get aggressive on the window right past the nade. I don't know how he's alive. He's got Handy right by his side, by the way. He's not isolated here, aggressive on the roam. He's got teammates, so he's just trying to hopefully bait for his entry duo in terms of Handy to be able to get some of these kills. They know where Cyber is at. They know he's low HP, but they haven't been able to lock him down just yet. So instead, pushing below those roamers will start to approach the bomb site through Kitchen.
Handy gets dark as he was running on up. That was a head-on collision that favors FaZe Clan. Dash, a second kill so far in this round. He's got both for Los. Dash, an interesting one. His former team of Wildcard winning the NA League just the other day. Potential for them to have a matchup against one another when they actually get to EWC. Another for Dash. Technically, he was not given that first kill. He just secured the down, but he is still quite the terror at this current point in time. 15 seconds to go. KDS 3-0. Cyber 3-0. How much will those numbers shift? As Los now gets closer to the bomb site. Cyber with a 4th kill. Rez running out of time, and it'll be all Cyber. 5-0 for Cyber, 3-0 for KDS. They survive these first 2 rounds, and Los has really come up empty-handed here, Jesse.
I swear to God, Cyber is the most ridiculous player in all of Rainbow Six Siege, man. I don't know how he goes down to just 20 HP. He's being Deimos tracked. He's had nades tossed at him. His phone has exploded. Like, he's got every bit of utility focused on hunting him down. And he just drops a 4K like it's nothing. Why not from the oldest player in the South American League? Just having fun with it here on Chalet. Really good roam strat coming out with him again. The other pick that was denying the ace was Handy's frag in the midst of that as well. Handy has a roam duo up there on the top floor, so despite that opening death from Souls, it's really good work from the entry duo on FaZe Clan to be able to find those picks. Often we talk about how it's a team effort, right? Sometimes on these defensive rounds, like the site players are giving information with intel and yokai drones and stuff like that, but sometimes pure skill, and that really is what it felt like from Cyber in round number 2.
Cyber's good. He's really damn good, Jesse. He's pretty damn great, and he's currently leading the lobby with the most kills, 33 frags to his name, and the second fewest deaths to go along with it as well.
Jeez.
Here are the numbers for those that don't have access to this. Across both maps and now this third map with 2 rounds, Cyber has 33 kills. The next closest is 23, which is Perez. Cyber is a plus 14. The next highest is plus 1, and that's Souls. Pretty much everybody is between -5 and +1 except for Cyber. He's really run away with this. He's taken no prisoners. 6-0 now for Cyber, as Perez is the first body dropped in this round.
It's like we can't even take time to glaze his stats because he's just going to interrupt us by getting more kills. It's really unfortunate from Cyber taking this time away, but hey, that's what he does best, so he's going to keep on doing it. Finds the opening pick here in round number 3 as well. It's crazy, again, Parker, to mention, he enters this best-of-3 series with a negative KD rating. This has been one of his worst stages in his career, and yet somehow he's still putting up an MVP performance on this important best-of-3. Just does it like nobody else. Now it's going to come down to the util game, though, from Los. It's not all about just shutting down this aggressive player. It's about leaving these walls open as well. They got Dafo here with the Thatcher to try to break these walls open, but with Kaid and Bandit, they've had a lot of trouble so far just getting this office wall opened.
Dafo's got a good read. Oh, he lets KDS slip through his fingers, Jesse. That's a tough one for Los. An opportunity that was present is now vanished. KDS will have to play a little bit safer. It also gives information for FaZe as to where Los's attack will come from. Surely they know that Nuxka is right at this piano door frame. One thing Blackbeard isn't is a quiet operator. Something that I feel like if you and I were operators, we would have in common with this Blackbeard. Though you are unfortunately unable to grow a beard of any color, frankly. Vidaking eliminates Dark, and Los will lose yet another. And another, really not great when a series of mistakes like that are being committed. An unfortunate team kill as now Dash walks in. It's him and Dafo as the last 2 standing, but Los look like their name plus a T right now, Jesse, and that spells lost. Dafo outside on repel. 4 members of FaZe Clan still upright. Cyber's been killed. KDS is still alive, and he might remain immortal for the time being, as it doesn't look like Dafo is particularly interested in confronting any of these remaining defenders. So assuming that's the case, FaZe Clan will go on to win this round. A perfect site rotation for them through the first 3, and Los will basically take a mini timeout.
They're really going to make us wait the whole 3 minutes.
Every second, Jesse. Every second. Gets Vidaking, I guess. I mean, that's great.
He got his. He got his.
He got his. I don't know
What
what
a
you guys are
round.
doing. I got mine.
Coming through, that's Daffo on the board for the first time that round, finding his first kill here in the game. He gets 2 in the midst of it, so congratulations. But ultimately, this is just FaZe Clan dominating on every possible front. It's not just that they're winning the gunfights. Cyber, of course, 6-1, dominating on the individual skill. It's not even that they're winning in the coordination game. Team kills coming out with the Blackbeard dying to their own hands on the side of Los. The more important thing than all of that is the util game. We didn't really catch it on the cam, but Vidiking bandit tricked all 3 Selma charges, which was the only hard breach being brought by Los in that attack. So the office wall never got opened up, which meant that there was no ability for Los to really break through that top floor clear, and they just had some miserable angles that they were fighting into on all 3 fronts. It feels like FaZe Clan are head and shoulders above their opponents here on Chalet. And it almost raises the question, Parker, why is this the decider map? I mean, Leo and Ann asked about it on the desk. Like, this is historically one of FaZe Clan's best maps. They love to come here. Every other team bans this map against FaZe Clan. And not only did Los not choose to ban it, but FaZe also didn't choose to pick it. I mean, if they had chosen it over Clubhouse, this might have been a much more decisive series and maybe a closer finish as well as we got to the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, I hate that we have to keep repeating this, but frankly, it is important for us to do so. If Los was able to turn even a 1 or 2 kills around on map 1, we don't even need Chalet. It ends up being a 2-0. Los might have had their best opportunity to win this entire series back in map 1, as FaZe Clan are again running away with this. The numbers for Chalet, for those that did not hear the first time, it is a incredibly attacker sided maps. The fact that FaZe Clan are the defenders and have started off 3-0, that's not promising for Los. Los are on the best side statistically of this map. Now, obviously, there are always variables to take into account. Operator bans, the way that the teams are playing, whether the teams themselves are better attacking teams versus defending teams. All of those things, of course, matter. But if you eliminate all of that and you consider that it is just a fair actually, I haven't seen that in a long time. It's kind of goofy. If you eliminate all of that and you just simply look at the numbers, the top floor bomb site is really good for the defenders, but in all reality, when you play Chalet more often than not in Brazil, the defenders will win the top floor bomb site and then the attackers will win the 2 on the main floor. As you can see from the score line at the top of your screen, that has not come to pass. FaZe Clan putting in a perfect bomb site rotation. That is bad for Los. And now they will have to do something to try and salvage this first half, going up against the statistical best side for the defenders.
Yeah, and just for a refresher too, since Los had the more dominant win on their map pick, they got to choose their starting side here on Chalet. So they also agree with the numbers. They would prefer the attacking side. And it's not paid off for them so far through this first quarter of the game. They'll have an operator ban to come through, of course, banning that Warden, and that would be a great operator ban if FaZe didn't immediately also ban out the Ying. So really smart ban from FaZe Clan. Still, they'll have some good options, right? They've got a couple flashbangs on Nuxka, and maybe they'll bring some smokes later in the game. But yeah, that's going to be a tough one to be countered out immediately. FaZe Clan back on this top floor bomb site that's so strong, but the roam game down below might be the focal point as Dark approaches the blue stairs and finds Cyber. No kill just yet, but lots of damage dealt.
Huge part of the previous map. Dark is yet to find a kill. 2 kills for FaZe Clan, answered by 2 kills for Los. So neither team emerging with a numbers advantage at this point in time. Payload used by Dash. Do I really need to say Jeggio every single time I call it a payload? Why couldn't he just kept it as the logic bomb? It was so easy to say. Payload used by Dash on to Souls, and it will cost him his phone. As now Dark obscured for a moment as he's vaulted on in. All of those F-mines, Jesse, working as information for FaZe Clan.
They've cleared out the roam game. Remember, KDS got a triple kill holding Library last time they played this bomb site. So the difficult part, in theory, is done for Los. They've done what they couldn't do back in round number 1. They've actually got some really good intel. This is Dokkaebi hacked cams, I do believe, so they're going to have all of this intel into where these players are at least for a limited period of time. It's going to make it very awkward now for FaZe Clan to try to play these positions, but if they can continue to rat up, they might have a good opportunity here.
Love the Frost pick, by the way. This is one of the rare maps where she actually does well. You can pair her with a Thorn, with a Fenrir, and that's exactly what FaZe has done. So many trap ops being brought by this FaZe clan team. The 3 remaining players from Los now all stacked up at the breach, looking into Office. Nuxco with one immediately answered back. Down goes Souls as Dash and Dark are very wounded. That's perfect opportunity for Handy here, as those HPs are fodder for this Scorpion in hand. Handy needs to hit his shots, but Dark's got the read on him, and Los cracks the toughest nut to crack, the top floor, for them to get their first attacking victory.
That's the bounce back Los we're looking for, exactly as planned. And it comes off the back of that Hugzord tactical timeout that we saw after round number 3, Parker. It's Los playing together, really, that differentiates it for me. They're really good at trading in that round. They're all pushing from that library side over. Even the ones who are not directly with their teammates are down below that library side, trying to make some space over towards bar and games. So I like how close the players on Los were playing with one another. It meant that even if they lose a couple gunfights, which they did lose a couple, specifically to Souls, who ends that round with a triple kill, they're getting answered back, right? They're finding kills elsewhere on the map. It's this blob of players that's moving through the top floor that's very difficult to deal with. So nice coordination coming out once again from Los. They're still going to have issues in terms of dealing with utility. They still kind of need to put a lid on Cyber, who went up 6-0 and has died twice now without a kill. But even still, this is a team that will be ready to bounce back even after giving up one round. Plenty still to do for Los, but that's a good start.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, we've now very firmly gotten into the second quarter of this matchup. You haven't said it since I teased you. I don't know if you've noticed that.
You rage bait me too often, so it doesn't work anymore, okay? I understand you're rage baiting me.
Based on the current tone that you have, it seems that I was successful. So I don't know if you can really say that. It sounds like you have lost the fight. I have bested you in the free marketplace of ideas, and I believe that's really all that matters here. More trap ops being brought by FaZe Clan. They are... Oh my, Cyber, that is... I'm making me blush. And immediately laughing in chat as he takes care of Dash. That's a nice read from Cyber on that position. They want close quarters engagements on Chalet. It can be a really tight map, so that makes a lot of sense. And if FaZe can force Los into these close engagements, then come out ahead. FaZe Clan with the lead-off pick, and there's still plenty of time in the round.
Cyber's just such a menace. This was the bomb set where he got his 4K in the first quarter, so this is going to be where he's hoping to replicate that success. He's such an annoying player because when he gets an aggressive move like that, he will just instantly reposition so you don't know where he's at. His partner in crime, Handy, the 2 Scorpions that these guys like to play on the top floor of Rome here of Chalet, continuing to find good value. They don't have the information they need on Los to root these guys out still.
Cyber is resurrecting this FaZe Clan team as he's found his 8th kill at this point in time, continuing to stat pad. You know, FaZe Clan just says, we're done losing. Let's just win this game. Cyber says, I don't really care what any of you sorry lots say. I'm dragging your carcasses to the finish line. 8 kills so far through 5 rounds, and we are still not done yet. Plenty of time for FaZe to amass an even greater tally, Cyber in particular. And no damage has been done to FaZe Clan is Los. There's just 2 players remaining. I speak that into existence, though, as KDS falls in the hands of Nuxco, the Blackbeard, launching himself into Library. He's still got plenty of time to do more damage here, and will rely on Dark linking up with him.
Dark just outside the building. We'll start to put pressure here on the hero windows, but there's going to be the util coming through. The Gersmont will give Handy the edge, finds the head of Nuxka. The Scorpions just unstoppable in this round, Parker, and Dark in a nearly impossible 1v4 without the defuse kit.
Dark just outside now. They've made us wait before, as it was 2 rounds ago, where Los took an artificial timeout, and Dark might be doing the same thing here. 20 seconds to go in the round. Dark does not seem too eager to get into this building, and I think he understands. FaZe yet again with this wall of defenders, all very good at close quarters, and of course, it's Cyber outside of the building to get the final kill. What a 5th round as FaZe's lead continues to grow, and it's that man right there who they need to thank. 4-1, 1 round remaining in the first half.
So I believe Cyber now has 9 kills in this game, Parker, and 7 of them happened just defending on bar in games through rounds 2 and 5. It was a 4K first and then a 3K second. It just feels like that roam game is something that Los have not been able to pin down, and I don't blame them. Cyber, no doubt, one of the best players in the world, having a great time here on Chalet with the Scorpion, will not be bringing it for the final round of the half, as something we didn't think we would see. The bottom floor bomb site has come out, Parker. Again, as you mentioned, this site has only been played twice so far in the SAL League. FaZe Clan were involved in both of those rounds, once as the attacker, once as the defender, and they lost it both times. So this might be an opportunity for Los to get back in the game.
I think if you're FaZe Clan, there is opportunity for you to start racking up some style points. And going to the bomb site that has been played just 2 times, and is an attacker-sided bomb site, even though 2 times is nowhere near a large enough sample size for us to go off of, FaZe Clan are like, you know what, to hell with it. Let's just see what damage we can do and be a bit unpredictable. The problem with this bomb site is that when it goes in favor of the attackers, it goes in a hurry, and you end up trapped inside of the wine portion of this bomb site. There is not enough space for you to stretch out. It's not like the bottom floor of Clubhouse, for example, where you have ample opportunity to cut down on sight lines. You've got maybe blue and connector, but those are suicide positions because there is really no way effectively to get out of it when things go bad. This is a golden opportunity for Los to close this gap against FaZe Clan.
One of the reasons why it's so much weaker of a bomb site than like Clubhouse Basement, for example, of course, is that destruction. We're already seeing the Ram Boogie drone being played by Dash and opening up a large portion of the floorboard just above the site. Because it's such a weak site to hold, you will always see a roam game being played here on the bottom floor of Chalet, and certainly we're seeing that out of FaZe Clan. KDS up there inside a piano, probably the most aggressive of the 5 players. Getting a drone in to find him now, they will spot him out, so that's good information being gathered by Los. If they can pick apart these aggressive roamers, right, force themselves into a man count advantage, there is definitely going to be a win con here for Los. That seems to be the game plan, as they will find the first pick on a Cyber.
Oh, so goes Cyber, so goes FaZe Clan. That's your hope if you're Los, and he has been far and away the best player on this FaZe team. Here on Chalet across the entire set of matches. So let's walk in, get the very first pick, immediately walk out. Ram, also an operator that makes this a miserable bomb site for the defenders. One operator almost single-handedly countering an entire setup worth on this site. And Dash is going to settle in for the long haul up there. With Cyber being killed early by FaZe Clan, they have fewer bodies to use in a flanker lurk position. Nitro Cell tossed out, Dash still with 1 boogie drone in, as now the guns from the attackers are finding their marks. They continue to aggress. They've got an opportunity, and you want to punish these remaining defenders, you can go for it. Dark with 1, KDS, another every trade benefiting Los. A pre-fire from Dafo, a return to the site by KDS, but he's bogged down inside of blue. He's taken Nuxka out of the equation as well, and he's got 3 kills, and ace very possible, as he will tussle with Perez and Dark. They can pinch him oh so effectively, and that's what they will do. A great answer from Los. Very calculated, and frankly, Jesse, routine stuff. Los will take the final round of the first half, but FaZe emerge with the lead 4-2.
They certainly do, yeah. 4-2 half for FaZe here. Pretty good, especially, you know, us discussing about how good FaZe is on the defense. We're looking at Cyber again stepping up massively. It seems like many of the rounds here on defense, it's just a multi-kill from any kind of FaZe member on the roster here. They don't seem to be scared either to hold on to map control and really contest that out of the hands of Los. And again, it seems like we're having a complete repeat of the earlier situation this night, where Los at least salvaged something from this first half.
Yeah, FaZe starting, going 4 rounds against 2, Cyber carrying. Where have I seen that before? It seems like, honestly, the game plan from FaZe was to try and hold extended setups for as long as possible. You see the Yokai drone here bullying the Blitz until he dies. KDS holding that fireplace on the very first round. It was a testament, right, of the playstyle that FaZe were going to have. You're going to see KDS basically isolated here on fireplace, getting a double kill thanks to the Yokai drone. Before that, you saw Mute on Cyber run out and getting rid of the players all the way holding back on the double window. And this first round, and flawless round, by the way, was a great example of what was going to be the game plan. As you see here, 0.25 left. And Dash was still in Master. He had just finished roam clearing. The bomb site was bar, by the way. He was roam clearing in Master with 25 seconds left into the round. And eventually, obviously, they fall short into time. And I feel like that's been the spirit for FaZe, trying to hold these setups as long as possible. Here on the dining bomb site, you see that. It's more of a turtle extended, right? Upstairs, just holding the vert. An unfortunate TK here. But overall, a struggle for the side of Lost to try and break these defenses whenever they were to problem solve any extended hold. Either burning too much time, either burning too many bodies. And FaZe Clan really, really strong. And then this kind of stuff just happens. The spawn kill, the trash talk in the chat. And I gotta say it, once again, FaZe Clan mastering the defenses, really well played. This time on a map that's not necessarily, strongly defender-sided. So maybe an opportunity for finally FaZe to step up their attack game. That is the big question mark, and it's been such a weak point for them and such a strong suit the defenses follows that I still believe that anything is doable here.
And just looking at the first half and the highlights as well from there, it seems like Dash has some really high highs and some really low lows as well. Obviously, the player with the most kills on the side of lows, but, team kills getting spawn peaked as well, like you highlighted in the 5th round there. Going on to this now here, we see a solid snake ban. I feel like that makes a lot of sense, of course, taking away some information from FaZe. And I guess the glass as well to stop them from executing on... I mean, it was talked about casters. We don't see the downstairs bomb site spots anymore, but at least to stop them from executing there.
Yeah, and I like the Wamai ban as well. He's been so strong with the new buff. And on top of that, he was already a stable operator on Chalet, so not a surprise to see it removed here on the side of Lost.
It's only a few more rounds until we find out who gets to skip those play-ins at EW soon. He keeps themselves alive in this lower bracket. Let's dive in the second half to go find it out.
And Leo, we are here in the second half, and it's great to see some confidence coming out of our desk that Los can pull this one back. Leo is right to point out the similarities between this map and our previous. It's a 4-2 split favoring FaZe Clan. It's Cyber kind of carrying the team on his back, along with some help for sure, to get them to this point. But Parker, Chalet is not Consulate. Not even close, to be honest with you. And despite the fact that this has not been maybe the most dominant map for FaZe Clan over the last recent months, this still feels like a map where they have been finding so much more success than Los, and it's going to be a lot harder to pull things back on Chalet defense than it would be on Consulate D.
Yeah, again, those numbers... You're not going to do well when that happens. Defending, that's for certain. That's a crossbody karate shot on the Perez, and Los down a player 20 seconds into the round. Sorry, 15 seconds into the round. I should be more specific. Yeah, I mean, it's an attacker-sided map. FaZe Clan now get to attack. FaZe Clan are a terrific attacking team, so you put all those things together, and it seems like it is the perfect storm. FaZe Clan could very easily spring out to a 1 or 2 round victory. Dash trying to keep these numbers close after he'd watched Perez die a moment before. Cyber is inside a bar and has 2 separate players chasing him down. What Dash started is finished by Dark, and we are back to even footing. 2 players dead within the first minute.
Absolute must-win pick coming out from Los. If Cyber gets the 5v3 advantage, that might just be wraps for this round. We're here on the top floor, of course. FaZe Clan a 7-round win streak attacking the top floor of Chalet. It's one of their favorite bomb sites to attack in the game. They will continue to grow their man advantage. They get it back right as Handy finds that pick straight onto Dark. It's a Blackbeard push in through Library, supported by KDS outside the windows and Souls backing him up. Already we're seeing some of this aggression coming out from Los. They know that this is not a map where they can just sit back on their hands and win on utility. They have to be confident. They have to be able to take FaZe Clan on head first in gunfights. But when you're going up against a Blackbeard, that becomes so difficult to actually accomplish.
You need some of these weapons that Los used to great effect on Clubhouse and then on Consulate to really show up. As you can see on the bottom of your screen, nobody on Los has a positive KD at the moment. So there are very few bright spots for this team as they've qualified for EWC, but it's looking like play-ins are becoming more and more of a reality. FaZe Clan punishing Los, and not a lot of air whatsoever, not a lot of gaps in that attack for Los to exploit. A brutal first defense for Los.
I just want to point out, KDS got 3 kills in that round by 3 different people swinging windows while he's outside the building. Didn't set foot inside the map, and yet he got that opening pick, of course, straight onto Perez, who's swinging him down on the mudroom window, and then 2 players swing him on piano. Once one player goes down, once you lose that man count, on the defense, sometimes you're forced to just keep swinging to try to get that man count back, but KDS will happily take those kills as they fall into his lap and he hits the brilliant shots that he does. It's his 3rd 3K throughout this game, and it's FaZe Clan's 6th multi-kill in 7 rounds. Every single round from 1 to 7, with the exception of round 3, somebody on FaZe Clan has had a 3K or a 4K. It's been KDS 3 times, it's been Cyber twice, and it was Souls once. That kind of speaks to the dominance, I think, that we're witnessing right now, Parker. It's not just that FaZe Clan are leading 5-2, but the way they're winning these rounds, it's huge moments from individuals on the side of FaZe, and there's no trade to speak of from Los in the vast majority of these circumstances.
Poor trade game, poor defender control of the map, not able to use your utility because FaZe Clan's aggression is knocking you off too early and high-value ops die early. All of those things are a potential recipe for disaster here. Now, if you look at the Los lineup, they've got lots of passive utility, so even if 4 of these 5 operators die, they can provide immense value from the grave. They'll take out KDS in the first 30 seconds of action. Quite a boon for Los, as the opposite was done to them previously. And KDS very quietly amassing 9 kills, tying Cyber in terms of frags. KDS entered as the lowest rated player on the side of FaZe in this matchup, and he is heating up at the perfect time, but not this round. He'll be on the bench.
Because he has 3 triple kills, that means that KDS every single round has gotten either 0 kills or 3 kills, nothing more, nothing less, and nothing in between. That's a hell of a stat. Don't know if we've seen that before in Siege, but very impressive nonetheless. Without him, this push is going to get a little bit more difficult for FaZe Clan. Of course, the goal is going to be to clear out this roam game up above. They are very far from the bomb site at the moment. This is the position that Handy and Cyber caused so much havoc on their own defense, and now they will be forced to attack it. Vidiking leading the charge here on the Monty. Handy droning him in as well.
FaZe Clan, not a very fast team. We've talked about this time and time again, but methodical, plodding. They know exactly how to handle these defenders, but they'll lose Vidiking. Handy with 1. Down goes Dafo. Perez will join him. What happened? The 3 remaining players of FaZe Clan all collecting kills in a matter of seconds. Nuxka and Dark is the last 2 standing, and FaZe Clan have turned a bad situation around. You take a sad song and make it better, I think they say about Hey Jude. And I don't know if there's any Beatles fans here on FaZe Clan, but they are certainly taking a sad song and making it a lot better in this round. Handy now sitting at 8 kills as Cyber has broken double digits. Final minute to go, and the final remaining players of Los heading back to the bomb site to find some safety. Nuxka will hold that position as Dark has the cross on blue stairs. Not exactly looking great for Los at this point in time.
They do have the time on their side. 35 seconds is not very much to go for an execute, and Nuxka has 3 toxic babes, so FaZe Clan realistically aren't going to get a plant down here, Parker. If they just play the clock, this is winnable in the 2v3.
Absolutely is, but it hinges a lot on Dark. He needs to be able to capitalize on this element of surprise. He's in an advantageous spot to do that, a slow walk down the stairs, but the moment that he reveals himself just to his left, Dark will be punished. He hears the footsteps now heading away as Nuxka uses a gas canister. Dark finds 1. Only a matter of seconds to go. FaZe Clan finds 1 player. They will prolong the round as Cyber keeps that one going, and Dark heads upstairs, but he will miss his opportunity, and now FaZe Clan have given themselves a massive win condition. The defuse kit goes down, and Dark up top on the run, on the move, making a ton of noise in the process. Handy and Cyber will sit over top of that diffuser, and Handy gets the final kill for FaZe to move to match point.
Los fans, I'm so sorry. This has got to be one of the most frustrating games that you have witnessed in quite some time. From map number 1 on Clubhouse, where it was advantages tossed aside, to the comeback on map number 2, and here on the 3rd map, what looked like complete defeat to start things off. It gave us a glimmer of hope in that round, Parker. For a split second, they were in a really powerful position, getting the opening pick onto KDS, Dafo extending up to kill Vidiking on the Monty, and even after Dafo gets traded, they're still in a perfectly fine position. Decent bit of time time wasted, man count advantage, you've killed the Montaigne, there's almost nothing that wrong from Los at that point, except they then bleed players. Perez goes down inside of Trophy. Dash goes down inside of Master. And that man count advantage that Daffodil had gained for the team evaporates in a matter of... It's just a disaster for Los. Because of it, they're in that bad 2v3 position. They're not able to stall things out on time. The Toxic Babes aren't quite where they need to be for Nuxka. And now Los staring down 4 straight rounds where they will need to be perfect just to force the overtime, just to pull things back against the 2-time world champs.
Los loves it when they've got a fight ahead of them, and you count them out at their peril. The only difference here is Los is on the worst side of Chalet, and you are in quite a hole. Los will need to win 4 consecutive rounds in order to stay in this series and give themselves a fighting chance. The only way that Los will be victorious is through overtime. So that's about 15 to 20 seconds of being perpetually behind, but still eking out round after round victories. Los is definitely a team that can do this. I don't love their odds against FaZe Clan. If they were up against Ninjas in Pajamas, maybe even T-Law, I'd say, yeah, Los has a fighting chance here, but you're crazy if you think the defending world champs are going to drop 4 consecutive rounds on the better side of this map. They will start off so well. Cyber with his 12th kill, a nice dozen to be had, but Dash will shut him down. And all this action from FaZe Clan occurring very quickly in these rounds. 3 straight first bloods drawn before the 1 minute into the round mark.
Information still here onto Dash as well. This is going to be really tough for the captain to escape. They know exactly where he's at, but he wins the fight anyways. Holds close on the angle, and Handy will fall to the SMG-11, so that's a man count lead favor for Los. Does not last long. Vidaking gets the trade back, but even still, you felled 2 of the most dangerous players on FaZe. Only KDS remains with this 9-kill watermark that he is still playing with, and Dark retakes their own game. They know that he's back in this position. They have drones in the site, but they're not being watched. Now they will know for sure, and Dark has to make this retreat.
Not a single person on Los positive in terms of KD. That will have to break in order to best this FaZe Clan team in this round. Dark is closest. Daffo needs 2 of his own. Most of this gadgetry has already been used, but there's nitro cells in pocket. One of those could be used to shut down Vidaking. KDS felled, as that's a big move from Dark. Post plant we go. Will Vidaking get out alive? So far, so good. Candela's used as well as Souls and Vidaking sitting in the bomb site. I don't like these soft walls to the left of Souls. This is a prime opportunity for Los to get a bullet pen kill or 2. Souls will now lose some of that protection. A nitro cell will go. Lots of bullets in that LMG now used, as FaZe Clan have so many opportunities to close this one out. It's not dire if they lose here, but obviously they want to get out of this map as quickly as possible. Great retake from Los. They shut down the last 2 members of FaZe with not a lot of breathing room on that timer. They were running against the clock, but Los will stick the landing and stay alive for at least 1 more round.
One thing that Los did in that round, Parker, that we've rarely seen from them here on Chalet is they had really good trade game. That's what was missing for the majority of that first half. But on the extended roam, they didn't just send 1 or 2 players out there to bar to go fend for themselves, die alone to the whale of information that the attackers have now in Rainbow Six Siege, but they played together, and when somebody went down, someone else was there to answer the kill back. Particularly want to give credit to Dark and Dash, the youngest and oldest players on FaZe Clan, or on Los respectively, who were able to stand up and make those trades happen. It was really nice to see that team play coming out from Los. If they're going to make this comeback happen, if they're going to win the next 3 rounds and completely tie this game back up, force us into overtime, it has to be the team play that gets them there. Whether they'll do so or not will rely entirely on this 4th quarter as they go through a full site rotation once again. The bottom floor bomb site inside a basement will remain an option, but assuming they don't want to play there, it'll have to be going through the standard rotation of top floor into bar games into kitchen to close this one out. Top floor and bar games, both bomb sites where FaZe Clan have found success before. This has got to just be a bit more passive, I feel, Parker. You've got to be able to stall things out a little bit if you're Los. You lost 3 players swinging windows to KDS last time. That can't happen again. They've banned out the Deimos, which I like. You're taking operators away from Cyber. That is always a good thing. They banned his Snake earlier on. I'm not fully sure who would have played the Glads if FaZe Clan had it available, but now they banned the Deimos as well. You're taking the tools away from the most deadly player in the lobby. Goes to the Zofia, which is by no means a bad option either, but it's just limiting his preferences, and it's limiting that information that the attackers will have access to for this push.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that we talk about a lot with this map is how much action can occur outside of the building. Operators like Deimos and Snake punish you for that, and they both also happen to have great weapons to fire through floors and walls. Another thing that Chalet is a little bit unique in regards to. Border shares some similarities there as well. We do tend to compare these two bomb sites. That's a tilter if I'm KDS. Dark hopping out of the library window, gunning him down through the trees. And we have yet another round, Jesse, where the first kill occurs before a minute has transpired.
Okay, and listen, Parker, I said the last time they lost this bomb site, they swung KDS on 3 different windows and they gave him a triple kill. You're not swinging him on a window if you're jumping out the window yourself, so that's one way to do it. They get even more aggressive and they get the man count advantage because of it. Now FaZe Clan are going for a bit of a different push. They're all focused up on the solar side of the map, so gonna be a different look all around from FaZe Clan and might be able to get Los some momentum in this game.
It takes us a little bit of confidence here for this Los team to find their footing again. You saw it on Clubhouse. They were a very difficult team to knock off of their stride, and of course they had confidence in spades on Consulate. First kill for FaZe comes in at exactly the halfway point. Andy almost has another, but he just cannot outduel Dash, who finds 2 from that position. The Echo will still likely have some yokai drones up as well. As Los have suffered through this, by the way, they're taking damage. But this has fallen apart by FaZe Clan. Vidiking in a 1v4, a situation that Los knew very well. They took a couple timeouts of their own. Vidiking does not prolong the round at all, vaulting into trophy, being dealt with, and Los is now stitched together back-to-back rounds in the comeback, Jesse. A comeback that we basically wrote off for being too impossible. It's coming to pass.
I like that play from Dash quite a bit, Parker. The fact that he's playing on that Echo on the top floor of Chalet, it's something we see from time to time, and it's easy, I think, to play too passive in that spot. You want to be on your cams, you want to be feeding intel to your teammates. Often those yokais are being used to help some roamers down on the bottom floor, and certainly might have been part of the reason why we saw Dark go for that big early jump out onto KDS. But one way or another, eventually it's required for Dash to get up off his cams and to start getting some kills. That's exactly what he did. Because of it, he's able to shut down that FaZe Clan push as it's repelling in towards the solar side of the map. Really good stuff to come out once again from Los. They are starting to string rounds together, and they're starting to make me a bit of a believer. FaZe Clan, after losing a lot of their intel operators, after facing a team that have seemingly figured out how to play together and how to play for trades, have started to stumble here on Chalet, and a map that used to be their home, that used to be the most dominant in the pool for them, might be exposing itself as one where they do struggle still a little bit.
No matter what happens in this round and beyond, Los have shown that FaZe Clan can bleed. Team Liquid Alienware did it in the very first matchup of the playoffs, and now Los is doing it as well. The defending SI champs, the back-to-back world champs, that is, looking like they've been found out by a lot of their contemporaries, and the gap between them and the rest of Brazil certainly not as high as what we saw during those group stages where FaZe Clan easily took first overall. The winner of this matchup going up against Team Liquid Alienware on Monday. The loser will have to go through the play-ins of EWC. I know that we've said it a few times, but there are people who tune in and out of the broadcast. They might not have heard what the stakes are. We mentioned it before. Los with 2 back-to-back rounds. Typically, the attackers onto this map dominate. FaZe Clan have done just that. Los taking 2 rounds on defense is quite impressive. Anything more than that is a bit abnormal based on the numbers, but I'm starting to believe as well, Jesse, and Los might be able to claw this one back.
Pressure onto Perez. He's playing down inside of Kitchen. Will drop straight to the basement now. Vidiking back on his favorite operator, the Monty, to get some space in team. FaZe Clan can take this slow, right? There's a lot of map being held by Los at the moment. They've got players roaming downstairs. Of course, they've got players roaming up at the top floor as well in the site back inside a bar. There is plenty of map to go through if you're FaZe Clan, but that means that at some point you've got to start getting these kills. Players all out on these windows. KDS hoping somebody will swing them, but that's not happening right now. It's been passive from Los. And as they give up this map control, they are keeping all 5 bodies alive.
The King has not been anything sensational today from a kills perspective, but he's been very good from utility. Right now on the Monty, a shield operator, what he knows very effectively. He can guide the rest of the kills to his teammates, and he's doing just that. A good focal point for Los as KDS and Cyber pick up a kill apiece. Both of them breaking double digits. Handy as well breaking double digits, and FaZe have had no problems finding kills on this side of the map. Los, after putting two together, now finds themselves in a terrible spot as they are staring down defeat at the hands of FaZe Clan.
Somebody's got to be a hero. It looks like it's going to be Dark alone on the top floor. Both of his teammates are inside of sight, so he has to take a gunfight here and then fall back. He will fall back first because Perez gets a pick back, and now this man count is very close.
Dark down below, close enough to the bomb site that he can taste it, as he was finding himself some success, if you recall, over on that portion of the map before. Nuxka using his last Toxic Babe, one impact in pocket. No more gadgetry that Los can use. So it will all be about finding your marks and ensuring that your bullets hit them too. 10 seconds to go. FaZe Clan again pacing this one very effectively. There goes Nuxka. Perez with one. Dark also the unknown factor. It all falls on his shoulders as the defuse kit goes down. Dark hoping to bail out this team, but there's Cyber with 15 kills and a Monty still on the board. Nigh unwinnable for most teams. FaZe Clan, they've won world championships with these two players clobbering you day in, day out. Dark trying to wrestle with the time. He takes care of Cyber, but the trade leaves the King still alive, and FaZe Clan win the matchup. It was a lot closer, Jesse, than I think most people suspected, but they get the job done, and it's Los going down to play-ins at EWC.
Who else but Cyber? 16 kills to end that map, Parker, and a 4K in the final rounds. That'll be his highest kill total map of the season so far. Huge performance from Cyber all throughout the day. Again, it's been a quieter stage from him, but what a performance. He and the rest of FaZe Clan should be very proud of this game today.
Absolutely, and FaZe Clan will square off in another El Clasico against Team Liquid Alienware on Monday. Both of them fighting for the right to play up against Furia in the grand finals. Let's hear from our desk, and let's hear from our winners after a long day of Brazil.
Thank you very much. What a game we got to see there in the end. FaZe locking the final map with a 7-4. As Jesse was talking, of course, Cyber coming alive when they needed him the most to secure that map there. FaZe, getting two important rounds on the attack as well with that shield pressure as well. It felt like an even matchup though, and I think that's a positive sign for Los, right? They really put up a good effort, but their journey ends here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of having to play the two times world champions in for a spot to group stage at EWC. I think Los really did their best, or the best that they could do, despite having struggled throughout the stage. I mean, they scraped their way into playoffs with only one more point difference compared to Fluxo W7M. I don't think anyone expected them to make it to EWC compared to an NIP, for example, that had 18 points. They only had 11, yet they came in the lower bracket. They surprised everyone with a clean 2-0 yesterday. They surprised, I think, everyone again by making it that close against FaZe Clan. And I think they've proven multiple things. First, it was not a surprise or a fluke to see them make it to Salt Lake City. Second, they've proved they can do it again, that they can go to another STR event. And finally, they can contend with the very best of Brazil, which is the very best of the world. And that is a statement for any team looking at them going to play-ins.
Yeah, of course. That's something that Los have to keep in the back of their minds even after losing this matchup here. But as FaZe win, we get to bring our co-host back onto the show. We get to speak to JP once again after the victory here. JP, congratulations on the win. I wonder, how are you and the team feeling after what seemed to be a pretty long and tense matchup?
Yeah, I mean, playing against a team that you scream a lot, it's always hard because they know how to play against you. So Los is a team that they improved a lot. I'll give them that. And since the beginning of the season, we've been screaming with them, and we saw their improvement. And a lot of people got surprised because of their performance on the playoffs. But us that screamed them, we knew that they were improving, and they were on one of the best teams that we were screaming in Brazil. I mean, screaming a lot against each other will for sure will make the match closer.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that today. I was about to ask you actually if you thought that seeing them make it to EWC and seeing an IP fall to them was a surprise to you, but I assume then you kind of expected them to make top 4?
Yeah. Based on what we've seen on scrims, for sure, they were showing like a very good game, a deep map pool, and they deserve it. They deserve it for sure.
And then focusing a little bit more on you and the team, I think for so long the way I saw FaZe was the biggest strength was the fact that you guys could play any play style, especially in attack, and with fluid rules. Like anyone could play almost anything, and you could play faster paced, you could play push and pull, you could play rushes, you could play a very slow game as well. And I feel like lately the attacks have not been as good as they used to be. It used to be like your main strong suit. What do you think is the reason for this?
Honestly, I don't know. I'll be honest. I have to figure out, but I mean, yeah, I don't have an answer for that.
I mean, so it's all right. Like I feel like in general we had the talk yesterday. It's a good news to have this like kind of quote unquote problems or like things to figure out just before AWC, right? Because then you have a couple of weeks to basically solve all of this.
Yeah, for sure. Like when you face problems that you're not used to it, and right before a very important tournament, it's always good. Like it creates an alert in your mind that you're not unbeatable. You have to work harder if you want to be the champion. And of course, we want to win the WC because it's one of the tournaments just EU have, and we want to take it from them.
I see. One more question before I let you go, JP. Tomorrow is a rematch on the table for you with Liquid, the team that dropped you down to the lower bracket. What have you learned from that matchup that you're gonna hopefully use tomorrow?
Against Liquid, the games always went to emotional. We can't say that no. El Clásico and the rivalry against the two lineups. If we want to improve something, it's like try to let the game not get that emotional, and like just play the game, you know.
Okay, well that sounds good. Thank you so much for your time, JP, and good luck on Monday for going up against Liquid.
Thank you.
I keep forgetting that game is actually on Monday, and of course, you know, we're playing out the remainder of this bracket on Monday, and there are no games in the SAL tomorrow. I think, you know, maybe, especially for a team like FaZe, right, it is good that they get an extra day of rest, because that seemed like a really long and intense game for them, a big back and forth. I feel like throughout this whole match, there wasn't really any team that really ran with a big round advantage, or a round, like, score many rounds in a row there. So, seeing Los be competitive once again is really good, but then for FaZe to know that they need to maybe work on their mental and not get too tense, which is something that JP's been saying before. As you said, it's good they're finding this out now and not, say, at the start of EWC.
Yeah, and I didn't really see it on the last map. I felt like FaZe was like fully in control, very, very aggressive, starting defense. How many spawn picks did we see from Cyber? At the same time, KDS, who was the worst rated player on the first two maps, went crazy with that round here in Garage, but also on the Striker, on the Sentry, on Extended Rooms. They were all quite aggressive and all hitting crazy, nasty shots as well. So the team was playing really well towards the end of the map. I did not feel like they were feeling any pressure, despite being only one map away from play-ins at EWC. So I think overall it's good news. I will still like to see, not tomorrow, but on Monday, how they're going to face against Team Liquid. I think Team Liquid, arguably today, if it wasn't for the incredible individual skill and clutches on the side of Furia, could have made it to the grand final. Either or, I think that SAL is, compared to Salt Lake City, going to be much, much scarier, with FaZe Clan still very much in there, Furia having matured and being able to probably practice before the event, Team Liquid making it to the event as well, and Los, who have looked absolutely amazing ever since reaching BO3s and having already won a tier event as a team in terms of experience. So overall, Brazil is looking very strong. That's my main takeaway from the playoffs I've seen so far.
And that's needed too, because I feel like the general impression from SAL at Salt Lake City wasn't the greatest, right? You know, they were Furia was the first team to lose to a CNL team, for example. So, like, not to discredit CNL in a region or anything, but it's like that was the result that people probably weren't expecting from that matchup in particular. So it's good to see that the region is getting closer and stronger ahead of another big international event. And honestly, look at this: Cyber MVP 127 FPS EPS. The only player that's positive or like has a score of over 100 EPS for his team. Speaking of a hard carry here.
I mean, 43 kills in 3 maps is completely insane. On average, that's what, that's like 14 kills? 14 by 3, 42?
Wow.
Yeah. So that's complete. That's more than 14 kills, actually. It's 14 point something. Wow, that's just insane. I mean, it's not only double digits. It's double digits and a half for every map on average. Yeah, I mean, we mentioned him before, and I guess the resurrection happens from time to time for this player, and today he chose the best time for it, making sure his team was going to make the most out of it and stay in the run, because as we can see on the bracket, there's only one BO3 away from the grand final. And I'm not surprised to see Furia, Liquid and FaZe in the top 3 of SAL. I think that's all what we expected on paper at the start of the stage. But who's going to make it? Who's going to be the SAL champions? That one, I'm not sure. Honestly, either or, it's going to be great matches.
Yeah, it's about the pride and honor, of course, of taking that championship of SAL Stage 1, but it's about more things. Of course, being top 3, you've already secured yourself 19,000 USD in prize money. You can get that up to 25,000, but it's more so the SI points for me. I mean, being top 3 gets you 250. Should you win the grand final on Monday, you get 420. That puts you at a way better advantage, a way better spot for our global standings and potentially, you know, making it up to qualifying to qualifying to SI based off those. Of course, EWC is a very different tournament in here, but looking at this, I feel like it's very important that once again we state, as you see in the top left of your screen, these matches are played out on Monday, not tomorrow. The SAL players will be dragged over the weekend and will return with us on Monday at 6 p.m. CEST, and then of course, following soon after, the grand final of SAL.
Yeah. It's going to be a banger, I think. Looking at these matches, honestly, I am very excited to see Liquid FaZe rematch again. The last one was a little bit, I wouldn't call, no, it was not underwhelming, but I felt like it could have went even further in terms of maps. And I would just like to see the reaction from FaZe, because they're actually quite good in terms of turnover. It's really rare that they lose to the same opponent twice in a row in such a short amount of time. So I trust JP to come back with the counter strats, and we'll see who's the best team in SAL in 2 days. So quite excited.
Yeah, it's going to be good to find that out. We'll be watching from the sidelines, though. I won't be hosting. As far as I'm aware, you won't be here as an analyst either on Monday. So it's going to be Lynx hosting together with Foxy on the desk to find out who will be crowned the champions of SAL. Thank you so very much for watching. Of course, a thank you to our production for the smooth show. That's it from us here. We'll see you again on Monday to crown a champion of SAL. Have a great rest of your night.